just exaggerating. Am I exaggerating? Like, seriously, do you think I'm exaggerating when I say BO2 is a good game? Okay, so you load up the game, right? Let's just say you wanted to play BO2. Hypothetically, you wanted to play BO2. Okay, I'm going to play BO2, okay. Let's compare it to BO1. All right, I want to play BO1. Okay, I load BO1, I click solo, and I play the game. I load up DOA, and then and then I play the preferred map of choice. On BO2, oh, okay, well, actually, there's a health bug on PC, so you actually have to mod the game. So that's
true.
so it's capped. Oh, okay. Oh,
PC, that's true.
yeah, for the the canon way to play a first-person shooter. Yeah, you actually have to do all this bullshit, and then all the other bullshit that you have to do to be able to play the game. By the way, to play solo, to play the game offline, I have to do satanic rituals just to do that. No. Don't tell me this is a good video game, because a good video game doesn't have to be modified by the community.
It can be a good video game, but a bad port. How about that?
Well, I count that as the video game, right?
I mean, on Steam, you're disconnecting too. So on solo, you're connected to the servers. You're disconnecting in solo games. I think that's stupid as fuck too.
Yeah, no, it's
worse than BO6.
It's beyond stupid. Oh, because the server side, the graphics, you have to it's what you call it, it's streamed instead of you having it on your PC. Well, that's wild.
Yeah, imagine in 10 years you won't even be able to play the game.
But for me, right, stealth. For me, right, when I say a video game, I'm thinking about the package. When I open it up, does it work? Because I can.
Sure, I mean that's fair.
I can.
When I say video game, I'm thinking about how does the
romanticized
work.
You're thinking about a very romanticized version of the game. With Die Rise, Die Rise is...
I do have to like do all those modifications just to play the game. Yeah, so I just think about it as in like when it is working the way it's intended to work.
Oh, yeah, it's much better when it's working as intended.
Yeah, but as a package, yeah, I see your point.
Yeah,
I get your complaints.
It didn't even have all the features that console did too. It is wild to me, the rewriting of history of how bad this game was. I was already woken up to how bad this game was on launch. I actually, my mom didn't have a lot of money to buy it, so what we go to Blockbuster. Blockbuster was still around back then. We rent the game, see if it's actually worth playing. I played the game and I was so disappointed with that game. I was a BO2 hater day one in the womb. That game sucked. It sucked.
Man, I was so sad playing Transit on launch. Everyone had to play Town. You couldn't even.
Yeah, if you wanted to play the actual video game as, sort of, when I talk about the essence, it's something like intangible, where the parameters on which you define what the game really is, and it's spawning in underpowered and sort of building yourself up in a very sort of predictable way. It's like, okay, well, I buy the perks, I get my Mark 1 ray gun or whatever. I guess that was the best thing back then. There's a sort of path that is universal to every single map that existed, where this is how you play the game. Removing that aspect of the game in Transit, I think Transit is really when it first spawned in, where now you're overcomplicating you fundamentally changed the pathway on how to succeed in the game.
There are no traps or anything, so.
Right, well, I'm just talking about building everything. I just think that is sacrilege.
Yeah, I gotcha.
You can experiment.
That, but, like,
shit
is just all over the map too. Like,
it's such a humongous map.
Humongous.
Yeah, humongous.
Yeah, like the guy humongous.
Humongous.
Humongous. Yeah. It is. That was insane. And then BO3 players.
I guess I wasn't a fan when the game first came out because I wasn't a fan of Transit. I didn't like Town. I liked Farm a little bit better than Town, but got boring very quickly just shooting the ray gun over and over.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't a big fan. Mob of the Dead I did enjoy when it first came out.
Yeah, everyone did.
I've always enjoyed it. I didn't enjoy Die Rise because of the verticality and again you got
Oh,
to build everything. Um,
that building is so easy because it's
like
in a very
I know that's
secluded
what
part of
y'all
the
just
map.
got done saying that you enjoyed about Die Rise, the verticality and that you if you're good at the movement and that kind of stuff, then you know. But I don't really care.
But the movement is not even that bad because all the parts, because you can only build each piece of equipment at one table, and so. You know what I mean by when I say that, I worded that it could be interpreted in different ways, being out the map works. I don't need to actually explain it. And the parts are all close to each other. I don't really think it's that bad. Yeah, you have to use exploits to make the building process better, but when you're setting up, I actually think I'm pretty fine with that. It functions very
the
well.
building is not too bad on that map.
Not too bad as a Mickey Mouse.
It is easy. It's easy.
It's way better than
But
Transit
then
for sure.
the
And
Sliquify, especially like if you're doing like the strat right in the elevator shaft, it's so fucking boring. Or I've always thought it was boring.
Well,
I
if
know
you try to
there's
play it fast, it's very sick.
I've seen people play it fast. It's definitely more entertaining if you're trying to do that. But
Well, it
I
doesn't
don't
look
know. I
entertaining
never
though because you're
really
just standing in the spot. If you don't actually mechanically understand what's going on under the hood,
right.
it
But
looks
I
really
do,
boring, but it's
you know.
very risky.
I do understand at this
Right.
point, and yeah, it can be kind of entertaining. Granted, this is coming from somebody who just runs around the cafeteria holding a tomahawk. Okay, so you know, or plays rave where I just like run around a tree and shoot a bow.
Right.
Like, so I don't play the most interesting map. I don't find mob to be super interesting. I don't find rave to be super interesting. It's just the maps that I'm good at and that I can get record on. So
Okay.
play them.
yeah, I wanted to say,
I mean, I
when
was listening to the audiobooks the last time I was playing rave. So
Right.
that was what was keeping me entertained.
Yeah, I couldn't play zombies if I got to that point.
fucking audiobooks sounds like Galactic playing first rooms.
Actually the first time I listened to 1984 was during the when I played, but I never remembered anything about it because I don't have the capacity to pay attention to Darius. A map that you can't just do one. It's not doing one loop. It's a continuous shifting of strats, and then within those strats, there's like 3 different variations or 2 or however many you can run based on. Okay, how close am I to the dog ground? Have I got the waff yet? All that.
Now, honestly, with rave, it looks like I'm just running around a tree and shooting the bow, and at some point it does become just that. But until about 150, 155, I'm kind of doing similar things where it's like I've got to manage the ammo, and so I'm constantly shifting between okay, how close am I to a dog round? How much ammo do I have? How fast can I spam the bows? Which bow spam strategy can I do, and still make it there?
What changes after 155?
At 155, there's just too many zombies. You don't have enough ammo to do any bow spam strategy outside of just tree loops. So, which is
Gotcha.
the slowest one. And at some point, you don't even have enough ammo to finish around doing that. And you have
So what do you do?
to you use only the trap bow at the tree loops, and then after you're out of ammo, and this is something I discovered, or well, I didn't discover it recently. Somebody else told me that I should try this, and I did. I take the acid bow and the wind bow to the fish trap, and while the fish trap's off, I shoot 2 bow shots and then hit the fish trap again.
I think Infinite Warfare looks fun. There's no round cap in that game either, right?
No, there's
And
not.
yeah, that game actually looks kind of fun.
You notice that they didn't actually lose their minds. Well, why is
Yeah.
the round cap existing?
I don't understand why the round cap exists at all. Like as soon as I saw MC hit it, hit 256 on BO6, I'm like, why is there a round cap?
I know it doesn't make any sense.
Why?
What? How can you
Why are
even
we
get
capping
there?
the round? Why did we ever start that?
I don't know.
I just don't understand.
Well, wasn't it some date? Wasn't it just efficiency? And then it turned into a thing where you could actually get, because BO2 has the mechanic of BO1, and so it kind of makes sense that it's you're not really gonna get there. It took so many. I mean, basically, it took over a decade.
Long time, yeah, to
Yeah.
get there. And I think Buried's the only map where that's even possible
Right.
as of
So-
right now.
Wait,
Wait,
I
what?
don't think that's possible on Die Rise, right?
It might be,
Might be.
but yeah, I don't know necessarily because
That's the only other map I would think of that it's possible on.
It's not on Mob. I mean, Mob, it's going to be about 240, 241, maybe
Even with fan trap?
242.
Mob is a slow map. Oh my god.
Well, there's no one
Chris
to
is
go
the
around.
only one I've
There's
seen
special rounds.
on pace for a 240 plus. And I didn't even think that was possible not that long ago.
Right.
So he, I noticed when he was playing Mob, he was paying really close attention to how he threw the tomahawk. He was keeping very little distance between him and the zombies.
Mm-hmm.
And it was more likely to get
Proximity.
all 6 kills. Yeah.
I like
So,
that.
and that's why he was so much faster. So much faster. And I think they found better places to throw it while they were sitting on the stairs. Whereas, like, whenever I played, I really just threw it if zombies were on the stairs. Otherwise, I was just holding it.
Mm-hmm.
So I never really thought to throw it out where the trap was because, I mean, they were about to run into the trap anyway, so who gave a fuck, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently it matters.
I'm just watching MC right now, and this
Is
is
he
something I
playing?
think is so stupid. Yeah, he's in the menu, and there's like perk upgrades or something in the
Mm.
menu, and I just think that's fucking retarded. You get perk
It's just,
upgrades from reaching certain levels.
Yeah,
You can
that's-
save and quit a zombies game now. Like what?
Yeah, it's really dumb.
that is absolutely antithetical to what zombies is. You spawn in when you're 10 years old and you play the game when, a decade later, and it's still the same game, give or take, a year of patching the game. It's essentially the same game. What was possible back then is possible now. What's grown is you as a player. That's what it should be. That's what zombies
I kind
was.
of like the save quit feature.
Yeah, but I don't like leveling up perks. What the fuck is that?
No, I don't either. Which is something you don't level up perks in IW, but you do level up guns, and that can make a decent difference. It can make a few minutes difference in like a to 30 or something like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
or to 50.
Why do I have to
you know.
level up to do this? Like I should be on the same playing field as everyone else. I shouldn't have to do that type of shit.
Progression.
Yeah, and the thing is like there's also gun variants in IW.
Oh.
And yeah, have fun grinding for keys to get the variants you want.
No.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass. So, and it would mean the difference of like a minute, maybe 2 minutes to 50 or something like that
Oh my.
is what it's gonna mean. So
And imagine having that in CS or something. It's just fucking different variant of the AK than everyone else. Just shoots faster.
Yeah.
less
No,
threat.
no recoil. No.
Yeah, less. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just antithetical
Jesus.
to.
Yeah, no. So I'm not
Yeah.
a fan of that either. Like, and there used to be some kind of glitch or some kind of mod to where you could just unlock everything. I think there might still be. It's just very unknown.
Okay.
TTS knows how to do it, but
Yeah, that's how the game should be played. As far as I'm
so,
concerned.
like, if somebody's looking for it, I just tell them like, hey, I'll talk to TTS, see if I can get him to explain it, or let him explain it to you.
It's actually
That way
insane.
you don't have to do what I did and grind for keys and scrap and bullshit to actually get the stuff legit, which is what I had to do.
Wow. It's insane. And honestly, there might be even a morality angle to MC playing this game. Honestly, you shouldn't be playing this game, as far as I'm concerned.
What?
Are you serious? Just remember, this is what zombies is turned into now. And I'd never co-sign.
You think he's condoning it?
What'd you say?
You think he's like condoning playing it, like making people want to buy it?
In a way. Yeah, in a way. You're advertising the game, you're putting your name next to it, so you're giving it credibility. I don't even think you should be playing it. Just I'll never
On
play
the
it.
other hand, though, I know this MC said that this the last COD he was gonna try to be a streamer on. And
Already?
if it doesn't work out, yeah, if it doesn't work out, he said he's gonna go to university or get some kind of certification and
Man, that's
actually
totally
start working.
That's totally what he should have been doing, because these games have been going, those games have been going downhill, and
I mean, if he didn't make it after Cold War as a streamer, where he had big raids,
big chungus.
yeah, I mean, then he's just not gonna make it.
I can't believe he had his name as Big Chungus. He isn't that guy too, which is unfortunate. In terms of a very particular personality that can get successful, and you either have that personality or you're playing a game that's really hot. And he's not playing a game that's really hot, so you need to have this particular personality that most people don't have. People don't have it.
And he doesn't have it.
Right, where where you're able to sort of galvanize a community, and you're actually very focused on building up a community. You have your own Discord, maybe a Reddit. You're very active in terms of promoting your personality outside of just playing that said video game, and so you can transfer into becoming that personality instead of becoming the game. And quite frankly, has anyone that has come from, like the era that I played in and onwards, has anyone spawned, would you call it, ran out, like made it successful just playing zombies? Fuck no.
The closest anybody's come is Krups and Wonder. That's what I would say with their YouTube channels.
Yeah,
and
no,
Krups
and
more
it's
so than
zombies.
Wonder.
It's absolutely just
So,
zombies. They actually haven't met any of the criteria set out in terms of.
Well, no. So yeah, it was just based on zombies. Like, it's not based on their personality.
Exactly, and no one is.
Yeah.
Which means they're not gonna see long-term success.
Yeah, outside of the field that they've specialized in.
Krups also gave up on zombies.
Yeah, and
so
Krups
he's
did
not like
give
really
up on it.
uploading anymore.
So.
I can't believe that video, the Phoenix one, was the
backlash.
last one he uploaded.
That was his going out video.
I
That
mean,
was, like,
I tried to
20 ago.
tell him, like, this should be focused on just Phoenix cheating, not all this other bullshit doxing community drama. Like, save that for a different video if you're gonna make a video. But
Yeah, it's true.
he
He
didn't
agree.
listen. I think
He
I
fucked
think there
up
were
with that.
several people in here that were trying to tell him that, but
I told him that too, but Calvin, I will say, Calvin was in his ear about some of this other shit. And
Worst
So-
bro, this Calvin guy.
Calvin
Holy
playing
fuck.
grievance politics. Sounds about right.
yeah,
I haven't seen Calvin in a
to be
while,
fair-
man.
to be fair, I don't think it's like wrong for Krups to bring up some of that stuff, and I mean, I understand kind of why you brought it in there.
Whoa,
too.
whoa,
Like, it makes sense.
we all understand. You don't need to explain the mechanics. We could totally understand.
Yeah.
It's just that when you make a video, you want to have the least avenues of attack. Where, okay, let's say I make a point and somebody focuses on the weakest points that I make. Well, I want that weakest point to be a fucking like full-on
That's
United
awesome,
States
yeah.
Army operating on fucking DEFCON 1. That's what I want my weakest point to be. So.
Yeah, Calvin was definitely influential in some of the decisions.
He fucked up with getting some of the stuff wrong too.
What did he
Like
get
that kind of
wrong?
stuff.
I never caught what he got wrong. I know people
Um,
said it. I just never, like I said, I never caught.
Yeah, people
I don't
said what
even
he got,
remember
like,
fully,
he
but it
got
was like the
something
stuff with
wrong.
Becca, and like he was talking about how
Oh, yeah.
he was
Okay,
bringing people into it that weren't involved, pretty much,
okay.
and pretty
That's not
unfairly.
true. No, Becca was involved. Becca was
But
absolutely involved.
in
I
the
I
one
think
guy and
Becca
the
was she was no longer part of ZWR at that time. If I
That's
remember
not true
correctly.
though. We actually, I remember that claim being made, and we actually
Mhm.
had like evidence that she had been involved.
Oh,
If he made a
okay.
response video, that would have been in there. Like we have some of that stuff. So
Okay, I just haven't seen that.
yeah,
So
I
okay.
could ask
So
Calvin
what was
for
the
it.
original? Did Krups know that going in? Why
no,
didn't
he
he just put that?
No, he
I
didn't.
don't
Oh,
think
okay,
he
then
knew
So
that
that.
doesn't make sense.
I
But
don't think so. Like I can't say for sure, but
no, we
I
know.
think
I know for a fact he didn't know going in, because we did hear that point, and I remember later Calvin finding a complete rebuttal to that argument. Like he was like ratting in those discords, like gathering a fuck ton of information. So yeah, she was involved. I don't remember exactly what it was, but we had a counter argument to that.
and it wasn't just that; it was also the stuff with Slayer, and I could tell that was Calvin 100%. It was just bleeding through like a fucking sharpie through fucking paper. Like this guy definitely got it from Calvin talking about Slayer's missed Insta rounds, missing footage in Insta rounds or whatever. And yeah, that was just total bullshit. Like
No, missing footage though, like that's actually
I don't
totally valid.
no,
I don't
he
remember
wasn't. He
that.
wasn't missing footage. It was well, it like on YouTube, you could see that there was videos blocked because copyright. If you look in his Doris playlist, it shows at the top missing 2 videos due to copyright. Like not showing 2 videos to copyright, and you
I
guys
think he
didn't even
had me
think to
up.
look at that. That was like right in your face the whole time. And I mean,
That's
I
a
did not
fair
Calvin
touch
point.
that. I did not touch
and
that
all
part.
those people didn't even. It's the first thing you see when you pull up the playlist. Didn't
I
even
didn't touch
ask
that part.
Slayer or anything. I don't know. That was kind of unfair. That was the
The
worst part of the video for me.
the only thing that I know about like the Slayer part was that he did copy Fleur's. He copied like one for one Fleur's trades. Like they weren't even his, and I thought that was incredibly weird.
Yeah, that's not really that doesn't really mean anything though, to be honest.
It kind
I
of
mean,
does. Why even bother? Like why are you copying?
okay, well, yeah, but that
But
doesn't
the point
incriminate
of
him
the
in any
video
way
was
to me.
Well, it's
to
dishonesty. It's complete dishonesty. That's what it is.
was that the point of the video though?
You gotta
No,
talk to him about it,
I think
ask him why, because
The
if you don't understand why he did it, then yeah, I don't know.
I
the
will
point of
say
the video
certain.
was to expose Furret, was it not?
Yes, the main point of the video was to
So
expose
why
that.
were we getting sidetracked on what Slayer did?
And
Yeah.
yeah, so Slayer's talking about how he doesn't even talk to Phoenix anymore. So
Because
Damn.
at that
Yeah,
point
I think
they
they
were
did
tight knit friends
have a
and things like
falling out
that.
or something.
Really?
Yeah,
Why?
apparently they did have a falling out, but like apparently like the reason it was brought up is because these two were tight knit friends. And no, actually, that's not even entirely true. The what main focus wasn't entirely Phoenix, although that was a huge part of it. I
It
mean,
should have been
there
the
was
main focus.
yeah,
I don't disagree, but there was like Unpolf brought up too and things like that. So
Right, and
not
again,
entirely.
that's what I wanted. That's what I tried to encourage you to take out is like the unpull and the other community trauma. Make a uh, make a video that's focused just on Furret.
yeah. It
That's
seems like
I,
going to
he's
I
be
going
like
for
the main thing of your video.
I kind of honestly agree with that. I think it should have been split into two parts for sure.
yeah, because it seems like he's trying to make this massive video showing exposing the zombies community for being toxic, but it's like I just thought the angle was really stupid because there's not everybody in the community is on Pulv and Phoenix. You know, I think there's some really chill people. I don't really think it's that. I think it's less toxic than it's ever been.
I actually have to agree with that. But I'll be back. So
Crash. Bye bye. Oh, yeah. Let's get to what I was talking about. No one made it. No one made it outside of zombies.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that MC, keeping up with the grind, that was a fail of pattern recognition. And also, why are you trying to make it? You're trying to make it as a streamer on the game. That's ephemeral, because you live and die by Treyarch producing a game that gets popular because these cycles. You live and die by the cycle. Oh, okay. Well, the game comes out, the game's really hype, and the game sort of dies down because after the DLC cycle, because okay, well, the game's no longer receiving updates. The way the game is made isn't meant to be this super replayable game. It's not fucking BO1. It is this awful game where you can just reach the round cap day one. It's a game that doesn't have any sort of skill level that is at all reminiscent of BO1, where you will take years of experience and you'll be getting better and better and better and better. The skill ceiling is so low in these games. That's my assumption of the games. Just being able to reach the round cap day one. My assumption is the skill cap is really, really, really tiny. Relatively.
Man, I'm watching it right now. Mr. Waffle Waffles is round 9 in 6.5 minutes.
Woo! Yeah, but what the fuck does that mean?
Crazy.
I mean, that doesn't mean.
Never get this time in BO1.
I mean, yeah, you can never get in BO1, but you have to rank it relative to what you can do in that game.
Not true.
And even with BO1, nobody made it out of that good either.
I just think it's really ridiculous that
It's
these
true.
are not going to be that good.
Made
of a
it
game.
within that.
So
game
if you're able to get round 9 in like 4 minutes, that's, I don't know. It's a little bit.
Well,
too
that's
fast.
just how the game. That's just how the game functions. It doesn't mean there isn't a skill gap. It's just that the times are different. That's I say, oh, 2 hours in
you're
round
right,
100. But anyway, to the point. Let's not get sidetracked. No one made it out, and even if you want to exist in the ecosystem is incredibly small, and you have to play games that you don't enjoy to be on top of that ecosystem. Oh, if I want to be the fucking lion, if I want to be the fucking tiger, who do I have to be? I have to be playing BO6 camel grind? Hell no! Let me go and kill myself right now.
Oh,
And jump off the bridge. Jump off the cliff. Jump off the chasm. Because I do not want to be doing this.
Yeah, this guy's got like a Sally on round 9, just exploding the zombies like a single one. What is this? Explosive pistol.
The most OP gun in the game.
It's so it is untenable to play or to even want to become a streamer in that paradigm, in that ecosystem, because you'll be playing dog shit games that you don't enjoy because they're not these, incredible. Maybe you can cope, maybe you can be, oh, this game's actually really good. No, it's not. Like, mathematically, it's not. If you were playing, man, if it was BO1, BO2 reincarnate, you'd be fucking creaming yourself. Well, I actually really enjoy going for world records. I'm not doing camo grinds. Wow, because I can actually play the game and I can actually, exercise my skill that I've built up, my legacy skill that I've built up playing all these other games, and I can actually now, basically, utilize it and show, all the time that I've spent on the game and use it for something cool. Oh, I can't even do that because the games are so mechanically different. And okay, there's a round cap, so it's bullshit.
Yeah.
What a shit ecosystem. You should never become a streamer. But even if you somehow enjoy the game, you just have a different mind than I do. Okay, well, you live and die by the cycles. Okay, well, the DLC cycle is done. Okay, now you're fucked, because now the viewer base is going to drop down because these are not replayable games in the same way as the previous games were. And so, okay, now your viewers have just dropped and now you don't exist. You have to, the only way to be successful is actually trying to break out of the ecosystem, is by using the viewers that you get as a springboard to jump into something else by having a personality that galvanizes a viewership outside of the game. Thing is, that's not happening because you can't even build a big enough viewership from the game to begin with. Think about MC, he's getting 300 viewers right now. Now, that might sound banging.
If he would play Minecraft, he'll have 20 viewers.
Yeah, exactly, but yeah. 300 viewers is, I mean, you can build a base of 300 viewers, but this is ephemeral 300 viewers. This is 300 viewers in every 4 years. Fuck me, you're done. You are done. Don't play the game. That is
And the thing is a lot of these viewers, even if they do like your personality, a lot of the people who watch zombies only watch zombies. They don't even care about your personality. They just want to see you play the game.
Well, they do, but they don't care about it enough to play something else, or to see you play something
To
else.
watch you play something else. Yeah,
That'd be a
that's what I mean.
very particular type of person, and you also have to. I mean, you can do it. You can build an audience. Yeah, it's going to be smaller, especially to begin with, and a lot of people can't deal with the stress of having a lower viewer count. You also have to build up community and make an effort, and I've never seen anyone in zombies, have their own, Reddit community where they're, communicating with the people that they have on there and having some sort of, community events that they do to build that community up. There are very particular people that existed in zombies, even in the, twilight of the game, like Gamer O'Neill, that built a very particular audience that people actually wanted to watch him play. This guy was a household name. What kind of high round player is he? Okay, yeah, he had a 223 on Mob. There you go. He actually had the world record on one thing, but that's not what he got successful for. It's actually just playing with randoms, doing gum grinds. That guy was actually fun to watch. That guy actually built a community around himself. Yeah, it's still on the game, but he built some kind of community. If he went even further in building a community, and
if he had left the game, he would have kept a little bit of his viewer base.
He still would have lost a lot.
Him for him.
Mm-hmm.
He would have lost a lot, yeah. But he could have possibly done it, maybe, and used it as a springboard had he wanted to go stream a different game. Maybe.
He would also have to have further built the community, because he built a very active community, but he needs to make that active in a way where he needs to transfer it to his personality, because they were very active in terms of, okay, you're going to play with me and you're going to get me high rounds and get me double gums, and now you need to turn that into actually, oh, okay, I kind of like you.
Let's try this game every now and then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Slowly transition it into just little zombies and mainly other games.
Yeah,
and you're staying around for my personality.
Yeah, exactly. You'd have to do, like maybe a little bit of playing another game. Maybe even have incentives to play other games. Like, hey, I'm going to play a horror game or something. I mean, you can do it. It is an arduous role that is likely going to end in failure. Yeah, end in failure. But everyone is so unserious in actually acquiring what it takes to be successful as a generalized streamer. Usually it's building off of another game that's big enough to where you have a big enough springboard to jump from another game, because with 300 viewers you're not jumping off and having an audience. You're having a maybe a household. That's about it. It's not a fucking audience. 10 people, 30 people, 50 maybe. 50 rarely. Maybe just as you start playing the other game, 50. That's tough. Yeah, most likely won't do it.
Oh, you can ride a boat and shit too? What the hell?
Yeah, it's
literally driving a boat.
And honestly, I don't think anyone that... there are people that I've met in zombies that are very interesting, but they don't have that personality where they can captivate people in a very particular way, where it's like, okay, I actually really like listening to you. You're actually very entertaining and you have a lot to talk about. I think just in the nature of playing zombies just makes people really dull. I've not met anyone that's got that interest mechanic and is also very dynamic. That Adopted is actually really successful. When he streamed way more in like the heyday of zombies. And he was actually very interesting because he had a life outside of zombies, so he could actually draw in onto that and talk about things that generally most people in zombies are not talking about, because they just don't have that expertise. They're basically, a lot of them, they spend their teenage years just playing zombies. They're not these, dynamic individuals where they...
Mac and rules too. Pretty cool. But you just want to talk to?
Interesting guy. Wings was also one of those guys, very interesting. That guy was all over the place.
I kind of miss Wings. He made things interesting.
Everyone has everyone thinks he's a piece of shit, but he definitely is somebody that has that personality mechanic where he does inspire a lot of interest in him because he's very suave, but also he actually does have knowledge about the world in which other people just won't have. Other people, especially a lot of people, who has free time, is a bunch of teenagers playing zombies. So yeah, unfortunately a really time consuming game doesn't actually breed the most interesting personalities because they're ODing on playing zombies. They're not ODing on actually becoming a interesting, varied person doing other things. So I mean, basically that was me playing zombies. I was that teen, late teens guy that was playing zombies. I'm not particularly interesting. And I guess I guess I was very not dynamic. Sorry. Did have my own cult of people actually just liked watching me. Don't get me wrong, I definitely did have a very particular personality that did attract that, but it was not. A lot of that was just drama. I would fly into drama. I would be willing to talk shit on anyone, and that is the worst way to build any sort of sustainable community because now, I mean, how do you grow? It's networking. That's in any part of life. You have to network in order to become successful. If you've destroyed your ability to network with other people because you can't keep your mouth shut and the only way you get attention is by talking shit, then well, you've basically destroyed any attempt at building a community outside of yours and bringing other people into your, I guess, coalition. Yeah. And the thing is a lot of, especially when I was playing, a lot of that was zombies. If you think about it, when you think of Yezi when he was Al Capone, he had his own fucking hate raid server, or Shelby's, I don't know whose it was, but they would use it and just spam N words in chats. Yeah, imagine that you're a casual and you just see that in a chat. You don't want to be part of that. That's insane. That is utterly unhinged, and the community is just exists, and you just kind of have to accept that exists in the community. That's insane. I mean, an insane part of the community, where you have Crops and he has 4-month follower only mode because I got there's me that exists and I'm beefing with him, and so I'm making other accounts so I can type him in his chat. I still have the email that I had to make multiple Twitch accounts because you could make multiple Twitch accounts under one name and actually use that as like my one of my side emails for signing up to different websites. It's like croplowease@gmail.com. And I still have that from those days. That was unhinged. That was unhinged, and it was just for attention. Really, it was good at getting attention, but it's not something that was sustainable in terms of, oh wow, you're just so cool and interesting and you have a lot to say about a particular topic and you're very dynamic as a person in terms of you can talk about a lot of different things, and so if you get into a conversation you have something to add. You're someone that is I always want you in the room, fucking drag you in the room because you're gonna say something interesting. Yeah. And definitely just talking about my case particularly, I was like, yeah, absolutely went inside the wrong direction, and I was like, okay, I'm just and basically become degenerate, and I use that term very literally in terms of, okay, degenerate is diminishing to the point of becoming unvaried. Yeah, I've become an unvaried person. I'm just playing zombies, and it's a very time-consuming game. And if you want to play that in a very serious capacity, well, okay, well, you're taking shit out of other things that you could do. So it's not even a game. TLDR, it's not a game that inspires people that are very interesting. At least the active players on the game that play every day, that stream every day, are those types of people.
You become zombie eventually.
Eventually, you die inside. You become like a petrified zombie or whatever the fuck, the petrifier from Buried, Paralyzer. You become one of those. Just slowly walking.
That's kind of what I was implying about zombie.
I'm like the witches. Just
5-minute
escape.
clutch zombie.
Yeah, 5 minute clutch zombie, yeah. And that's sad. This is really sad. That, yeah. So I don't think anyone's gonna come out as zombies. Quite frankly, never gonna happen. You're never gonna make it from zombies. It's not possible. And honestly, just statistically, you're just not gonna make it in. It depends what you mean by make it. If you mean, okay, 500 viewers is like a good benchmark on playing anything. If I can play anything and can get 500 viewers, maybe that's like my high average. That's the high watermark for average. If nothing is happening, that's your high watermark. Maybe some if I'm say I'm streaming every day, that would be the high watermark of everyday streaming. Assuming no event is going on.
Making it means maybe you can't quit your day job and just be a streamer. Like that's top like 1%, 0.1% of people who can do that. So let's say making it is, you make a decent little chunk of extra money on top of whatever you make from your day job,
Mm-hmm.
and that's considered making it. I still don't think people are going to do that.
Not happening.
Coming out of zombies.
Yeah, no, zombies. Yeah, I think the particular personalities.
They're not going to maintain it within zombies, and they're not going to come out of zombies.
Yeah.
And be able to maintain something like that.
It's not a big enough game to build a viewership and as a springboard, and it's not and the personalities that exist in zombies are utterly devoid of anything that I think makes someone that is at least interesting. Like it being a I guess if you want to be variety, if you can just stream whatever the fuck you want, you have to be someone that has a very dynamic personality where you can exist in many different paradigms. Because I mean, you're a variety streamer. You have to actually exist in all these different paradigms. So I'm playing different games. I have a personality where can I maintain this personality for a really long time. That's tough. Most people are not meant to be entertainers. And it's actually really weird because the dream as a kid. Is imagine being a YouTuber, a Twitch streamer. It's like you definitely don't have the personality. What the fuck? No, that is not a route for you. You're some boring cunt. What the fuck are you talking about? Now you're playing zombies all day, man. Well, not all day, but you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Putting a lot of stock into that. Nah, man, it's not happening for you. You're done.
Even Krups, who like I said was one of the closest ones to have done it, because of his YouTube channel. Like he has 83.4K subs on his main YouTube channel where he played zombies. He made a new YouTube channel and made like an anime review or something like that.
Oh well, hold on.
Wait, really?
You haven't seen this?
No.
I heard about this, but I didn't know he already did it.
Yeah, hang on. I think he's supposed to be making like a YouTube video about whether dropping the atomic bomb was justified or not. That's his name.
Whoa, that's like anime reviews, atomic bomb.
Anime review to that. I don't know, man. I think he's trying to be like a video essayist that's outside of zombies. But on his new YouTube channel, 971 subs and 1.5K 1.5K views on
Drop the link.
Video. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Beastars is underrated.
It's not.
Oh, 158. Hold on, I thought it was gonna be okay.
Yeah, it is a long video, and he talks so fucking slow.
Whoa, wait, what?
Oh, I mean,
so slow.
well,
And
don't worry, I'm a
he didn't want to
2.0.
hear any like negative feedback on this. And like because I did watch it at 2x speed or more. And I took a few notes, and he's like before I gave him feedback, he's like, I don't really want to hear any like negative feedback or what. Like,
Facts.
Here.
No negativity.
Like, I was a little bit negative, but I tried to frame it in the most positive way I possibly could. And I don't know, he still wasn't very receptive of it. It didn't seem like so.
Well, that, for me, don't ever ask me for feedback because when I give you feedback, I always frame it in the most negative way possible. That's just how my brain works.
Typically, that's how I am too. That's how I am.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I like Krups. Nice enough guy. You know.
Yeah, you don't want to knock down his ego when he's
I would like to
starting something.
influence him to like in the future to be able to take some of that negative feedback and make
Well, what
better
was it?
content
What'd you
because
say?
of it. But I've got to find it in our DMs here. So he literally said, "Yeah, I'd love to hear feedback. Just try not to be too harsh with the criticism." Like that was his wording. I'm like, okay, I see what's going on here. And so I said, video scope was extremely large. This makes sense with being a breakdown of the entire anime. But 2 hours is a really long video in the future.
Excessive.
I would try to revise the script down by cutting out some of the scene explanations when possible, because he over explains like every scene that he shows and explains
Yeah, that's
exactly what's going
problematic.
on and exactly what's being said. And it's like, dude, just fucking show the scene at that point. It'll be quicker. Which I didn't say it that way. I said, you can almost assume that anybody watching this video like this has seen the show. Some people won't have, but most will, which means that you don't have to explain every single detail
Detail,
of
yeah,
every scene.
superfluous in terms of
It's
if you
effective in moderation, but you don't have to do it for every scene, which he does.
well, you have
You
to
can
think
also
about it like
cut.
this: an essay has an effect, and if you're trying to reach that effect, and you have superfluous elements, then remove those superfluous elements if
Yeah,
it's going
and that was
to
my
achieve the
other.
same effect.
That's pretty much what my other criticism was. I'll just continue reading what I said here. I said you can also cut the script down by comparing and contrasting characters and letting what's already been said about one character speak to some degree about the other characters. Number two, sticking to a production quality critic to give a video, especially long videos, a sense of making progress towards a satisfying conclusion. You can cycle between explaining a scene, stating a personal thought, letting a scene speak for itself, and making a point, or some version of this to keep audiences more engaged. Because if you watch this video, I
Mm,
felt like it was get to the fucking point, Krups.
mm.
Get to the fucking point, and he never does. He never makes a point in this video.
Really?
Oh, that's
And it's like,
tough.
dude, I thought he was going to. I'm like, okay, I see where he's going. I see where, and then he doesn't say it and doesn't like round out his thoughts well enough
What
to
a
be like,
moral piece
oh,
of
I
shit.
understand the. So it was just so frustrating watching this video. I didn't say any of that, of course, because he said, don't be too harsh with the criticism. He'd have just fucking blocked me or and not listened to the thing I said if I said all that. But that's what I
Mm,
really thought of the video.
that's what I really thought.
So
Wow, this is so different. I'm s-
I
I'm
was
so
nice about
negative.
it, but like implying that it was like get to the fucking point.
I think a lot of people just really bad at writing. They have no
They are, yeah.
they have no rubric in terms of understanding what they're even writing in terms of okay what it and when I say rubric it's like okay what is within this rubric in terms of okay what are you trying to achieve in the audience, you know, what is going to be persuasive enough to change their mind, okay, can I revise, um what is the minimum requirement to make the, you know, the intended or to make the desired effect in the audience, um
And
and
that's partially what I was trying to give him, right? Whenever I said, you know, you can use this loop of um, explaining a scene, stating a personal thought, letting a scene speak for itself, making a point, and like loop between several of these like narrative structures
mm,
for a video to actually, like I said, make the fucking point and make it
mm,
seem like you're progressing in the
mm.
video towards some final overarching like this is what Beastars is saying about the world. you know, if that's what you're going for.
What it's saying about
You know.
society.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that like I feel like that's kind of the point of these types of videos if you're doing
I thought it
like
was
an
meant to
anime
be
review or something like that.
to
But
establish why it's underrated. It's underrated a
well,
breakdown.
I guess in this case, but I don't know. I don't think that's a good maybe you can say like Beastars is underrated because it says this about the world and nobody understands that's what it's trying to say.
Oh, okay.
Uh, you know, like
yeah, I
you just
understand.
it's kind of like a hook. The Beastars is underrated. Part of it is, and you can finish it off by saying something like that.
Don't.
But the reason it's underrated is blah blah blah. You know,
Yeah, that's
and
not.
have a more interesting and make that actually a more interesting thought than just it's underrated because I thought it was good.
Yeah. I think most people don't know how to write, and there's an influx of really long video essays, and so that's somehow become acceptable. Uh, the shocking state of also, I just don't think people think in terms of when they're writing something. I don't think people have okay, well, let's plan this out. Okay, what have a a solid rubric in terms of okay, how do I what am I even trying to achieve, let alone achieving it in a very nice way? Because there's one, because I can have a good rubric in terms of getting my point across.
Yeah.
But the video might not be all that entertaining in terms of my humor doesn't, I just have no humor. There isn't a good flow in terms of okay, background music is adjusted really high, bad mic. I don't have the intonation to add emphasis to some points. If I talk like this, I sound really boring and blah 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 blah. It's really obnoxious.
Which is the way. I mean, me and Krups have that same problem. Like I can criticize Krups because I mean, I can't make videos like this because I have that monotone voice, right? So. Now I could write a script for it, and I think I could write a better script than Krups does. I can be more concise.
I
Than
need to
Krups
get back.
is.
Yeah.
But can I actually deliver it? Do I have the video editing skills? These are all like separate skills to some degree that all have to kind of come together to make a high quality video like that.
Oh yeah.
So.
I think brevity, succinctness is underrated. That's a mechanic right now in terms of the YouTube space, in terms of what people value. That's completely that's completely gone out the water. It's rambling because people think in your head you're thinking mechanically. Or if all right, I'm trying to prove myself innocent.
The better they understand.
Well, no. It's like this. No. If I'm trying to prove myself innocent, I'm trying to use every bit of that. That's the I'm trying to use every bit of evidence. It's like, okay, well, this evidence, look at it, I wasn't here. It's like you're trying to put everything, and I feel that's the intuitive thoughts people have when they're trying to write an essay. It's like, okay, let me just write it all, every little bit here, and then I have to now incorporate it into a video, and it's like, and then, yeah, you need to shut the fuck up, and you need to just use relevant points, and not only relevant points, because more points can be relevant, but also make this succinct and enjoyable. Okay, do you really need to talk about this? No. So I think most I actually avoid a lot of long video essays. There's some really good, just short. You never think a 15-minute essay can be good. There's this one guy that does essays. And actually does some very particular things that he finds in maybe even just a character examination. Just one thing about a specific character. It's not like a fucking 5-hour video. It's just like, 15-minute video. And it's like, wow, that was like a really poignant video. I actually really understand what the essence of the character. And you did it in 15 minutes. And maybe you only need to talk about a few scenes. And you talked about go on.
One of the best anime reviews that I've ever seen, and maybe not review, I don't know. Anyway, one of the best anime related videos I've ever seen is 7 minutes and 53 seconds. Like I've literally.
Oh bloody hell! Okay.
And it's so fucking good. Oh my god. Here I'll link it.
But this is the guy that I think has banger video essays. Sage's Reign. This guy bangs. This guy's doing like 17-minute, 20-minute videos. That's so sick. The autism voice? Sure, I haven't been paying attention to my channel. I don't know if you're still here, but what is the autism voice? Are you talking about my voice, or are you talking about the monotone voice that I was just mocking? Is autism monotone? I don't think so. I completely disagree with that.
Let's see. This is the video I was talking about.
Under the scope, blooming you. I already hate the character designs. No, too judgment. No, I'm kidding. I'll put this on the backlog right now. We'll just like leave the tab open. I have the Scrubs video. Me and Trickies will watch it one day on 2X. Not watching it now though.
Yeah, I don't.
I'll be down.
Of course you'll be down. Of course, there's somebody from the zombies community making an anime video about furries.
Oh, I
Cool.
thought you were talking about the Blooming to you. You talking about the Krebs one? Oh, absolutely. 100%. Yeah. Even though it's 2 hours, I mean, yeah, 2 times.
I mean, it's
2's gonna be like-
2X. Yeah, 2X.
Yeah, I'm gonna have
You
to
think-
pull out the 4X if it gets boring enough.
Monotone voice,
The way
Lamel.
you're
Is
describing it.
that a stereotype? Autistic people have monotone voices? I have to
I've
ask
never
Dank
heard that.
because he's the king of stereotypes. That was a knee slapper right there.
See. I'm gonna watch Sage's Reign's video on Thorfinn, one of the greatest redemption stories in Vinland Saga. Have you watched or read any Vinland Saga?
First 14 episodes and then I dropped it.
And then you dropped it? Oh,
Yeah.
I will say the anime is a little bit slow. They drag it out way too much. I really enjoyed the first season, first 24 episodes. I read the manga before I watched the anime, and I think those first 24 episodes cover about 8 volumes in total. And I don't really like Thorfinn all that much. Like, I understand his character arc and that kind of stuff, and understand why it's important. But my favorite character was Askeladd, or Ashalad, or however the fuck you say it. He was kind of like he was the rightful king, because of his bloodline and all that kind of stuff, and kind of got cast aside by his father at some point because he was a bastard child, and kind of his rise to power was so much fun to watch.
Yeah, it's a stereotype, but it's not diagnostic criteria. I swear, like 4 years ago, you would say that anime was gay. What changed? I don't think I'd call something gay, but I know what you're trying to say, the essence. Or was it a meme all along? I mean, I've watched anime since 2014, but I think the general aesthetic of anime profile pictures and all that is a load of nonsense. It's a substitution for actual personality. Oh, I watch anime. Oh, it's my favorite goal. Anime profile pic.
I feel attacked.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, both of you. I'm firing shots right now. Okay, you want me to clear the air? I'll clear the air. Bang, bang. Yeah, I got 2 shots. I thought that was a lot of cringe, but yeah, I don't really care for anime profile pictures in terms of an aesthetic. It's not. That's not even really the big point. It's okay. I have my whole map as anime, very salacious anime girls that kind of look quite young, bouncing around with double D titties. In my head, I'm thinking, I'm up here, you're down there. I'm up here, you're down there. Yeah, I'm thinking of it. Yeah, I'm thinking of that. Yeah, when he did that. And the thing is, because I talked to him, years later, right, about that. Somehow it got brought up, and maybe it wasn't even years later. He was saying like, "Oh, I'm gonna remove these anime camels," because he's one of those guys where it's social. He has the social affirmation mechanic where he needs that way more. You know, when somebody's shitting on his camos, it's not like fucking Bagsy where we've got fucking balaclavas and daggers out and we're fucking coming for you. You're coming in your fucking chat right now. We're coming on our mains. We're gonna get our mains banned, trying to shank you the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Like that's who we were. That's, you know, that's the community that I had. Me and Bagsy would do that. You know, he's got Confederate flag Doris. He's got fucking floors lava. You know, electric floors. That's that guy. And if anyone, and every, you know, Bagsy would be the butt of every joke when it came to bad camos, but he wouldn't, you wouldn't chat shit to him. You know what I'm saying? He wouldn't allow that criticism. Not saying that like he couldn't take that criticism, because he definitely didn't care. Like, this guy does not give a fuck what people say. But he had the chat shit mechanic where it's like, oh, you're chatting shit on me. Like, I have the confidence in myself to also attack you and put myself in criticism. You know, you just streaming this game playing like fucking dog shit. You play like fucking shit, talking shit on how other people play the game. That's why I fucking love that guy. And yes, he was not that guy. He'd be that guy where
he cannot take criticism at all.
Zero. So I remember him mentioning, it's like, oh man, I want to take these camos out because, you know, I'm just getting mocked. And I'm like, bruv. And because I'll be also the guy doing that. I'll be like, what the fuck is it? Like, to me, you're down there, I'm up here. So when you do that, I don't, you know what I mean? I'm going to mug you off. But the fact that, to me, that's an insult when when you're telling us like, oh, you know, it's like, I want to take these camos out, I'm getting mugged for it. And it's just like, to me, I couldn't even comprehend that. It's like, you were getting mugged off. And now, because of the social pressure on your camos that you want to remove them, like if you like anime titties goes bouncing, I'm gonna mug you off to eternity, but you need to have confidence in yourself to be yourself, because if you can't stand by yourself, then you have no integrity as a person.
Oh my god, I preach this so much to kids at school. It's unreal, because I just see less and less personality in kids every day. Every day.
Oh yeah, I can hear
They
you.
just care so fucking much. And I get it. I was in that spot at one point and whatnot, but I'm just so glad that I just don't give a fuck. Like,
way easier being an adult saying that.
Yeah, it is. It is. I don't know. I'm just glad I did learn that lesson eventually.
Yeah.
I did not get, like, I eventually, like, and I think I said something about this last time I was in here. Kids being too scared to ask questions because they're afraid to look dumb, or whatever. And it was like, there was this girl that's in my, like, honors geometry class. She's kind of struggling a little bit. And I convinced her to come into my 5th block class, where it's just a study hall type of class, to get some help. And at one point, it was just me and her. Like, there are other kids in the class, but most of them don't even speak English. So they wouldn't know what we said, even if we were, even if we were talking loud, they wouldn't know what the fuck we were talking about.
Yeah.
And so it's just me and her, really, is the only people that understood what we were saying. And
I get the atmosphere. Speed it up.
She didn't want to answer a question that I had asked, because she said, and it literally came out of her mouth, I don't want to sound stupid. It's like, it's just me and you. It's okay to be wrong. I mean, and nobody else is going to know around here anyways. And the thing is, she was right about what she was going to say. It's like, just have a little confidence.
Yeah.
I kind of like to be wrong about things, or like to find that.
Oh, bloody hell.
Wrong about things. I mean, it's like,
Jesus Christ.
Do what?
I said, all right, Jesus Christ. As I'm calling you Jesus Christ.
From it, right?
Of course, yeah.
So, and I enjoy learning. So, if I'm wrong about something, I'd rather be corrected. I'd rather be wrong, told that I'm wrong, and be corrected than
being wrong for the rest of your days. Yeah.
Wrong and not understanding. Yeah.
Was it Yezi that had the anime go on a projector on 5? Absolutely. Don't forget what the moon turned into on your Doris game. It turned red and I flew into it. Remember that one zombies clip video I made years ago? Yezi messaged me because I made fun of myself, didn't realize it was that bad. Kind of felt bad. Man, I remember when we saw his setup, the thing is, his setup wasn't even that bad, right? And just for context, right? It was just, so basically he had no mouse space, and I don't think he had a mouse mat too. And he had like a bunch of books for a second monitor. Me and Julian saw that. I don't know why, but we just, I think it's like the perception that you build up on your about yourself, right? If you're some like Al Capone guy where you've got hit squads going into chats with 50 million different pre-made accounts with racial epithets, we think a certain way about you. But when we find out that there's some vulnerability and it's like sort of, what do you call it? You're actually different to what I perceived you as. You're not this like crazy Terminator guy. You're actually some little cute little squirrel. It is really funny. And the setup, so this, it was a combination of like, okay, that setup is kind of funny versus Al Capone. Yeah, that we were laughing for hours. And it was on Nosh's stream, and I think he saw it because he was friends with Nosh at the time, and he lost his mind. That broke his mind. This guy actually became insecure over a setup. I'll never let myself be mugged off over a setup. It'll be balaclavas and knives. We're coming for you. We're coming in your chat. You the fuck? You talking shit about myself? Okay, then. That'd be back. Me back then. I'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? I never talk shit about myself because like, what the fuck is your setup? And look at your camos. You're fucking dog shit. That'd be me back then. Now it'd just be like, I just don't give a fuck because I don't have that mechanic of just trying to piss people off. Of it's a bad look. It's a bad look trying to scream, trying to square up to everyone, trying to prove that you're the best in some capacity. So that was it was really funny. How did we get onto this? How do we loop back out of this and get onto what we were talking about? We're talking about how do we get onto this from the script writing? I don't remember. Probably somebody in my chat. This was epic. Okay. He's got the picture of the setup. Oh my god. So the book
God,
stack.
Yeah, you're right. He
did have a mouse mat.
Space.
Yeah, look at that.
He's got like 2 inches.
He's got the PC on the desk, obscuring the like the monitor's like falling off at this point. It's falling off because computer on why have the computer on the desk at that point?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
That was. I need to. Fuck, I was gonna write something that was about immersion. I really don't like how people use the word immersion because I think it's completely inaccurate when describing video games. I was gonna write a video essay about that. And I just never got to it, but that actually inspired me. Okay, I need to. Not a video essay because I don't make videos, but I just wanted to write an essay on that because people use immersion completely incorrectly. When you say, "Oh, I'm immersed in this game," look at how cool the graphics look. Look at these trees; they look phenomenal. That's not immersion. That definitionally is not what immersion is. What immersion is you can be playing a shitty game, but if you are interacting with the player character as if you were the player character itself, in terms of having all the same concerns as the player character through different mechanics that exist in the game, that's immersion because now you're
role playing.
Yeah, exactly. Now you're role playing because now you're making decisions based on what that character would be. That's immersion. You wouldn't go to a bunch of fucking trees and scream like, "Oh, it's so beautiful." Would your player character do that? Oh, he already lives in this world. He's part of this world. The fuck, he wouldn't. That's an immersion. That's you actually overwriting who the character is that you're playing as, and you're now existing as yourself in this world. That is not immersion. You are existing as yourself. You are not being immersed into the character. You're not being immersed into the world, because if you lived in this world, you actually wouldn't be thinking this way. So mathematically, what you're saying isn't true. So I wanted to write a video essay about that, how people are completely confused as to, deeply and profoundly confused as to what immersion is, what it means, because it completely just ruins the discussions that you can have about games when these cool concepts that are meant to describe something get hijacked to describe a different concept that I actually don't even really give a fuck about you seeing how nice the graphics are. It's actually substantively not something I even care about. So when the conversation gets hijacked, it is irritating. And then there are also other things like visual fidelity. When you combine those two words, what do you think? Fidelity is something that you can trust, and visual is, well, it's visual fidelity. Yeah, exactly, right? And so when people use visual fidelity to mean how good the graphics are, fundamentally that you are deeply confused as to what these two words mean. Maybe you don't actually understand what the word fidelity means. When I say fidelity, what the fuck do you think it means? It means trust. And so I use this to describe something like Dark Souls 2, where it's like, okay, the hitboxes are not aligning with how the actual character models look like. And so there's poor visual fidelity. But now when I'm talking about this, now that you can't, because these, because a lot of people just have shit vocabularies, and the added thing is that people, again, as I say, kind of using the Crops example, is that a lot of these people are not essay writers. They're not these types of people. So when they get into the field, because there's no sort of like professional requirements, it's sort of like you get views, and you can be anyone uploading to YouTube. People are now coming into this space, completely muddied the language to the point where it's like, I'm watching an IGN. I think I was watching an IGN review for a game that comes out. I hate watching reviews for games, unless it's like a really old game, because I just don't play games on launch. I don't believe in playing full price for a game that's fucking retarded. You just want to be a part of a conversation. I don't need to be a part of the conversation. But I was very curious about this game. I really like the art style, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. The point is that he used visual fidelity in a way that mathematically doesn't make any sense. When you say, oh, the game is gorgeous, the visual fidelity, what the fuck does that mean? You've now just said, now you have just muddied the word to say a game looks nice. You're trying to use academic language, and now you've completely...
than what you are.
Exactly, and now you have muddied a phrase or a sequence of characters or words that mean something very specific. There's a very important concept to talk about, especially when you're talking about games that are very tightly that require tight execution, like a Dark Souls game. Yeah, I really care if I just got hit by an invisible fucking hammer because they made the hammer hitbox 2 times bigger than the actual character model appearing visually in the game. That's a fucking problem. That's poor visual fidelity. And when you take what the words actually mean, what I'm saying is it actually makes sense intuitively.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But they have completely ruined that word. I also need to make a separate essay on how the muddying of language is completely ruined any game discussion.
Somewhere else you see this is in politics. Everybody calls or here in the U.S., everybody calls the candidate that they don't like a fascist.
Communist, yeah.
And it's completely like lost its meaning.
No, it's completely lost its meaning. So when
all it means now, or at this point, all it means is I don't
like this candidate.
So they're fascist.
Yeah. It's completely lost its meaning. So when a fascist does appear, someone that tried to steal the election, someone that's trying to threaten to deport migrants. I mean, people don't even know what fashion is. I don't even really fully know what it means. Like, my rubric for that is that it's sort of one man rule. Somebody that completely solidifies controls
to get elected and then essentially take over and continue to rule as a dictator.
Solidifies their rules, and obviously liberal democracy. We have different branches of government. You solidify all those, you bypass all those, and sort of solidify under your rule. That's like one mechanic I would consider as fascism. Another part of that is the mechanic in which you do that is also deceit in terms of trying to basically when we talk about authorization, I think that's like a really important mechanic in terms of the way fascism has appeared. Is I guess you look at Nazism is the authorization of Jews. that's something that happened. Also, just other different people. I guess the Jews are the biggest one. The otherization that I think that's at least for the way it's expressed itself, the way it sort of gains power. You know, how does this one man guy actually get power? Because mechanically, you know, you galvanizing all these branches of government that are fundamentally meant to be separate as a sort of check on itself. When you've galvanized that, okay, that's mechanically how the government works, but how do you attain that power? I think it's a very specific way how fascists gain power. It's not like, oh, we're very intellectual, you know. It's not like Rome, where they actually have a dictator position within government that's actually meant to, you know, basically there's like very few checks on this. You know, there'll be like another console that's selected that's like kind of dictator with you, and you just kind of switch roles, and you'd only be elected dictator for like 6 months. Like that's kind of how it's meant to work. Obviously, you know, different dictators have sort of bypass that, but I think a very specific way on which, okay, how does one person achieve all of this? This is really insane to happen, you know, if liberal democracy, if somebody breaks all these, you know, theoretical very positive parts about it, I think it's very done in a very specific way. And I'd say the otherization of, you know, different individuals is one of those ways where it is done. It's like, oh, these are a threat. These people are a threat. We need to what do you call it? We need to do something about them. And the disgusting rhetoric around these people is something that I see as a core fundamental part of fascism. I don't know if you agree. Discuss.
I don't really have anything to add. I just agree with you.
Okay, no, I'm gonna go and get a drink of water. I'll be like a minute. Be okay.
No, not.
If he comes back, I'm gonna deafen.
All right.
Niraj sent me a message. I'm gonna read that.
All right.
I'm back.
Yo,
I'm
he
back.
definitely went to. So Niraj sent him a message. He's reading it.
Okay. This was the pick. I derailed my bad. Do you have a Substack? I don't, but I should make one totally. You're not playing zombies anymore? No. I don't mathematically believe in zombies. Doesn't exist.
Can't believe you're not camo grinding in the new game.
I know, right? What the fuck's wrong with me? I mean, I have made a Substack, but I've just never posted on there.
Hmm.
Sugi wa shitara ryugaku suru. Because you graduate, you're gonna study abroad. I can read this, but man, like I can understand every single thing that the sentence is trying to tell me without the translation. But man, my brain just it doesn't accept the information on the screen. My brain doesn't accept it. It's like a dog just starts talking to me. I'm just thinking, nah, that's not real. Woo woo! Well, I want bone. Fuck off. You're not talking to me like that, but man, that's a really long message. Woo! How slow does this read? Man, he was talking about crops speaking slowly. Okay. Crops speak slowly, but how the fuck? How slow do you read? Come on now.
I can't believe that video's 2 hours. It's fucking crazy.
Really? Can't believe it. So unbelievable about that.
Because I heard he was making this, so I'm just thinking, oh, 10, 20 minutes, 30 minutes max. But I don't think I've ever seen a video essay this long in my life. But
5 hour monster ones.
yeah, I don't really go out of my way to watch these type of videos.
Yeah, neither do I. Just see them.
Let me look at the comments.
They're gonna be all really positive.
Not
Man, I
seeing
just
any-
Man, I just finished the video and feel incredibly dumb now. I I, I always was really reluctant about giving Beastars a try exactly because of the furry anime stigma, and I've just realized how wrong I was. The show's overall visuals, animations are amazing, just like the VAs and the OSTs. Oh, it's but what stands out the most to me is really the writing. I honestly, really long honestly, don't think I saw an anime. I saw an anime that go. I'm guessing he meant that goes in depth in so many heavy topics. Fucking hell, this guy needs to fix his syntax because man, it felt like I was reading. Actually, Japanese was easier to read than that. Fucking hell. I'm really surprised, but so happy by the direction your content creation took. Your video was insanely well made. Smiley face with a C. I'm looking forward to your next uploads. Take care, dude, huh? Didn't know you made a new channel. Sub, great video. Actually, I need to sub. Props TV. Even if the video didn't have as many views as the COD stuff, don't give up! It's probably going to take a long grind again, but now you have so much more free. So much more free? Okay, bloody hell. You're getting left. The new era
some
of
guy.
content. Huh?
I was just gonna say you're reading all these comments, and then I just see one that says "Props came out?" question mark.
Ha ha ha. Not seen the anime yet, but I heard nothing but praise from everyone that has. Gonna watch it before watching this. Oh, gonna watch the anime before watching this, but drop that like anyway. Excited to see the future of your channel. I always watch I always watch whatever Crops makes. Something about the content just hooks me. I never had a chance to say this before, as I discovered your channel just recently, but you're the reason why I do high rounds on Cold World at War and have a submission for Duo Overrocked round 19, 25th place overall. Don't laugh at my man. Don't laugh at my man. He's participating, and my friend and I are working on improving it. That's the epic. My friend, after discovering that we both have World at War, also became a fan of your channel. Thank you. That last sentence, I can barely comprehend that. Hold on, let me read that again. My friend, after discovering that we both have World at War, also became a fan of your channel. Is he trying to say that? Is he referring to Crops as his friend, or did he fuck up the syntax? And is he talking about he discovered that him and his friend both had World at War, and so he became a fan of? No, that doesn't make any sense. Fuck off. Channel I like gives birth to a channel I will love. What a transition. Holy fuck. Holy fucking hell. Please make a thanks button. Will donate. Appreciate this video. Great stuff. I'm 15 minutes in and my mind is already racing about the shows you could make videos like this on. I'm unbelievably excited for the future. Where's my support? I want my support. I want to get dick sucked this much.
Oh my god, I just saw one of the ugliest looking scenes.
What?
Go to 16, 17 in the video, in Krups' video, and just play it for like 10 seconds.
16, 17, 16.
Possible. To add to his confidence, he would ask Haru if she wants to head back to their dorms. She would then ask Legoshi why. Legoshi then responds by saying,
"Because it's extremely dangerous out there, you know?"
Haru is uncomfortable by his awkward response, but ends up accepting his offer. But as time goes on, things turn for the worse as Legoshi and Haru have their first argument. This results in bystanders surrounding them as well as a police officer, questioning why Legoshi had his hands on Haru and why he was arguing with her. Haru, realizing Legoshi could be arrested for simply putting his hands on her, tells him to run with her to get out of the situation, which works. Despite having an argument, it makes him closer.
Dude, I'm just watching this video. This anime just looks so bad.
She lied about the bandage on her arm when they met at the
Bro,
garden.
this looks sick. What the fuck?
She didn't see who it was. This is when Legoshi realizes that telling Haru he was the one who nearly devoured her is, for the time being, not the best idea. He wants to tell her, but knows that if he does, the potential for her feelings or their friendship as a whole could end right there. It doesn't help that Haru unknowingly trusts the very person who nearly killed her. Relationships are complicated, especially when you're the one who's initiating it. Dealing with the stress of knowing that the very person you want to protect could be hurt by this
Production
action is a very real thing.
value.
This is something Legoshi struggles with.
The production value looks
but knows he was the one
horrible.
who devoured her. This makes Legoshi
Looks
question if Haru
dope.
really is. Would her feelings change if she found out it was him who almost killed her? It's hard to
Good
say
CG.
relationships so complicated.
You never see CG this good.
Night at the school's festival, the lights would go out. This concerns Legoshi, and his first thought is to find Haru. The reason for his concern is whenever there's a blackout in the city, there's usually a devouring of a herbivore. Luckily, Legoshi finds her sitting by a tree, so Legoshi approaches Haru to see if she's okay. Then this happens.
What a relief.
You came for me.
The friend zone. It's a devastating feeling. Not only does it completely change the whole relationship dynamic you thought you had, but it makes you question if the person sees you.
I'm actually enjoying this Crops video. I don't know what Stealth is talking about. We love vegetables sign on the side. I need to watch this later. I should have a different impression of this video now. Just watching that little section, but that's just one section.
What part did you watch? The part I said?
Yeah. Well, I watched that on 2x all the way until 18 minutes, so 2 minutes of
I
it.
only watched like 10 seconds. I was just looking at that one scene, how bad it looked. I think part of it was the dub being out of sync with it.
Plus 100 loose change. Should be plus 25.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, true.
Because that's what it was in Derice, and that was what's cool about it, is that you can have a 5 at the end of your points.
Oh, it was in season 2.
The planet is dying. The government hates us. The animals are leaving. The aliens aren't contacting us. We might be alone. It just might be you and me, but that's okay.
I liked whenever it didn't have that in your fucking face, telling you what gave you the points. It's like it's kind of obvious, you know.
Oh, really? Well, I really couldn't tell.
What happened to Dank? Didn't he join back a minute ago earlier?
So, man. More interested in the stealth guy still reading the messages.
Be right back. I'll play it up.
I'm back.
Hey, you're taking a long time to read.
Well, he sends long messages.
um, Selection cycle need to hurry up and end because it's all turning y'all retarded. What the fuck am I reading? Yeah, this election cycle does need to run. Hurry up. Actually, it's not even going to end for a while too, mathematically speaking. We're going to get a January 6th part 2? Are you thinking?
Knows, man.
Doubt.
I mean, I hope so. I want to participate in another one. Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on. It's actually really funny now that I mathematically just think about that happening. It's actually really fucked. Actually, it's not even really that funny. It's even really fucked.
I really don't know how we got here. Like, out of all the people in the U.S., how did we land on these two fucking idiots?
I'm back.
Well, because that's who you vote in your primaries, and that's the people in the party that. That's who the parties wanted.
I didn't mean it.
Yeah, it's not like it was magic.
No, I know.
Guardian Leviosa. Any predictions on who's gonna win?
I have no idea.
I think the Yankees will probably pull it out.
Yeah, I was thinking the Dodgers with the anime goal, gonna win the Super Bowl or whatever.
Yeah, anime girl Otani.
He actually know. He actually
What's
knows.
hang on. I don't even know how far they are.
Guy said Fortnite.
Damn.
I think
Tried to get him to play CS, and he's like,
the Yankees are gonna win tonight.
yeah.
It's
I was
already 5-0 and it's on the third.
I love these Vax memes. When somebody dies, they just go Vaxxed question mark.
What? I've never seen that.
You're not in the same part of the internet as I am, trust.
Oh,
You know,
definitely not.
stuff, you know what I'm
I don't
talking
use the
about?
internet that much.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Vaxxed question mark. It's a Twitter meme where so when COVID happened, a bunch of vaccine skeptic people would go Vaxxed question mark Vaxxed. This person just died randomly Vaxxed, and so people do that now, mocking them. They go Vaxxed. Were they Vaxxed? Oh, and there's another one too. They go interesting, concerning, exclamation mark. That's another one because that's basically the what'd you call it? That's what Elon Musk does. He goes concerning, exclamation mark under every tweet. Any tweet that he replies to, that's like his 4 different things that he cycles through. That's another meme. People do interesting, concerning. It's a good meme. Yeah, someone died in a car crash. Concerning. That is really concerning, actually. I'm actually really sad that those people died in a car crash. Oh, fuck, my... Ah, what did I do to my foot?
This.
You know what I really like? The word tourist. They're a really good word. Tourist.
It's really
And-
good when Intuit Scott uses it.
I knew you were gonna reference that. I don't even really particular what I'm talking about. It's
Why is it
when
a good word?
it's a good word to describe someone that comes to a very particular comes to into your space, whether that be gaming or whatever, and they have really strong opinions to state about whatever the fuck they think about the game. Calling them tourists, been a very particular southern accent, so it actually kind of sounds like you're saying terrorist. That makes it even better, to be honest. But what the that is a little irritating when somebody comes to your ends, is trying to talk about what you're talking about, when they have no idea. They don't care about the game. They just care about whatever the fuck they're talking about. It's like, fuck off. You're not from around here. Thiefy would be a tourist, actually, if you think about it in Cold War. Oh yeah, this Cold War game is good. Fuck off, tourist. It's only BO1 players that are meant to have an opinion. I wouldn't even give BO2 players opinions. I would just make it BO1 only. That would be my council.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah. No World at War players. No, none of that. BO1. That's it. It's the only game that matters that counts. Because BO1 players never forgot a slight. We're very petty. We never forgot the slights that BO2. Like some of you, man, may have forgotten, but I never forgotten the fact that you can't actually play BO2 properly.
Yo,
I will never forget about that.
I'm just gonna say the only people who have real opinions are the people who have instas under Insta trade strat. The only people with valid opinions.
Sure. Yeah. What is this image? Oh,
Holy shit. Jesus Christ.
ma, ma. Wait, so how come you get your students to write essays?
I don't necessarily get them to write essays.
Or write something?
I have them write something because if I don't have them write something down, even if I'm just asking for their opinion, they just want to whip out their Chromebook and Google it. It's like,
Bastard.
just give me your own opinion. What are your own thoughts? So, and I get more responses and better responses if they will actually write something down to begin with. And I ban them from taking out their Chromebooks to look something up.
No, that's how it should be done.
And the thing
For
is,
sure.
again, it's an opinion. Like, I'm not interested if you're like right or wrong, or if I agree with you or disagree with you about something. It's like I just want to know what you know.
Mm-hmm.
Make them actually think
Do they?
about something instead of just relying on Google to think for them.
Do you
Do
think
you write
that
any?
makes them not like you?
Probably. There's probably a few of them who don't like me because of that.
When it comes to essays, what is your approach to writing them? You do write essays.
I don't make them write essays really. If anything, I'll make them give like a presentation or something like that. But not really, not an essay. So, when it comes to giving a presentation or something, I'm actually having a class do it right now in my engineering class, and they're given like they're given a presentation on like different ways to make things stick together. So like some of them are given like a presentation on nuts and bolts. Some of them are given a presentation on screws, one on nails. We got epoxy, glue, and snap joints or whatever. Typically, the way you see like plastic things being held together, snapping it together. So that kind of stuff, and
That's my brother.
I kind of have I already have questions kind of laid out that they have to answer about whatever topic they got, and then make them come up with one of their own questions, some sort, to answer, and other information that they think is important that they found while they were researching the questions that I asked. So what I did was I gave my own presentation about super glue, um, answering those questions. And then we talked about like why was my presentation better than most student presentations? Because I look at the audience when I'm talking. Is one of the things. I talk loud enough for everybody to hear me. I'm not just reading off the board every single point that I make. I may read off the board a little bit, but then I'll have something extra to say about that point, some other knowledge that I didn't necessarily put on the slide, but it mixes it up, right? It varies your presentation some, those types of things. So it's kind of a demonstration of, this is what I expect your presentation to be. So, And it's a whole lot less embarrassing to give a good presentation where you do all these things than it is to get up there and not know what the fuck you're talking about and just read off the board whatever it is you wrote or whatever it is Google wrote for you. And you, one, not being able to read it because you put words in there that you can't even pronounce. And two, the grammar's awful, so when you read it, it doesn't even make any sense. Right? Like, these are the types of things that we like go over before I even let them do the research and start making the presentation and that kind of stuff. So we did that, and then I'm giving them time to do the research, make the presentation, and then they'll have to give presentations. I was going to start tomorrow, but I've had so many kids out and that kind of stuff that I'm going to push it back a day. There's a group or two who are done, and then the other groups need more time because their partner has been out and they haven't had time to discuss like, oh, who's they've got to give a group presentation too. So if one person stands up there and talks the whole time, and the other person is just there with their hands in their pockets, feeling awkward the whole time because they have no clue what's going on, that's not a good presentation either. You need to have some kind of back and forth between you and your partner. So, and you need to plan that for yourself, right? You need to figure out who's doing what. So, that's kind of my rules of presenting, which is the closest thing we do to essays. Because I'm not doing an English class or anything like that. So
Yeah, I was gonna say, what you were doing math.
and well, I teach like one honors geometry class, I have a study hall class, and then I teach one engineering class, one computer science class. So that's kind of my schedule right now.
Yeah, I thought you did English, just like assumption based thing, I guess.
No. I enjoy writing and critiquing media in my free time and reading and that kind of stuff, but it's just a hobby, it's not what I do at work. So if I were to make them write an essay, I'd be more worried about the content of the essay than the grammar and that kind of stuff. If I understand that they know what it is that they're writing about, that's what I want to see. Now it helps for them to use proper grammar and be able to articulate their points and that kind of stuff. Makes it easier on me to know if they actually know or not. But it's not an English class. That's not what I'm trying to actually teach. I'm trying to teach content, some kind of content. I'm going to grade you on your knowledge of the content, not on the way that you wrote about the content. If that makes sense.
Repeat the last bit you said. I got distracted.
I just said I'm trying to teach some kind of content, like about like a certain topic. I'm not trying to teach you how to write necessarily. I'm not trying to teach you grammar or paragraph structure or anything like that. I just want to know what you know.
Sound.
It helps if you're good at those things, but I'm not going to grade you based on how good your grammar or sentence structure or paragraph structure is.
If you come with one paragraph, I'm kicking you the fuck out of where the fuck I'm teaching you, because don't you ever put one paragraph, no full stops. You're just using ands to string along whatever point you're trying to make, or all the points you're trying to make. No, you're. Have you ever had something like that?
I'd make this. I'd make this pretty clear. Like before I give the assignment that that's the way I'm going to grade it. But if you are writing like what you're talking about, then it's going to be really hard for me to tell what
if
it
there's
is
a
you're
brain in
trying
there.
to say. Yeah. So the better you are at writing, the easier it is going to be for me to grade, and the higher grades you're going to get, most likely. So
If I'm getting anything submitted to me and it's say anything like that, I think I might have to send you to special needs. It's unacceptable.
Jesus.
you're going to be sending all of them to special needs then.
Yeah.
So it's bad.
That was
There are
bad.
very few.
Wait.
There are very few where I can't tell. Like I'm not sure if Google wrote that or if it actually came out of their head. There's very few where I can't tell which is which.
Is that a good thing or not?
That's a bad thing. I'd rather not be able to tell because they are actually good enough at writing that I can't tell. But most of them are not. Most of them write the way that they speak, and when
Oh,
you
so they're
speak, you
putting
don't.
like everywhere. Fucking.
They're putting like everywhere. They're
Ew.
yeah, they're not capitalizing certain things. They're having run-on sentences and so on and so forth.
Like is an
And the thing
abomination.
is, we talk in that way, and nobody really cares that we
I
talk that
do.
way because everybody understands what you're saying. Um, but well, the kids,
No
the
cogent
kids
speaker
don't.
is speaking with like this and stringing like. That's not a serious way of speaking.
No, it's not. But like, you don't do that every day. You don't speak very proper every day and like a proper manner.
There's a difference between speaking proper and having a bunch of filler words that plague all the spoken sentences that you say.
And there's not as much at like they know to cut out those filler words and so on. But it does pop up every now and then. It's not every other word that's like or anything, but you do still catch it in there every now and then. So
What state are you from, Stealth?
Alabama.
We have so many southerners here: Arkansas, Louisiana, Alabama.
We got two from Arkansas, actually.
Where are you from, Trickies?
Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Arkansas,
Arkansas, yeah.
And we got Galactic, who's
Indiana,
Kentucky.
Jones. Oh, it's Kentucky. All right. It was Indiana for some reason.
Oh yeah, Kentucky does make sense. Him and Data like knew each other in real life, didn't they?
Yeah.
That's where Data's from. It's Kentucky.
Data, that guy was funny.
Yeah, he's a true.
He's a true one.
Yo, I think one of the funniest things I remember that happened in one of Data's streams was he came back after maybe 2 years, back in 2021 or 2022. And do you know Crypt Keeper or what's his name? Rapid? You probably
Yes.
don't know who that is. You do know who that is?
I've heard of him, but I don't know
Yeah, anyway, I guess this guy has like masculinity issues or something. Like he's like really insecure about his
Absolutely.
masculinity. And I mean, that's just my understanding of it from seeing the way
Absolutely.
he talks. So yeah, I mean, I didn't know other people thought this too, but that was just my observation. But yeah, this guy was going to Data's chat, and he still was holding this grudge from 2 years ago where Data was making fun of his dead parent or something. I don't know the full backstory, but yeah, it was like this grudge, and he's like, man, I was just like a fucking 15-year-old kid. I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. How are you still pissed about this? And Rapid's like, I would beat your little ass if I ever saw you in real life. And I'm just like, what is going on in here? And I started typing. I thought it was hilarious. And then He DM me, rapid DM me, and he sent me a picture of like him flexing in the mirror, and he's like, "Bro, I would beat this data kid up if I ever saw him." This little scrawny kid wouldn't do shit. I'm like, what the fuck are you going to my DMs for? This is like
I don't even
crazy
find
as
that
fuck.
funny. I would never even want to interact with somebody like that. I would never even type in a chat where this guy's in. And I would talk to a
Yet
lot of
you
people.
talk to Nate.
Yeah, I'll talk to Dank because he's somebody that actually can have a conversation. This guy's somebody that has lost his. All right, there's two types
Yeah,
of
no,
people that you
yeah,
might consider really stupid. Where I think one person can clearly it can clearly work through logic that you present to them, but there's something that's being captured where they're basically inebriated when they're making these logical decisions, or somewhere down the line it's being inebriated by something that I can't even decipher because I don't know your life or what you do every day or what you're thinking. Not a mind reader. And then there's people that actually cannot even work through a logical problem, and that's Rapid, where Rapid
Yeah,
isn't
it's
being
just like,
inebriated by any sort of
I don't
social
agree with this.
factors.
Violence.
He's
That's rapid. It sounds like.
yeah,
Versus
he
Dank, yeah, he can.
actually
he
logical
can
himself or
hold
something.
a
Yeah.
conversation. I disagree with a lot of, or basically everything he said.
Yeah, is everyone
But
in
like you
here?
said, there's something that's happened in his life somewhere along the way that's kind of capping what it is that he understands and the extent to which he can take that logic.
I wouldn't even say that. I think you can work for logical problems. There's probably something there. There's some aspect of what I'm saying. Like that clearly a logic mechanic exists. Um, it's the fact that there's probably something in terms of some logical problems he's working with where he's not
Like he's
going
got
through that
blinders
same.
on.
Yeah, he's got blinders on for certain things. And I think that there's something being hijacked there, and I have no idea what's hijacking your logic, making decisions. But I don't think Rapid has. I don't think he just isn't a
He
logical
does not even
person.
contain. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't exist in a realm that I would even call anything to do with logic. That not any of the letters that make up logic do not exist in his alphabet. He's working with fewer letters. I know it's crazy. Maybe you need to analyze everything that he types out. Those types of people are not worth engaging with because to pry any valid conversation, I shouldn't say valid, I should say anything of substance from him, it takes a while, and you have to deal with this neurotic fuck going crazy and violent at every little trigger word. Oh wow, because actually means I want to murder your family. Okay, now we're having a 5-year beef. Oh bloody hell. Which is one-sided because I'm actually not thinking about you in maybe about a week, while you're thinking about me the 4 years and 350 whatever days. Insane.
365.
Yeah. Well, not 365. I'm like minus a week, like 358 or whatever.
365.
This is insane. Actually, an insane person. That's not worth navigating with. That's not worth engaging with. So yeah, I would never even post a message in the chat so I can actually talk to this guy or this guy can talk to me. You are down there and I'm up here, quite frankly. But there are very few people that I feel that with. I'm willing to talk to a lot of people. But people on the internet tend to have a very particular disposition. And I think Rapid is from he probably grew up rough. Where, using what Tricky said, yeah, very fragile masculinity, needs to project a very strong sense of masculinity to protect his honor, but it's not in terms of like, okay, well, you're talking shit, so I'm just gonna get into the mud with you. It's one of those where it's a very disproportionate response. It's not like, oh, someone said my camos were bad, so I'm coming into their chat saying that their camo is bad and they need to go and fuck off. Okay, proportionate. If someone is saying, uh, whatever the fuck he says some insane shit. By insane, it's not the substance that is insane. It's usually the emphasis that he puts on everything that he says and the aggressiveness of everything that he says. This is no, don't talk to me. That is that he belongs on the streets. That's very street, very that's that sort of masculine, like very rough areas tend to have that, very fragile masculinity, very abrasive masculinity that you just don't even want to be near. Disgusting. I really don't like writing people off too. Not really a part of my code, but yeah, that's the one guy that is getting the write off. And you know I'll talk to all sorts of people like that. Yeah.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah. Dank maybe
There
having some
was one point
controversial
in time
opinions.
where I did kind of write Dank off.
Yeah.
Um,
What was this?
but I don't know. Maybe I'm changing my mind. You know, maybe he can. You know,
What do you say?
hold a
You kind of cut off.
conversation.
Oh, you can hold a conversation.
Yeah, like at some point I thought he was just um like the place he was coming from was more of a like I'm just trolling you
Oh, he's
and
not a
I'm gonna
troll.
play. No, I realized that eventually, but um you know, I like I said, at one point I did think he was just kind of a troll and that he was gonna
Sleeping
say
into
like
so
the most
insane.
obnoxious, offensive shit possible.
Yeah.
Um, because he just wanted that was his goal was to offend you. Um,
Yeah.
I don't think that's actually the case. Based on some of these conversations that I've kind
Oh,
of
he's
listened to
definitely not a troll. Yeah.
recently, he legitimately believes some of the stuff or
All
the stuff
everything
that he
now.
says. Not
Absolutely everything.
everything he says. Yeah, maybe he's not super well informed on everything he actually believes. Obviously, like the other day when we were talking, I forget what we were talking about, but I was literally having to like, take his side to help him make his
Yeah, and I
point.
know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
um, you know,
Yeah, I think trolls are the worst when somebody's playing a character. That's also another um thing in the zombies mechanic. A lot of people would troll as a um substitution for personality. I am a troll and I just say completely unserious things because that's what gets me attention. And these people were never any fun to talk to because yeah, and I would play into this mechanic too, where I would troll. I would be very abrasive and say stupid things for that attention. But I never played so hard into it where you just can't take the person seriously. Wings was a perfect example of this where I just got kind of bored talking to him because he would never take himself seriously in the conversation. And I remember the one time he did for the first time where he was going to buy ZR and everything like that. He actually lost his mind talking to me and called me the N word and left. And he actually ended up buying ZR. I actually thought he was out of his mind telling me that. Because why would you ever assume that this Wings of Oblivion guy's gonna buy ZR? You're never gonna expect that.
I occasionally say I miss Wings, but when I say that, I only mean it in like he provided good entertainment every now and then. So that personality that he played as the troll that didn't take anything seriously and was always gonna just say the most offensive thing he thought he could possibly say to somebody, just to get a reaction.
Yeah,
Was
weak sauce. Yeah, it's entertaining when you have the energy to do
entertaining,
that.
but it's there's no like substance to it, of course.
I would rather talk to him than Rapid the Fear or whatever the fuck his name was on Twitch. Awful, awful human being. actually realizing that people like that exist is also another sad thing because I've met people like that, and it's way more in real life. And I just don't want to be. You just don't want to be anywhere near those types of people because you cannot. It's
Yeah, there was somebody that actually popped to mind that I went to high school with that was that way.
I'm just gonna
Anytime he came into
explode.
contact with any kind of opposition to what he saw as masculine, he did almost like get violent about it. It was insane. Um, so,
It's
which I
really
guess
funny.
being from the South, it's not that surprising that I'd find somebody like that. But
Oh, really?
yeah,
Oh, interesting.
so
the the
like
South always.
I remember I was in, I think it was English class one day. I don't remember exactly what all was said, but basically, anytime the gay kid in the class would speak, uh, the guy that I'm talking about, he would have something crazy to say, and uh, like he really did want to like square up with this gay kid and fight him, no matter what he said.
Hmm.
It was insane. It's like, dude, just chill out. Like, he's such a dickhead.
My
He's kind
brain
of a
can't
dickhead
even
to me
comprehend.
too, because I'm not like a super masculine, strongman, dominating the conversation type of person.
Oh, that's how I
You know,
imagined you. What?
so no, that's maybe you. Yeah, no.
I imagined you with a gun, MAGA hat, dominating the
Yeah,
conversation.
for sure.
Yeah,
Um,
cowboy hat for some reason too. On top of that.
So like I don't remember, again, I don't remember the conversation. It's just been a long time. But I do remember being in class with him, and like there was some kind of class discussion going on or whatever. Um, and I took the opposite side of whatever he had said,
Oh my.
and and he got very offended. So he thought I was trying to make him look dumb or whatever, maybe. Um, and like I said, got very offended, started yelling at me and that kind of stuff. And the teacher had to kind of like quell it and stop the conversation and let that be the end of it or whatever. So,
Sound. That's really. Uh, it's really. That somebody in their head is just squaring up to some gay kid for being gay and getting really angry about that to the point of near violence is. I'm just thinking, what does your brain look like? What is happening in your head to get
I don't know.
what is happening in there? Is there some sort of facade that you're playing in your head where you're trying to prove that you're not gay by going after the gay guy, or
That
have
may
you
have been
just
part
been
of it.
indoctrinated so hard into actually just hating gay people that you're getting violent about it? Oh my
That's
word.
probably also part of it.
How is your brain working? Yeah, when I can't understand how your brain works to that extent, I don't even want to be anywhere near you. With the violence
Mhm.
mechanic, I don't
Yeah,
like people that are violent. It's really uncomfortable.
yeah. Um, Actually, that kind of reminds me. So not yesterday, the day before, so Monday. Monday in that study hall class, my my job for that class is to make sure that the kids that are in there are not failing their classes. Um, and if they have any zeros or anything like that, to sit down with them and say, "Hey, you need to you need to do that assignment and get it turned in. Turning it in late and taking late points off, and the teacher taking late points off is better than nothing. It's better than a zero." Um, And there was a kid who, the whole reason he got moved into this class is he was a football player and he got in a fight at football. And so then he got OSS, which is out of school suspension. He came back and had like several days of in school suspension. And then he got transferred into my class. And I haven't really had a problem out of him until Monday. And he, I noticed that there was an assignment that was due Friday of last week, and the grade hadn't been put in, but I was just like, oh, let's just check with him, make sure he's done it. And he had not. And when I started telling him, like, hey, you need to do this during my class time, during this hour and a half that we have in here, that's the whole point of this class. Um, you know, he wasn't too happy about that. He just wanted to play Subway Surfers. That's what he wanted to do.
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
Can't believe people still play that. That's crazy.
Yeah, people still play it. So that's what he wanted to do. He's like, "Can I just do it when I get home?" And I'm like, "No, that's not what this class is for. You're caught up with everything, and you're passing all your classes. Sure, you can play Subway Surfers, but that's you're almost failing this class, and then you're not, and then you haven't turned in this assignment that was due on Friday. So you need to do this assignment." And it was a major grade, which means it's like a test grade assignment. And so I'm like, "Do you need any help with it?" He said no. And then 10 minutes later, when I checked on him again, he's like, "Oh, I turned it in, I got it done." I'm like, 10 minutes to do a test grade's worth of an assignment? Ain't no way you did this correctly. So I made him show me what he had turned in and then show me the instructions for the assignment. I'm like, dude, you're not even close on this. You're going to get like a 30% on this, and you're going to be failing the class. That's not acceptable. You need to go back and redo this and do it the right way. And he he was not happy about this and did not want to do it. And I'm like, you're gonna do this? Because he just kind of sat there and refused to do anything for a minute. Like, dude, you're gonna do this whether you like it or not, and you're gonna do it right. And he's like, why does it matter? If I'm making a D, I pass. Um, Anyways, I went through and justified myself to him until I was blue in the face, and I eventually was like, okay, I'm done justifying it. You're either gonna do it, or I'm gonna call your mom, and I'm gonna sit here and help you do it if you need help. Uh, you know, it's not a problem. I don't care to help you, but you sitting here and refusing to do it, that's not an option. Kid wanted to punch me in the face. Like, I could just see it. It was written all over his face. His facial expression said, "I'm gonna punch your lights out." And so at that point, it was like, and he continued to refuse to do it. I'm like, okay, play Subway Surfers. Your mom's getting called this afternoon. So that's what I did. I was like, I'm not about to fight a student. So
That's what sucks about being a teacher. If somebody gets physical to you, you can't just start smacking them back.
yeah, so I didn't take this job to make the news. You know? So I did call his mom that afternoon, and he came back the next day with it completed, and it completed correctly. And I'm like, this was not all that hard. You did well on this. I knew you knew how to do it without my help. Um, and really, what happened is we just wasted like 30 minutes of both of our time because you just sat here and refused to do what I told you to do, what you needed to get done. There was no point in this. he wasn't happy to hear that, but he knew that that was the truth. But yeah, I said all that to say, like, you could just tell by the kid's body language that he wanted to fight me, and I'm like, and it made me very uncomfortable. I was just like, nah, I ain't doing this. At some point, I just gotta cut my losses.
Your 6 high rounds are interesting. Says Wanda.
Says nobody.
Says nobody else.
It says wonder.
Cool. Wonderful. The BO2 Berry player. You might know him.
Yeah, no, I'm in his stream.
He interesting as a particular inflection.
I love
BO6.
Sam's summation of this game.
Are you going
Click,
to
click, craft, click, click.
what?
256 now.
What do the high rounds look like in this game?
Pick over the
What-
mangler, beat the whole round.
What Crafted Sam said.
Well, I mean, you have to click on every game. I'm just wondering, what are you clicking the ray
Yeah,
gun?
so yeah, you're just like, I think the goal is to get Mustang and Sally's out to like gold or whatever, that stupid battle royale mechanic. Make it do the most damage, and then so you
Wait,
spam
Battle
that
Royale
first.
mechanic?
I'm talking
Yeah,
about
like
weapon
where
rarity.
yeah. And then so you spam that until you can craft a mangler, and then you get in the mangler, you kill a bunch of zombies, kind of like you do in DOA in the tank. It works very similar to that. You kill a bunch of zombies, then you're out of the tank, and except on this game, you can craft your own tank, and you get straight into a new one. And it's just repeat that process in like a 2 spawn until you're at 256.
And you can just take over the mangler and become fully invincible.
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter how many hits you take while you're in it.
Good. Another reason for me to call the game dog shit.
Yeah, I watched someone playing on around 100, and the round just started. He took over the mangler, and then he beat the whole round with it in like 40 seconds.
Yeah, I think the longest rounds get was about 6 minutes.
Wow. It's like a round in the 50s on Verruct.
Mm-hmm. There's either a cap to the number of zombies per round, or it does not scale like other games did. It barely scales at all per round. Kitty.
Hello.
Boo.
Are people there?
No.
No.
Oh, rip. Fucking dead Discord.
Yeah, it's kind of dead. I read your message.
What'd you think?
I had actually never heard any other like variations of like the Noah flood story.
Yeah.
But oh my god, I mean, it's just like
So similar.
It's so unbelievably similar.
So
It's
similar.
just the names are changed to like
Yeah. Oh my god,
uh
the sparrow, like the sparrow and the raven, like it's close. It's pretty close with that, right? Not
it's
exact,
so
not
fucking
close
close.
to the hawk,
It's
right?
so
Not
fucking
the
close.
hawk.
And the all that's changed are the names.
Yeah,
Like Noah's a Western name, so like we can actually pronounce it.
right.
Versus the names in that story were Middle Eastern names. So
Pretty tough to
it,
pronounce.
but I mean, it's the same story beat for beat.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's crazy. So I mean, you make a really good argument, especially using that as your anecdote.
Yeah.
You know that it's just all these stories that are kind of similar to each other, smashed together, or collected in a way that the people that want to read that book will understand it.
Exactly.
So,
And like, when this guy is saying like, "Oh, look at when you line up the names, look at what it foretells." It's like, well, that's kind of what the story itself is kind of about, the Noah's Ark,
mhm.
right? That's kind of what it's about, is this great flood that comes in and God's teaching, saving the person who listens. And it's like, well, does that mean
You
that
could easily, if you've written that story, then go back and add the foreshadowing if
yeah,
you
it
wanted
kind
to.
of is retconning, right? It's kind of retcon like it's like kind of thinking about it like retconning a little bit.
So, now, like, did you look at this guy Chuck Missler outside of just the video that I sent
No,
you?
I have not outside the video.
No, good God, he's got so many fucking YouTube videos
Okay.
that are, I mean, they're all like this,
Okay.
covering the entire Bible. Um, it's insane how much he's got. So,
Pretty
um,
invested.
very advanced.
Pretty invested. Just looking at him now, he's got some interesting books for sure. But yeah, like I see why people and by interesting books, I'm just referencing this one where he says alien encounters the secret behind the UFO phenomenon. And I'm like, that kind of stands out compared to all the other ones.
Interesting.
It's about kind of all the
Interesting.
other ones.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
does
kind of
stand out.
different than all of the other ones. But yeah, like I just thought it was crazy that he ended his breakdown by being like, and every time I do this, I just become more convinced that what I started with was true.
Yeah,
And it's more true than
I
when it
did.
started.
I didn't
And I'm
catch
like,
it, but when
ah.
you pointed it out, I knew it. Like I read the quote and you added the timestamp. I'm like, I don't even need to go back and look. I
Right.
remember him saying that.
And that's
Uh,
like, again, like that's why to me it circles back to it being like metaphorical, because it's like,
mhm.
okay, well, now we're back to it being like a story told by many different types of humans across many different like millennia about, kind of planning ahead and, like understanding the reality you're in and making choices. I don't know. It's a complicated story and like it doesn't just give one lesson, but I think it's more interesting to kind of try to draw lessons out of it than being like, oh, like this is literally what happened. And if you line up the like numerical
Right.
configuration of their names, you get like a message which tells you when the rapture is going to come. And I feel like
Mhm.
that's where a lot of this kind of analysis can go. You know,
Yeah, it is.
like it
It
can
is.
go into
Did you see the? Did you watch the full video or just like
no,
just
no. I just saw the clip
no?
that you had sent me. Is the
There
full
was
video worth watching? Because I definitely will.
probably not.
Okay.
Because I mean, I think you kind of understand the direction he's going in. There
Mhm.
is one point where, like, again, he takes it very, very literally. And this part, I was like, I don't know how. Like, are you sure this is what it means? I mean, you're being so literal. It's talks about like after the I want to say Israelites are set free from the Egyptians. Egyptian slavery, like in Exodus, um, and um, God kind of tells them how to lay out their camp so that they can properly worship or whatever. Um, and looking at the population of like all the different segments that were in that group that fled Egypt, and how if they literally did it the way God said to do it, then it would have formed a very cross-like shape. It's
Wow.
yeah, whoa,
Wow.
crazy.
That is actually crazy that like the specific way that his son would die, like a long time later, right? Like
Right. Yeah,
is is
like
is
2,000
is
years later.
kind of a crate. It's like God leaving in little Easter eggs, like not
Mhm.
that different from Jason Blundell's design, the grand design of zombies,
Yeah.
leaving in little foreshadowing Easter eggs that definitely
Yeah.
mean the thing they're intended to mean and not retroactively mean this thing because all the story's been laid out already. Like it's
Exactly.
yeah, it's definitely
Exactly.
that
Stop being a
way.
fucking
Now, the
skeptic.
one part I couldn't, I'm not sure you can pick apart. There, let's watch this snippet.
Okay, please, yeah.
It's a part about the he calls it the heptatic structure of the Bible.
Okay. I'm
So
super down.
let me get that pulled up here.
And also, just real quick before we go there, like, what are your thoughts on the whole idea of like you haven't? I didn't expect you to watch that video I linked in terms of the euhemerization thing, but like that idea that like you can turn what were mythical figures into literal figures later on as like a need to validate your own set of beliefs, and
The
that
idea makes sense, and I did have the video pulled up, but I've
yeah,
been
you should watch
here
it at
and
some
I
point.
haven't watched it yet, but I
Long,
am gonna watch it
long term, yeah, it's worth watching because
because that does seem like an interesting idea.
yeah, it's like a different angle to look at it where it's like, well, it's a lot of and it explains a lot of the whatever. Anyway, like, but I definitely want
Hmm.
to watch this um
Let me let me
the
see if I can
tomatic
get to
structure. What'd you say?
heptatic structure,
Heptatic
like
structure.
the sevens in the Bible.
Mm. Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I love number stuff.
So yeah, it's pretty interesting.
I do.
Let's see. I think I found
And
it.
also, I gotta say, nothing against this guy. Genuinely, I saw no. I actually respected his presentation a lot, and it was very compelling in terms of
Yeah,
watching it without really, if I was just to kind
especially
of
if you
watch.
already believe this, it'd be
Oh, it's
very,
super
very
compelling.
compelling.
Oh, it's super compelling. He's very charismatic, and I definitely want to get better at presenting my. So I definitely learned from him in terms of the kind of flourishes he provides. The kind of
Mhm.
he's like, and you may think, he's like, and he does great things with his hands, and it's very like engaging, and the way he layers it out and circles back around, like it's all really good.
Yeah, he is really. That was actually something we were talking about earlier about like if you scroll up just a little bit, I
Okay.
linked Krups's video about B stars,
Okay.
and Krups wasn't super open for me to like criticize that video too much.
Of course.
But what I said my real feelings in here, and that is make the fucking point, Krups. Please
Yeah.
get to the point. Like he just doesn't. He just rambles and rambles and rambles. It's 2 hours.
I know. I watched about
Um,
30 minutes of it, and I
okay.
stopped because of that.
Yeah, I mean, like, and the thing is, Krups like he did a decent job at building up to a point several times through the video,
Yeah, and you think this is
and
what
then
he's
he just never finished it.
yeah.
He just never finished.
Which is
So
kind of it's kind of weird because I think that the paragraph writing style can kind of constrain academics from more creative ways of writing. This is the opposite. Like you got to start out with a thesis statement. You got to start building the arguments around the thesis statement, making the
mhm.
argument more complicated and interesting. Like he had a very specific format and wasn't even following that. So that's it's a tough way to build an argument.
Wait, what were you just talking about? Thesis? What now?
Like how we're taught to write paragraphs is basically you start with like a topic sentence, like a thesis statement, is in
So,
terms of like in this paper I will be talking about this because this means this in this context. Some people
right.
may say this, and other people may say this, but after looking at my analysis, we will come to this. Like that's usually the kind of general, like that's like the fifth
Mhm.
grade, like to ninth grade kind of structure you're taught to write with, and like that can be kind of annoying, but this was worse than that. Like this was like he just kept not
He didn't
getting to
even
the
have that
conclusion.
structure,
No, but
and
that's
that's
like the
what Fleur was
basic.
talking about. Is like a lot of people don't even have a structure that they write with. So
Yeah,
like I remember my English 101 professor, and this is the way I wrote my essays in school and that kind of and in college. He kind of made like a or he explained it. It's like a funnel. You can like start with a very broad statement and work it
mhm,
down into something that's very specific that you want to address,
exactly.
or take a specific point and work it out towards like a broader topic that you want to present and discuss. Um,
Wait, give me an example of the
and
second one.
So, like a
I don't
microcosm?
have an example.
Like a
What'd you say?
microcosm is usually a microcosm is usually an example of a social situation which reflects broader trends. Like you could say how like some instance of
Yeah.
a person having a bad time, like struggling to pay attention or struggling to read, could be a microcosm of a much bigger problem of literacy. You know, you could say like
Okay,
this,
I understand.
like yeah.
Thank you, Narash. Because I wouldn't have come up with that off the top
No,
of my head.
I got trained when I was young about like debating stuff. Like this is just something I like. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
it's like a young thing. So
gotcha. Are you in the video?
I am, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What speed do we want this at?
You know me. I'm chilling with whatever you want to do with that.
I don't really care.
I'm fine with
At least 0.75.
0.75. Let's do it. Okay.
I'm gonna have to turn this up.
Over 600 passages. I probably should have said 700. Some are very overt. Some are structural. You really have to, and some of them are even hidden. But the sevens are everywhere. In fact, there's a discovery that I want to touch on about called the heptadic structure of the Bible. I want you to imagine a challenge. Imagine yourself being assigned in a classroom context with a blank sheet of paper. And what I want you to imagine, you don't have to literally do it, but I want you in your mind's eye to accept an assignment to create a genealogy. You can do it from fiction if you like. But I want the number of words that you're going to end up using to be divisible by 7. In other words, if you take, however, when you finish making your little genealogy, you count the words and divide by 7. There should be no remainder. In other words, I want you to have your assignment a multiple of 7 exactly. How many could do that? It's not hard to do, especially in English. You can fudge it around. Okay. Except I got another condition I want you to meet. I want the number of letters that you use, if you count them up, to be divisible by 7 exactly. Now that's a little tougher, isn't it? Because you might get the words to come out, but you need to get the letters to come out. But by fudging around, you could probably do that. Except I want the number of vowels and the number of consonants each to be a multiple of 7. How many are still playing? Okay. Well, I've got some additional rules I want your assignment to meet. I want the number of words that begin with a vowel to be divisible by 7. I want the number of words that begin with a consonant to be divisible by 7. And I have some other things. I want the number of words that occur more than once to be a multiple of 7 exactly. And I'd like to have those that occur in more than one form to be divisible by 7. And those that are in only one form divisible by 7. How many are still playing? Okay. You realize every time I impose another 7-fold rule, you've got 6 chances of losing and 1 of winning just by randomness. You with me? Okay. The number of nouns should be divisible by 7. Only 7 words won't be nouns. And the number of names should be divisible by 7. Only 7 other kinds of nouns are permitted. Anyone still playing? Okay, and so what you probably, some other things here, the number of male names is divisible by 7, number of generations, and you probably guessed what I'm doing here. I'm describing to you the genealogy of Jesus Christ in the first 11 verses of the Gospel of Matthew. They meet all those rules. Now you can't imagine doing that yourself, and I'm talking about Greek, which is rigid. Every Greek verb has to meet 5 conditions. It's much more structured than our English that we're used to. And so the precision, the one I'm trying to get across is that we discover as you investigate the text, it has properties that are not simulatable. Trying to do that even with the aid of a computer is a almost impossible task. See, Greek also is one of the 2 languages. There's 2 languages that have a numerical value for every letter in their alphabet. Hebrew and Greek have that peculiar characteristic. That means that every word has a value. They call it the geometrical value. And we could go through this, the rest of chapter 1, and find it still obeys dozens of these 7-fold challenges. I won't go through them all here, but almost every characteristic you measure turns out to be a number that's an exact multiple of 7. Now, the child of Christ in Matthew 2, same also fits all of that, and we could go on and on about this. The chances of these things happening by statistical accident are phenomenally unlikely. If I just have 2 of these, if I have 1 rule of 7, you've got 6 chances of losing, 1 of winning, right? But if I have 2 rules, that's 1 chance in 7 squared, or 49. In other words, you have, by randomness, you have 1 chance in 49 of it coming out the way you want it. You with me? And if I have 3 of those, it's 1 chance in 343. So it's always the exponent of the number you're looking at. And so if I have 4, you have 1 chance in 2,400 of getting it by just statistical accident. And so if you go down this list, I've given you 9 rules so far. Those 9 rules mean that you have 1 chance in 40 million of having it come out right by just statistical accident. You know, once you understand the statistical behavior, the more rules are, the more unlikely it is to come about by anything other than deliberate design. And so, if you'd like to try this, let's assume you say, well, I can try to do that. If I got to do that, if I work 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week, 50 weeks a year, that's
Do what?
That's such an interesting argument. He's like doing the inverse of the like probability of box hits type stuff to prove like nah. This couldn't have just been this couldn't have been a human creation. This must have been a like divine biblical creation because the odds of it being so perfect in this very specific way are so low. Like it's kind of a fun. It's like given the context of what we talked about with Crumps and stuff. Like I think that's such a funny. Anyway, sorry.
That's not good.
2,000 man hours a year, in effect. And 7 to 9 chances means I've got to have 40 million attempts.
He's literally going down the same path.
Yeah, it's
calculating how long it would take somebody to actually do this.
Yeah, and he's like, "There's no shot." He's like, "This must have been God." He's like, "There's no shot."
Whenever I first watched this, that is exactly what popped in my head. I'm like, "This is exactly what we did against Phoenix."
That's so funny.
randomness. If I can do, it takes 10 minutes at a time to write one of these genealogies, then that would take 400 million minutes, or over 3,000 years. But it gets worse than that. That's just a quick approximation. Let's look at further. If I go on with these words, these rules, it turns out that I can give you actually 34 of these. And that's one chance in oodles. Okay? And so, if you still want to try doing this mechanically, and that means you've got 7 to the 34th power, that's 5 times 10 to the 25th tries would be needed, and there are 3 times 10 to the 7th tries, seconds per year. Let's assume you had a supercomputer that would do 400 million of these per second. How long would it have to work? It still would have to work over 4 times 10 to the 12th computer years. In other words, if it had a million of these supercomputers, it still would take over 4 million years. I think it's across that this is not something that could happen by randomness. And and this was only with 34. Dr. Ivan Panin, who's researched this, who discovered these things, he identified 75, not 34 rules, and that goes beyond our imagining. Dr. Ivan Panin, born in Russia back in 1855, he's exiled at an early age, got involved in a plot against the Tsar, emigrated to Germany and then the U.S. He graduated from Harvard in 1882, and interestingly enough, he discovered Christ. Now, every one of us in this room that has discovered Christ are the result of a miracle. But if you've got a PhD from Harvard, that's a bigger miracle. Okay. And so, but he also discovered early in his career what he calls the heptadic structure of the Scripture. And back in 1890, actually, he committed the rest of his 50 years of his life generating over 43,000 pages of discoveries. Very dry reading, but staggering in their implications. Because among other things, it tells you there are all kinds of properties of the Torah that depend on the precise letters that you're using, which tells you not only did God give Moses the Torah, he gave it to Moses letter by letter. You pull one letter out of that, and some of those properties start to dissipate. Staggering implication to an information scientist. And so, but I want to mention just one of these that to me is the most staggering of them all. The New Testament consists of 27 books. That means they have a word that starts them and a word that ends them. And if there's 27 books of the New Testament, then you've got 54 words, okay? And so there's a total vocabulary of those words that happen to be 28 words in the Gospels. And so if you go through all this arithmetic, the shortest word, the longest word, all that sort of thing, each one of those are multiple 7. But here's the one that's interesting to me. The vocabulary in the Gospel of Matthew that is unique to the Gospel of Matthew happens to be a multiple of 7. It occurs 42 times, that's 7 times 6. It has 226 letters, that's 7 times 18. And that's the only property that these words have is that they are unique to the Gospel of Matthew. And they come out precisely as a multiple of 7. You with me so far? My question is, see, that's interesting. How could that have been organized? Let's imagine that Matthew deliberately tried to make it come out that way. How would you go about doing that? There's only 2 ways you could do that. One is you could have all the other authors of the New Testament agree not to use those words. How many think that happened? I don't think so. Well, the other way, you could use that argument linguistically to prove that Matthew must have written his last. That's the only way he could preserve that property, right? So I could use that as an argument, at least, that Matthew wrote his document last. Well, that's pretty interesting. So Gospel of Matthew wrote his last, except I discovered that when I look at the Gospel of Mark, it has the same property. That the words that are unique to the Gospel of Mark are a multiple of 7 exactly. That proves that Mark was written last. Well, no, wait a minute. If I look at the Gospel of Luke, it also has that property. That the words that are unique to his writing in the New Testament, those words, the number of words that are unique to him are a multiple of 7 exactly. That proves that Luke wrote his last, except so did John. Each one of these wrote theirs last. In fact, so did James, Peter, Jude, and Paul. Each wrote last. Each one of their writings, the collective writings, has a vocabulary unique to them. Staggering. Staggering. You can't prove the Bible. Yes, you can. The more you know about the information sciences, the more you discover that we're dealing with something that is supernatural. That is supernatural. In Hosea, God revealed something.
That
I've
is
also spoken by the
so
prophets, and I have multiplied.
wow. Wow, that is very
So
interesting.
debunk that, Narai.
I literally can't. I have nothing that comes to mind with that. That's wild. Like
Yeah,
that's one of those, to me, it's like big if true sort of things. Like it's like
yeah,
interesting if true sort of things. Like I'm very curious what exactly, like words unique to, like are we, does he count variations? Like how, because maybe, if you're saying like it's all, multiple or divisible by 7, like you would have an interest in being like, well, no, that's not really an exclusive word, because if you add or
right.
subtract
You
words, it stops being that. So it's like,
fudging some of the
oh, that's not an
statistics.
exclusive word because it's actually a derivative of this other word. And other people might be like, no, that actually is an exclusive word of the way it was used. Like, so I don't know. I don't know how it's being counted.
Right.
Seems like it was put out by this argument was crafted by some very numerically intelligent people, and that might not be me. So,
Yeah, no, I mean, who has time to go?
I do not have I don't have the time or the background to go after this one. This is like,
Yeah.
man, cool find for sure. Definitely,
And
absolutely.
the reason I brought this up is because
Yeah.
it's kind of like it defeats your purpose, or the thing that we said last time about Noah's Ark and that kind of stuff, and how it was
Yeah.
how it could have been added in at a later time as quote unquote foreshadowing for Jesus and that story, and so on and
Or
so
just
forth.
it's a retelling of other famous stories from that period in that region, right? Like if
Right.
there's older predating stories about floods and people building arks because God told them to, and to save their family and their their animals and stuff like that, could just be a retelling of a regionally famous story to give themselves credibility when they're
Mhm.
establishing a new religion, because you can't just come in and be like everything you know is a lie. right? You kind
And
of
the
have to
thing
build off
is
that.
actually Matthew, Mark, and Luke, Luke and John, the Gospel is what it's called. They are literally just retellings of the same stories from different perspective, from different authors.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
So
Or like in
you
that
know,
video, that on the historicity of Christ, this guy points out that this biblical scholar points out that like Muhammad is basically saying that he had a conversation with Gabriel, the angel, and like that's where these things came from. Or like the Mormon founder Joseph Smith said he had a conversation with this angel, and
mm,
he's just telling the teachings of his angel. So like technically, they're not the founders; they're like the kind of vessels and prophets of these things more so. And so like, but you can just see how that's basically a way to gain
it's
credibility rather
it's the
than
same thing as Moses when Moses
yeah,
went to get the Ten Commandments from God.
yeah, on the temple
Right.
on the
Yeah.
high mountain, whatever,
Yeah.
came down with stone, fucking dropped some of the stone, broke it. Like I can't fucking pick that up. I'll say it with 10. He got like 30, fucked up. So fucked up carrying it, dropped up some of them. It's like okay, I'll just do 10. Um, it's tough to carry heavy stones down a mountain. You're gonna
Yeah.
drop some.
Yeah. Sure.
You're gonna lose some. No, but to me, it's like, okay, big step. It's like, okay, this is all fundamentally human. Like, what bothers me is any argument that says it all comes from divine right, because you can't argue with divine right.
No,
You
you
can't
can't.
argue with that. Like, it's a very clever way for humans to mask their designs. One thing that comes to mind is this guy. So Plato, um, his uncle, because there's in this era a lot of people are related from like marriages and stuff, but
Right.
his uncle is the kind of head of the Spartan um like despots that rule Sparta at the time. And
Okay.
that guy had a lot of poetry about like thanking the wise men who invented religion for keeping the masses bound within fear. Like he kind of explicit, and this is a time when people are like, illiterate, mostly illiterate, right? So
Right.
they're not reading this stuff. They're not writing this for other masses to read. This is like,
Right.
only
It's
know
only
math.
for the privileged, literate people, and then they pass it to the masses by word of
Yeah,
mouth.
which
Um,
they're gonna
and
keep some of
they
that
can
out.
they can say whatever the fuck they want to because nobody else can prove.
Yeah,
As long as they kind of got this ring going on in the middle, at where they're all agreeing to tell the same shit, uh, that keeps the masses at bay. Then they
absolutely.
can control the masses.
Absolutely. So this is from so this is the specific passage. So uh I sent this to Orbic a little while ago, but so Plato's attitude towards religion, as revealed by his inspired lie, is practically identical with that of Critas. I don't know how to say it. His beloved uncle, the brilliant leader of the 30s tyrants who established an inglorious blood regime in Athens after the Peloponnesian War. Critus, a poet, was the first to glorify propaganda lies, whose invention he described in forceful verses eulogizing the wise and cunning man who fabricated religion in order to persuade the people, i.e., threaten them into submission. Then it came, it seems, the wise and cunning man, the first inventor of the fear of gods. He framed a tale, a most alluring doctrine, concealing truth by veils of lying lore. He told of of an abode of awful gods, up in the revolving vault, whence thunder roars, and lightning. Wait, what the fuck? And lightning's fearful flashes blind the eye. He thus encircled men by bonds of fear, surrounding them by gods in fair abodes. He charmed them with his spells and daunted them, and lawlessness turned into law and order. In Curtis' views, religion is nothing but a lordly lie of the great and clever statesman. Plato's views are strikingly similar, both in the introduction of the myth of the Republic, where he bluntly admits that the myth is a lie, and the laws of which he said the installation of rights and gods of a matter for a great thinker. So only the truly smart can comprehend the need for this lie to keep the population in chains, right? You need to
Right.
have only people that and the thing about smart people, right, is that they're the best at rationalizing their compromise and they're selling out of other people. Like that's to me a big thing of this is like, you don't tell every person because some people are going to be stupid enough to be like, hey guys, they're lying to us about like all this shit. We don't have to do most of this stuff, but we don't have to sacrifice a certain number of our crops. We don't have to tithe to the priests because they're just sitting in their temples getting high on psychedelics. They're doing nothing for us. Like, why are we giving them anything? The smart person knows that you need to keep that to yourself, use that for your own benefit, and work your way up the power hierarchy. The dumb person is like, I gotta tell the masses about this, right? So I think that's
Right.
another part of this is convincing smart people that are so smart they can sell people out. Um, which is fucked up. But,
That was a good poem. I like it.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't
But
take it
yeah,
too
no, I
literally
mean
though.
it
It's more
it
metaphor.
makes
No, just joking. I'm taking it literally. I'm taking this
I
one
know.
literally. Like, let this guy. Yeah.
But yeah, no, that makes sense. It's good. I've never heard that before. So,
Shout out to people who invented religion for
oh
keeping
yeah,
everybody fucking in fear. You know.
it's kind of in a way, it's kind of related to 1984.
Right?
It's the way the government in 1984 controlled the proles. Right?
Yeah.
So,
It's through fear.
it's not a new idea by any means.
No, and it's like arguably, it's like the fact that humans use these propagandas and lies to craft stories to control not just those around them, but the future generations,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like that's one of the most powerful elements of it is like you have a limited life, right? But your
Yeah.
teachings and the education of the masses
Yeah.
has a life far beyond anything you
Oh
could
yeah,
imagine.
obviously.
Yeah, right? I mean,
I
there's a
mean,
quote.
because I
There's
mean, whoever invented this, obviously, I mean, it's dug deep at this point. You know, would you? And obviously, maybe you can find some statistics on this, but I'd be interested to know how many people would say that they believe in one religion or another versus how many people would claim that they're atheists.
That's a really, yeah, I'm curious. I bet there's polls on this. Let me find.
Because my initial guess as to what that would say is there are probably a lot more people out there who believe in some sort of religion, one religion or another, uh, than there are atheists.
Yeah, definitely. The first one I find is this one, which is 2007 to 2014.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, definitely Christian dominant, big time, especially in the US. Um, the unaffiliated, even the unaffiliated, only like a few percentage of people are atheist or agnostic. Most people are just like not showing up to church, and they're like, yeah, that aren't Christian.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see. And then the most recent one that I'm seeing is this one. And it definitely shows a decline in Christians and an incline in the religiously unaffiliated. But that doesn't mean that the atheists are necessarily taking a good slice of that, right?
Right.
And like even I myself, I definitely would, I it would be tough for me to call myself an atheist. Like I don't claim any. Like I'm just so
Yeah.
beyond the like the idea that human knowledge could achieve an
Right.
understanding of the divine. And like, different ways of framing what religion is, I think make it either real or false. Like if you want to say belief in a god allows humans to do things that on their own they couldn't do, but collectively through the power of a collective faith working together they can do, like then it's kind of real. Like the power of God
Yeah,
is
because I
real.
mean, you see like churches raise funds to take care of the homeless, run food
Right.
shelters, all that kind of stuff, which otherwise wouldn't be done necessarily, or would have to get done by somebody else. I don't know who that would be.
Yeah, like there's
We
not
don't see that.
it's
I
collective,
mean,
right? It's the
yeah.
collective grouping of humans around a common belief. Like that's real. That does
Hmm.
shit. That has power. But like, yeah, I mean for good or bad, right? But like I just can't literally believe in a
Right.
also they say like animals don't go to heaven. It's like what the fuck is that about? Like take the win. Let's say animals go to
Yeah,
heaven.
they go to Pet
Fuck.
Cemetery.
That's fucking crazy. The cats don't go to heaven? Like, I don't I'm not buying anything that's telling me that. Like no, that actually was a pretty early on thing. I was like, what?
That's what that was your first question. That was when you
Well,
stopped believing.
it was connected to Santa actually. My first questioning was Santa. Like I never really was introduced to it, but like my first questioning of like why other people might believe in it, and I'm like, how do we know it's not just like Santa? I was like, it seems kinda but yeah, my parents just never really brought me into it. So even though my dad's a big he's a kind of a Buddhist guy. He's like big into the kind of like energy and the chakras and the kind of you know,
Oh, okay,
the
interesting.
energy and the life that lives within everything, and
Hmm.
the nature of the universe is, suffering, and humans work together to create less suffering and that kind of stuff. So that definitely probably stayed with me. I think you should be pulling out, the fucking Tales of Gilgamesh to the family, being like, "It was all a
Yeah,
lie."
that's a terrible idea.
No, I know. As if I never talked to you before. As if I never talked to you before.
Uh,
Yeah. So like, also with the JC thing, like,
yeah.
yeah, no, I was kind of more interested in having Dank construct an argument against it, if that makes sense. Like, I was
Yeah.
like, I definitely see,
I
I
get
completely
you.
agree with what you're saying. Like,
Yeah,
completely
I
agree
mean,
with what
I
you're
can
saying.
easily see him going down that path, and just like me and Flourish said something earlier about Dank, and I even said like he kind of has like blinders on,
Yes.
and only sees what he really wants to see. And I think I pointed out what he what he would see.
What I
No, you're 100%.
specifically meant was there's a part of his thought process that is hijacked by other principles that he has. So let's say I'm religious. He can work down and for a logic tree just fine. He's obviously not. He's obviously a logical person. But when it comes to him trying to accept, let's say, when in your conversation with gay people, he has this bias against gay people, and that's what his sort of mimetic understanding of how what the religion says about gay people, because obviously you see religious people, or specifically Christians, sort of be against gay people, and so mimetically sort of understand, okay, well, this is kind of part of your religion, and so when you bring up he crafts an argument ad hoc trying to justify in a secular way why he's skeptical of
Yeah,
gay people, and when you present the
exactly.
argument counter to that, where it's like, okay, why don't you apply this to other group of people, blah blah blah, now you've gotten to the point where he can no longer justify like he can work within the logic that you've presented in the secular logic that he's presented to you, but when that no longer works, okay, now he falls back on oh, well, it's just my opinion, it's just my personal bias, and you're never going to change my mind because the the foundation was his religion, and that's completely warping his ability to work through the logic tree. Even though he actually can work through the logic tree, it kind of just stops after a certain point.
It's kind of like what Narash said earlier. It's like you can't argue with divine intervention.
Yeah.
So
It's like really the ultimate Yu-Gi-Oh card. It's like, God. It's like, it's over. It's immediately over. I mean, it's instantly over. It's instantly over. It's like, it's over. Like, you can't. No one's gonna challenge that, especially if it's a fundamental belief. Like, um, and I think part of what I've realized. At first, I was like, I had this belief. I'm like, oh, religious people are so lucky. Like, they don't have to confront like real like fears of like death in like a real way. Like, I don't.
That
When
is
I see
lucky.
like war and kind of destruction around the world, I have to think about all the lives lost, all the families destroyed. They don't really have to consider that because, like, ultimately they're being saved by God in some sense. This is a
they're
planet,
in a
a
better
divine.
place.
Yeah, they're in a better place.
Well, what
It's
happens if
like
they die in
even
China?
well, those are
Their
communists, but no,
soul is in a better place.
yeah, their souls in a better place. They've been converted. Like, but or like that guy in the in the video, he said that the Harvard Russian mathematician guy like went. He didn't say died. He said went to heaven on like 1940. It's not even death that's happening to these people. It's just like they're going to heaven. So why be concerned about that? But then I have a friend who, named Silas, immediately thinking religious name. He went to a a Jesuit like college, Loyola Marymount in Southern California. He went to Holy Cross, which is a like Santa Cruz religious school before that. And at college, he had a pretty serious crisis in confidence that led him ultimately to losing his religiousness. And he
Based.
got things went bad. Things went bad for him because
Oh,
of that. Like losing that structure of religion was like a truly terrifying experience that really changed his relationship with his parents, with his other religious friends. Like he felt not only had he been lied to, but people around him either knew that was the case or like participated in it, and like he like I
Oh.
had nothing to do with this. This was just something he told me like a year later after I hadn't seen him for a while. And that made me realize like actually religious people are burdened with a pretty serious thing they have to maintain, this like light they have to maintain, otherwise things go completely belly up. Like I had to confront death and stuff at a younger age, but that's kind of good because these people are going to have to confront it like way later in their life if they ever come to have a different opinion. And that fear of confronting that stuff, I think, motivates a lot of these people to avoid asking certain questions. And I think you can see that in that how people often will demonstrate their faith by being like, I didn't even ask questions. Like I'm so like faithful and religious that I don't even ask questions if they come to my mind about inconsistencies that I might see. Like it's like a badge of honor not to kind of bring up certain things and just accept that God told you, right? Like that's evidence of virtue to some extent. At least that's what I learned from Dress for
Gross.
Vader. So I think that's kind of a real fear they have that I didn't have to deal with. Like I actually got lucky with that. I didn't have to be like constantly walking this tightrope of afraid that I would lose my belief in religion and lose this foundation that my entire existence and social structure is based upon. Um,
In
I
a
don't know if
way, I kind of ended up having to face that, right? Because I
yeah,
was raised that way. I just chose to like I realized, wait a second, I don't want to lose some of those people in my life. I don't want to
yes.
lose my family because of this. So like I'm just gonna, maintain the status quo and like personally don't believe it, but I'm not really gonna let anybody know that because
Yeah, it's a little
it's not worth that fight in my
it's not.
opinion. So
No, and I
because
think that's
they're
That's a
not gonna change.
battle?
They're not gonna change that. They're not gonna change their way of thinking. They're
But
just
would
so
they
deeply
fight you?
ingrained in it. Would they fight me? What do you like?
For not being religious? Because you say you keep it to yourself.
I I don't really know what would happen, to be honest. But I don't really want to find out.
'Cause you want
I
that
don't think it.
inheritance money.
I I don't think it would be anything good. That is part of the motivation too.
yeah.
As
Well,
selfish as that sounds, but yeah,
Well, it's actually pretty
that is
altruistic. Actually, I don't think it's
um,
selfish. I think it's weirdly like you're
trying to get that
sacrificing
inheritance
your own.
money? Yeah.
Yeah, you're trying to get that Monday. No, like you don't want your mom being like, my son's going to hell all the time, and they would. They would be
I
thinking
I
that
would
all
yeah.
want
the
them to
time,
feel that
She
way.
would definitely be thinking that. That is
all the time,
yeah.
and that's just fucked. You love her ultimately, like that's and
I love her, so I want her to be delusional. No.
well, it's like what's an illusion when most of your reality is structured upon an illusion? Like things become, that are real become kind of distorted. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
if everything is based on a set of beliefs, then those aren't illusions. Those are just things that are true. And if you challenge those, it's not going good for the person getting that challenged. And if you break it, if you actually break those beliefs, like people can have full on like psychotic like meltdowns. It could lead to like marriages being lost. Like it's a real
Have you ever
Good.
read a Stephen King book
no.
with you should listen to Carrie.
Okay. The
Or
the
well, no, I
one?
mean maybe not. I was kind of being facetious, but like I listened to that recently, and the mom of that story is kind of the villain. She is
Okay.
a religious fanatic, and uh, you kind of see the impacts that her religious fanaticism has on her daughter,
Hmm.
and versus the way everybody else around her daughter in public school thinks and that kind of stuff, and it ends up in kind of a destruction of a town at the end of the
Hmm.
book. But
I've seen
anyways,
like the trailer for the movie Carrie. I feel like she gets pig's blood dumped on her.
yeah,
She has like telekinetic powers. Like,
hmm classic Stephen King tropes. Yeah,
are they actually?
yeah.
That's funny.
Those are pretty classic. So a lot of his books deal with some kind of uh, telekinetic or psychic powers of some sort.
Okay.
He does typically, well, not typically, but uh, in a lot, there are multiple books where where the villain is some kind of religious fanatic person. or there's a family member of your main character who is a religious fanatic
I
of
can
some
tell it's an
sort.
American author
So,
already.
Yeah, definitely an American author.
You guys sound
Probably the
way
American
more
author.
religious than anywhere I've ever been. The
I
fact
think
that
with
you
different
would,
religions,
well, yeah,
don't you think modernity and the belief in technological progress is kind of a faith that is just kind of wrong? Like, I mean, that's what I believe. I mean, I think that people have this religion of self improvement, kind of this religion of money, this religion of technological optimism.
well, I
Like,
wouldn't
there's
call
these
them
faiths that start to.
definitionally. I wouldn't call them definitionally religions. I think they're completely
I'd put at least
manifesting this.
faiths, maybe faiths,
Oh,
faiths
yeah,
in
you can
the
call them
kind of
faiths.
benevolence and progress and technology and benevolence in markets and all sorts of stuff like that. I think secularism has its own kind of faith-based religious beliefs that aren't really true if you really look at the history or you look at the kind of current reality we live in, but they're taken as truths that benefit you socially and people kind of collect around and claim to believe in, and markets sell their products based on. I think that there's some stuff there. I don't know. Maybe that's just kind of weird, but
I have to think about that a bit more because just don't fundamentally don't see them as the same thing. Categorically different. When we're talking about religion, I think the claims I think the starting point is completely different.
sure.
In terms of if I believe technological progress, that's not
Good.
if
Good.
oh even oh okay if you even extend that statement, if it's an ultimate good, I'm guessing you're talking about a very specific type of technological progress.
Optimism, like
Well, no, I'm talking about what mechanically you're talking about in terms of better computers, better rockets. Not specifically because technology is a little bit more broader for me. I would consider religion a type of technology. No one's talking about that.
True.
Or in terms of
True.
the way we interact with, let's say, psychedelics and the way that could transform our lives. That's something that Dune deals with, where psychedelics are actually quite advanced, that you're speeding up your brain process, and in their world they've kind of ditched computers, the traditional sense, so they have human computers, mentats,
yeah.
and that's that's another form of technology. But anyway, going back to what I said, you look at that statement, the way people there's this assumption that technological progress is for the good of humanity. I don't think that even that's not even close to where a whole religion comes from. I don't even think these two are.
Elements of religiosity, elements of faith,
Oh,
elements
of
of kind
course.
of belief. Yeah.
But
And I mean, we're educated from a young age to believe these things, that like there's this kind of march towards progress. Like we have very Whiggish history that we get in schools.
I like that. It is very
things were
Whiggish.
bad, then things became better as time went on, and more ideas were put out there, and technology advanced through the kind of brain power and intelligence of the individual, and they like society benefited from this. And I look at history and I see a lot of death, a lot of erasure, a lot of loss of a lot of loss of humans, and kind of complexity and social difference, and kind of a boiling down into kind of a smaller pool of types of people you could be. And I just don't see what we've experienced in the last 200, 300 years is definitionally progress. And it's kind of the first time ever that there are human, in the hands of humans, devices that could genuinely end the planet. Like that's been created through technological progress, and I think most people, I think you look at the way Elon Musk's been able to sell himself. I don't think that's possible without this belief that we're like inevitably going to this progressive future of technology. I think that that's something that's been cultivated in people's minds, but I don't think it's true. And I think people believe it on faith, like they have faith that the advancements in technologies will make their lives better, but there's no reason to really believe that. And that faith, that unquestioning faith, drives a lot of people, I think, in our modern era. Kind of challenging to think of it in those terms, but I'm trying to do it that way so it kind of calls those beliefs into question, if that makes sense. Like it's not literally one to one the same, but if we're talking about where these, faith-based beliefs and stuff exist outside of America. I think it's in, the fundamental good of the West, of the fundamental good of our societies over other societies, of the fundamental good of technological progress, of the faith in, these academics and these, corporations to make our lives better through small improvements and incremental progress. And that's how our
And
history's taught.
when
That's how
you
we
say
teach our
technological progress, are you kind of like equating that with the commodification of modern life as well?
I mean, that's an aspect of it for sure. Like that's
Okay.
part of why, like that's how a lot of certain technologies are meant to operate, is make things more
Right.
commercial. But I think it's also just the idea that like, okay, things are gonna get better. Like my friend has an actual faith in like carbon capture. Like I'll ask him like, okay, well, does it work currently? He's like, no, and but he's very convinced that global warming won't be a problem because of this inevitable technological progress that are gonna come and like save us from
Right. Yeah.
social
Sure.
destruction.
Sure.
And yeah, I mean, and a lot of people believe that like, maybe Elon Musk's claims are kind of fanciful, but it's grounded in this like scientific understanding that will improve and ultimately, he'll get there even if it doesn't make sense now. It's the kind of long game, of
Mhm.
technological progress that excuses a lot of his bullshit claims. So I don't know. It's not one to one with religion, but there's similarities in terms of the education, the faith-based belief, and the kind of future-looking nature of it. And again, the Whiggish history is part of that. This like inevitable march of progress. Um, Something to think about, I guess.
Yeah. All right. It is time for me to head off of here.
Right.
It is nearly 10 o'clock, so I gotta be up at 5:30.
You don't need to explain it. You can just leave, my brother.
Best of luck.
Okay.
Best of luck.
See y'all.
Best of luck. What the
On your
kind of
sleep journey.
statement
Oh,
is
I-
that?
Listen, I struggle at sleeping,
What?
so I consider it like
See,
best of
I
luck
don't
on the
I don't
statement.
struggle in sleeping. I took it as best of luck, as in like, best of luck at work tomorrow.
True. That works too.
I took it as in best
Every
of
day
luck.
this week has been insane. So
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
yeah. Anyways, see ya.
See ya.
I took that completely different. I thought you meant best of luck as in I've been in too many zombies chats and I just need to say good luck because that's the only way I know how to express myself. Well, I did that.
That is how I express myself in the zombie chats. That's exactly like good luck and then the GGs. Like that totally is.
Good luck, GG, exclamation mark, downs.
Yeah, exclamation mark downs world record times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even do times anymore because it's BO6 I've been watching. Or
It's
down.
really sad. Are you okay?
Yeah.
I'm so
Dude,
sorry.
no.
Wait, what is this gif?
It's a tough one.
I hate how gifs autoplay. Alright, those of you can probably turn that off. It's agony.
I think that, by the way, this guy who invented this field, cybernetics, which is about feedback, like think a thermostat. It's like the thermostat's constantly trying to bring the room back to a temperature. So it's reading the outside room temperature and then adjusting how much coolant it puts out, and then it's reading it, and it's trying to bring a state into equilibrium. It's kind of what cybernetics is about. But this writer Norbert Wiener, he has a great quote, which is the world of the futures. This is in 1950, something like that. The world of the future will be an even more demanding struggle against the limitations of our intelligence, not a comfortable hammock in which we can lie down and be waited upon by robot slaves. And I think, yeah, I think that's probably, I think that's been right. I think he's been right about that, and
Sure, I can think about it both individual and society wide.
definitely.
I'm just trying to pass that without being super in terms of I have no idea I have no idea what the context is. I don't want to push my own values onto that. I really don't like
Part of why
that
I'm
when
bringing that abstract quote is I think it speaks to a lot of things you've told me about people not recognizing the limitations of their own knowledge, not willing to think more critically about their arguments that they're making. You can see it in so many different levels. not just on that one. There's so many different levels you can see it on. But that belief that the future will be this robot slave havoc situation. I mean, I think I personally have had thoughts like that when I was younger about how that would be like my future is the Jetsons, kind of this, the flying cars and the robot maids and the, ease of life and all that stuff.
Interesting. I don't know if I ever saw it that way. I have no idea. I don't know what my conceptualization of. Actually, I thought the future was always going to be super bleak. Actually, as a kid, I used to have super big problems, and I had to just deal with that all myself. I thought we'd all be living underground, because the world's gonna get fucked somehow, through
Sure.
global warming, and we're gonna run out of electricity when we run out of oil. That's what I thought the world looked like when I was maybe less than 10, one of them, around that age.
And that's really much better than me, honestly. Much more advanced than I would at that age.
I wish I never had those thoughts, man. Especially the winter, because it would get darker, so it feel like you're actually underground. That used to fuck me in the head. It's like, oh, it's actually just gonna be perpetually dark. There is not gonna be any sun anymore. We're gonna be living on the ground. uh, the dread that I felt. It'd be so much easier to actually believe in the robot maids.
Yeah.
a lot
Robot
easier.
fanboy mates.
Yeah, now my
Anime.
conceptualization of the future is actually that the first part of that quote, which is we struggle. Yeah, wait, hold on. Let me read this again. The world of the future will be even more demanding. Will be an even more demanding struggle against the limitations of our own intelligence. I guess I won't take that quote, but the future, the way I conceptualize, or just the present, even the way I conceptualize it now is that we it's a really boring one. This is really lame, but when it comes to the way we interact with the really bad to say content, but just anything around us, I think we are limited by the technologies around us, where we basically use these technologies as sort of like, okay, look how advanced the world is, but I think in terms of our relationship with the world, it's actually sort of becoming a lot weaker, especially with the AI, where now people can substitute reading books by using AI. And let's hypothetically, let's say it gets to the point where it's just really good, where you can actually get a summary of the book through AI, and people are actually using this through school. And for me, I value school in terms of just navigating that. I know people use it to get degrees, to get jobs, but I actually just value the journey in itself, going through an academic system and actually engaging with that in good faith. Actually, kind of don't even really see that. People don't really participate in university in that sort of way. It's just to get the degree, which kind of sucks. That it's gone that route, but to get onto point, the way we see, I've always had this is a belief that I've had for a while now. Because I view technology in a completely different paradigm when it comes to religion. I see that as a technology that can be utilized, can be used, or psychedelics, and other adjacent things that are. And this could be like language too, syntactically, the way we array our language and the different interpretations that can. Just language itself, just the advanced language we have now, obviously that didn't exist back then, syntactically, grammatically, all that didn't exist back then. These are all technologies. When the paradigm of technology is only viewed through, okay, well, is my smartphone getting faster? That's not a tech. I see that as sort of anti-technology, because you're looking at one technology and then you're letting another technology, where it be the way we interact with the world, that is fundamentally, this is a technology, the way we array our values, and we have this sort of like societal shared, there's like shared understandings, like we don't get violent with each other. That's bad for society. That if we're just punching each other's faces because we need to project our masculinity, that's whack society. That's a mechanic that exists, and the mechanic, I believe, is a technology that there's societal understanding, like an invisible beam connecting all of us, kind of like, yeah, this sort of makes sense, and intuitively that sort of makes sense if you grew up in this society. The fact that one the paradigm of the paradigm we live in, where technology is sort of described as like, okay, rockets and all these like sort of very mechanical technologies are being seen as only technological progress, is really fucking whack to me. Because then when I see the way people use this, where now I think the internet is so fucking great in terms of the way we can acquire information about the world and skills about the world that we just couldn't even do before. Just the level of wit that you would need, and perseverance back in a day where you have to find very specific people if you wanted to do very specific things. Now that we can isolate through a web search engine exactly what we want, exactly what we want to learn, what we want to know, and the skills that we want to acquire is so good. And this exists, and that's a technology that exists. And I'll break down into two parts: the social mechanicism that we want to improve, whatever skill or whatever ability or whatever knowledge, that's a technology within itself, that mindset or whatever. And there's that second where the what medium we use to acquire that. And we have number two, people understand that the medium exists there, but people have completely forgotten part one, which is, okay, what are we going to use this machine for? Acquisition of what? Right. And it turns out that and this is a very uncontroversial, very popular take now that's very pervasive, but that's which is that everyone's a kind of coke fiend of using technology. But I think the part that people miss is that what is actually possible, which is the first part of technological progress that I just think we've actually really fallen down behind on. Computers are not really seen as this like library or whatever. When you go into a library, it's super fucking serious, right? So it's not even seen as that. It's like something that we play video games in, shit posts or anything like that. And so we've actually fallen back technological on this like societal string that we exist on, where we're just completely unserious. And that is super whack to me to see that, because now I'm sort of, I've noticed that myself. Let's say that the years I spent playing zombies is that I didn't really get anything out of that, where I see how the other people engage in zombies. We'd laugh at Jaybird for doing Reimagined, but this guy was incredible at what he did and the experiences that he got.
Yes.
And mechanically what he was doing was incredible. I think a lot of these sort of like PR social part, which is actually a part of that, he could also write about that. I'd love to see him write about it, because that's a really important part about because he's a one-man army. A lot of these tasks would be distributed to devs, PR team, blah blah blah. Like he's that one-man army doing all of that, and it'd be really interesting to see how him to do a write-up on everything that he experienced, in terms of like, how does he manage the people that are playing this game, how did he get people to play the game, how did he deal with criticism, all that. That'd be super fucking interesting. But he acquired all of that, and I think that's, in terms of doing other things that are really useful, you can take those skills and transfer it. It's a direct transferal, and that's such a beautiful way to engage with the game. And I just engaged with the game in such a whack way, where it's like, okay, Doris is cool, and I was modulating all the different parts of the map, and even my gameplay to improve at the game. But I think ultimately I spent way too much time, especially, it's already a very time-consuming game. I spent too much time playing that game, where it's like, oh wow, I felt like I got way less than I realized, because my world was very small. Because when you're playing zombies all day, well, your world is getting so narrow in terms of the people that you talk to, the people that you gain affirmation from, and so. Yeah, exactly. So when I surrounded myself with all of that, oh wow, now that I've expanded my world, because all the shit that I acquired was in this narrow realm, is actually, a lot of that is not useful in this wider realm that I'm now inhabiting, and now that I now enjoy. And so I felt that I've spent, I guess, like the learning that
getting there though, right? Like, it doesn't just happen. Like, that's part of zombies. And also, like, probably people in zombies were crucial to that development. At least for me, it was like, I can, off the top of my head, many people like Strat and stuff that if I didn't know them, I would be a much lesser person, and I only got that through zombies. So it's kind of this complicated, like, I grew in relationship to zombies. But yeah, a lot of the things I did in zombies, I do regret too.
Yeah, I didn't need to play to get the benefit that I got out of the game. I did not play. I did not need to play as much as I played that game. So that's something I regret. And now that I have, and it was also a lot of that was stemming from just not having any sort of management mechanic where I can manage and delay my gratification. It's very easy to go to what you know, so you sort of extend your playing time even past, even when I wanted to play. I'm just like, oh, I'm just playing because it's very comfortable and this is a very easy way to it's just lazy. Habits are lazy, and that's a habit that I got, and it was lazy, and it was not getting me probably even what I wanted at the time. But now, especially, it's definitely not worth the effort of playing that game. And so there's a lot of mechanics that exist that I've now acquired, at least not acquired, but trying to acquire, which is having some sort of structure in order to acquire information that I seek. Yeah. So right now I'm learning Japanese. I've been learning basically every day for.
I've seen it. You've been grinding it. I love it.
Yeah, super grinding Japanese and having the perseverance to do everything. That is a mechanic. Training myself. Even when I go on holiday, even when I went on holiday, I still had it on my phone and did it every day. And having that mechanic, I mean, that's like a perseverance mechanic, but that's not something that was instilled by me. I only lived with my mom for the longest time. She didn't really have all that time to spend with me, so I had to build a lot of these. A lot of this, go shower every day, go brush your teeth. That's something that's a very easy what do you call it, discipline mechanics that are taught to you. But the discipline mechanic itself is not really taught to you. It's just well, it is, but within just brushing your teeth or taking a shower. But to build your own sort of to be able to manage yourself and actually be able to build all of these on by yourself, that's actually a mechanic that you need a parent involved. That if you're on the computer too much, you drag it off. If you're doing bad activities, that will disrupt whatever any sort of delayed gratification by doing a task repetitively over and over again. That's going to benefit you in the future. It is sort of inhibited if you don't have somebody that teaching you that. So having to teach myself that is a sort of technology, but a technology in a very sort of narrow sense, because it only exists for me, and it's a technology that I have to acquire for myself, but it still has a societal effect in terms of how do I exist in the world, because having people that are able to delay immediate gratification, and let's say I want to smash somebody in the face, I got really angry, to be able to delay that so I don't smash them in the face, just for someone, let's say you had anger issues. That's a very important technology, but not just for yourself because you don't want to get in trouble, but for the society as a whole.
Social circle too, right? Like,
yeah, exactly. And a lot of those are going to be shared inside. We're basically using like the to put it in metaphorical or a metaphorical sense. It's sort of like we're working on the same frame. We're in the same framework. We're on like I don't know, Discord, Twitter, or whatever. But instead, it's okay, I can do this and do that in order to activate my social experiences or to activate my societal experiences where we're not all killing each other like lunatics. And right. I guess poor, and I don't mean this materially, but I mean this socially, poor technological societies where they are beating each other up, where there isn't that discipline, that is a technological problem, but it is, yeah. But it's not in terms of like, oh, do they have enough food? And this is another thing, right? To get into something that's tangential is a lot of societies that are materially technological powerhouses actually have on a lot of unfulfillment problems. They have a lot of these other problems that is usually really weird, because how is this a trend up in technology when this is sort of a trend down, where we have a lot of this material affluence, but there is not a technology like social technological improvement to even exist within the paradigm of this super materially affluent society. And so you have a lot of people that, I'm pretty sure we have higher depression rates than
Absolutely.
developed world, and
Significantly.
that's food for thought. It's like, oh wow, I mean, maybe I need to be drop shipped, especially if you're depressed. It should be the first time I had to actually deal with somebody telling me that they're somebody that they're probably going to see me as like someone that they're close to, because I've been talking to them for years, and they don't exactly have easy access to their parents, and talking about specifically EXE here, and this is the first time I've dealt with somebody that's super fucking depressed, and it's like, oh fuck, and he has this material affluence. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, you're what I'm saying, like, you have all the technology to materially to excel yourself, to bring yourself up. For me, I thinking on a material level, but then technologically I'm thinking like social technology. I'm thinking your family didn't do right by you. You basically being a shut-in this whole time, and your mom went on holiday twice, even when you told her that you're suicidal. She just can't even deal with the pressure. But her husband dying, it's it's a fucking wild situation that he's been going on. And when you once you understand that, where he hasn't been given the tools to succeed,
utilize the technology around him, right? The material around him, right?
Yeah, then it's at that point it's actually a detriment, because this material technology can actually allow you, it can diminish you in terms of getting you in a sort of feel good loop, in terms of you're not really confronting any of the problems that you have by you're just sort of getting the trickle down of small good feelings, but never confronting the problem. Let's say like I'm watching anime or whatever, and then you keep having these problems and kicking down the can down the road. This is not discipline. This is being undisciplined, and that's super fucked. But we never even really think about it that way. I mean, maybe there's different language. That definitely is different language to describe what I'm talking about. But this is definitely
for sure.
It needs to be taught. I think it needs to be taught in the paradigm of technology, because in terms of when I think of technology, I'm sort of taking the effect that it has. Technology can mean fucking anything. It could be a banana or something, but I'm specifically taking the effect of a technology. A phone is an interface to do different things, and an interface to do a bunch of different things. That's a technology, or like the internet or whatever. That's another something blah blah blah. What the internet is. The same thing with talking, with grammar. That's an interface for me to do other things. Something, a medium to exist through, to talk to communicate with, that enhances different things. And that's why I say we need to view these other things as technology, because then you start to see our technology is actually really advancing. It's actually sort of steady, maybe even going back in time. If you like, RNG evens out, material going up, social going down. Oh shit, it's
individual sense of self or satisfaction, like all that going down.
Yeah, and it's like, for me, it's like I can exist in this world. I'm a super happy guy, but seeing other people where they're completely destroyed and have no idea how to, it's like EXE. It's like, I know this guy too. I know he has a head on his shoulders where he can do more than he's done right now, and he has the medium in which to do it materially, but on his head right now mentally he's just not in a great place. That super it's hard to see it from my perspective. It's just like, oh fuck, I've never even like imagined somebody could even be in this. Like intellectually, I know this is a thing. Obviously people
Yeah,
go
of course,
through.
of course. You're aware this exists. But
Exactly, but
seeing it for the
feeling,
person you
yeah,
know,
well, that's
feeling it, feeling that empathetic connection, being like, damn, I can like that's so difficult. Like you see it, like it's totally different.
oh yeah, it's totally different. Yeah, we need to get that technological mechanic up. The thing is, like, people understand these problems too. That's the thing. Everyone understands all these different problems. Yeah, they're not looking at the paradigm for technology, but changing the paradigm to technology will really change the conversation in terms of, okay, yeah, we're technologically progressing and it's all hunky-dory. And no, the fuck it's not. We are not existing in this material world in the same way as is in
Even
the
if it
same.
works for some people like us, like that's not gonna be. And like for me also, like whether it's a sad world or a happy world, like I'm here because I owe so much or to the people around me that I could never like kill myself. Like that sounds dark, but like I could
Okay.
never do it because of like what I owe the people around me and like what that would cause them. Like I could just never something I could do, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. Yeah, I remember Dank saying something to EXE. It's like, what happens if your parents found you? For me, I could never say that to somebody because I'm a deeply I'm very intrinsic. So I if I was depressed, I don't care if you see me sprawled up on the floor. That's my right. That's my right to take my own life. What the fuck? Why do you think
we're talking
you?
individually, like for ourselves, like not like abstractly, like I'm saying just for myself, like that
Mhm.
I wouldn't apply that to everybody, especially people in chronic pain, like life.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many situations you come up with, but just personally, like that's not.
That's what keeps you going. Yeah, I just don't
Yeah,
think I
for
could
sure.
ever tell somebody else that because it's so antithetical to at least how I view things. And then I'd have to balance that out with, okay, well, I actually do want you to live, and if that's what I need to tell you, I might want to tell you. But the thing is I can't mechanically I can't say something I don't believe to somebody, just even if it might result in a good thing.
Yeah, instrumentally for like to like get them to stay. You can't. It's like well, you're right. It is your right. It is your life. It is your right to take it. Like if you believe that, it's tough to say not to say that, even if the situation is dire. I get that.
Mm. Mm. Thank.
Oh, no way. No way. No way.
What do you mean no way?
The Dream VC, dude. This is Dream VC right here. Two deafened people and
Yeah, but he's
Jaren.
been in here for ages, deafened.
Yeah.
Don't tell people my real name. Down.
I already know your real name.
My favorite conspiracy theory I've ever spread. It's the best.
It's Oscar Otter.
I'm Oscar Otter secretly.
Dude, that was a conspiracy theory for a bit. I definitely believed in it. It made sense though, because like this guy comes out of nowhere, and then here you are, and you're just
not
like,
being as active. Yeah.
this Oscar Otter guy joins VC. Absolutely quiet, refuses to talk.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Niraj and Oscar Otter play zombies at the same time? I don't think
Never
so.
seen them play zombies at the same time.
Never seen them play at the same time, dude.
Very
I'm
good
just
point.
saying, it's a
Yeah.
conspiracy.
Well, the other theory that I was spreading was that Oscar Otter is Oscar Ott her, like her, and it's a female, and they don't want to be like fucking harassed by zombie virgins, and so they just hide the femaleness, and actually are all being dominated by women.
I just harass Oscar Otter regardless. So.
That'd be it.
I mean Niraj. I mean Oscar Otter.
Yeah, one of the same. Might as well say the same thing.
One of the same, yeah. Niraj Otter.
But yeah, like for like with the technology stuff, like I think also like that's the problem of recognition, is like recognizing what the problem is and like recognizing a solution to it. And I think part of our in general history, but also currently, is people have problems of like loneliness, right? So, okay, well, how do I deal with loneliness? Okay, I get on dating apps, right? But dating apps are engineered by some of the smartest people to get you addicted to dating apps and not to solve your problem, right? Like you have these problems, but then how do you recognize a solution that doesn't just dig you deeper into that hole? Do you know what I mean? Like it's like there are people who are set up to exploit the fact that we have certain problems generated by our modern era, and then they're not actually offering solutions. They're offering fake solutions that are meant to get you entrenched in their system and to be ultimately be exploited. So I think that's part of the problem is that like you don't. It's not like, oh, I have these problems, I need to be disciplined and take action. It's like, well, what do I know is the right option? Like, how do I know what the right option is to deal with this problem? And oftentimes there are people set up at all these different kind of choke points to get you to their solution, and that solution isn't even a solution.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense, but
No, it makes sense. I just don't have much to say.
no, it's fair. And it's just like, I was just kind of bringing that up as like another thing. It's like it's not just the person's need to have like a certain person in their life that kind of guides them. It's also that the people who are around them and themselves need to be aware of like traps of potential pitfalls that could screw them over and make things worse too. Not that dating apps are all bad, but just that there are traps people fall into on purpose. And
You tell me.
They don't
I mean,
tell
if you're
you.
using one in Qatar in your game, I don't know.
It's pretty bad app. If you're at
It
guitar in your
is.
game, it's a pretty bad. It's definitely a trap.
What I don't understand is why they're grinder. Why is that activated in Qatar?
No, it's psychotic. I don't know either. It's crazy.
The biggest funnel for getting arrested.
Yeah, literal honey trap.
Not a good look.
You mean honey pot?
Bussy pot. I don't know.
Honey pot. The correct term is honey pot. I don't know. Don't you think the Silk Road would be kind of like something like that? I mean, just saying.
What you mean? You talking about the
I mean,
literal Silk Road?
drug trafficking is highly illegal. I mean, what never stopped anybody from doing drugs.
But I don't get your point.
Like these things might not be solutions to not having drugs. They might be ways of entrapping people by the police to get them to compile evidence of them doing drugs. You're saying? Like, it's not just, oh, I need drugs. This thing solves it.
Oh, the Silk Road. Okay, I just realized the Silk. I'm
Right,
guessing the Silk. I'm thinking about like historically the Silk Road. I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
No. Silk Road, yeah. Silk Road is a
I
deep
see.
web drug
Yeah.
trafficking.
That's funny.
Yeah. Real, by the way. Real.
By the way, Dank, check the description. Actually, it is honey trap. That is what I was saying. You were right. You were wrong. I was right. Get fact checked. Nerd mode activated.
Oh, well, honey trapping is a okay, that one's like specific towards sexual or romantic relationships.
Yeah, and the term honey trap is used when dating sites are often used to gain access to victims. So.
What is the thumbnail for the Discord message? Keep mom, she's not so dumb.
Yeah, it's like a spy. It's like either a British or American poster about how like you can't be saying state secrets even to hot girls because she might not be just a dumb ditzy girl. She might be an enemy agent trying to get shit out of you. And that's what it says, careless talks cost lives. It's like a military guy being chatted up by a hot blonde girl.
Oh, that. Littlefinger. One of Littlefinger's little maids.
Yes.
It's really funny to me. To me, it just seems so obvious. It's just really funny.
Right, yeah.
Which is also like the mechanic he's sort of writing in there because he is so conspicuous. But you have people like Tywin, who some people claim is the smartest character ever, but that is the mechanic, that he is so arrogant and he doesn't see this what I mean, I guess in the paradigm of Game of Thrones, he is this like working class guy. He's not part of some sick house. He doesn't have this legacy, and he probably, because he's a very legacy absorbed man in terms of the direction he wants his children to go in. He probably can't even comprehend. I didn't even think about this, but he probably can't even comprehend what has this guy got to live for? He doesn't have any sort of like sick legacy. You know, he's probably not going above his station to be, you know, this guy that's going for sick things, because you don't, because he's Tywin is somebody that ascribes his value based on his family's history, whereas this guy Littlefinger doesn't, and he probably couldn't even comprehend that, which is probably how that's probably another way where he's
chilling in the blind spot. He's like in the blind spot of Tywin's car.
but he's like
You're
actually
gonna
just
find him.
he's just in front of the car. I mean, he's just so obvious.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. That's really good. It's just literally in front of the car. But Tywin's like, I don't see like green
Yeah, I
very well
don't.
or something. It's like a colorblind. It's like a. It's really yeah.
I don't even
It's
comprehend
his
you.
blindness.
Really funny.
Yeah, I think that's the hardest thing. I think there are things that are the hardest. Like the hardest thing for people to see are the things that are the least acknowledged. Like, um, there's this idea that, like for example, there's this idea that, um, like conspiracies are always exposed ultimately, and that the truth kind of seeps out, and the more people involved, the harder it is to keep something quiet. And historically, that's just not true. I mean, the more powerful the people involved are, the less likely something is to come out. It's far harder to challenge people's narratives when they hold a lot of social and institutional power. And a lot of conspiracies don't get revealed until decades later. But it's this idea of this
Well, you
just
just played
world
into
theory.
your own thing.
What?
You played into your own thing where it's like, oh well, things don't get exposed. Oh, until decades later, which you're playing into the thing where it's like slowly over time things
No, I'm
actually
saying
do
some
get
things. I'm saying some things don't, like ever. But then some things
ever,
do
yeah,
over time. Yeah, but like some things
right,
don't ever get exposed ever, like straight up. Like,
ever, yeah,
but
that's
some
what I'm
things
saying.
do eventually happen, and but you can't say that's a rule. You know what I mean? I'm not saying
Jeffrey
that that's
Epstein.
it's not something that, well, yeah, like that only happened randomly because of passage of a New York statute of limitations alteration where victims could sue Epstein. Like that was literally like if that law didn't get passed, he'd still be around. But yeah, like but it's this idea of this just world theory that like if something was wrong, someone would step up and do something about it. But like that's just like historically really far from the truth. Most incentives lead you to being quiet, doing your job, not telling people the kind of dangerous secrets, and that's how you advance. And the people who do try to reveal things to people, they get fucking destroyed. Their lives get ruined. They get thrown in prison. And so, but there's this again, this fundamental just world theory that people have. That if something was bad, people would step in and either say something or do something. And it's really
You
difficult for
do actually
people
believe
to
in that?
a lot of people. Yeah, so there's this great paper I read called the relationship between just world hypothesis and conspiracy theories. And yeah, people who have this just world hypothesis really struggle to comprehend the idea that people could conspire. They think that's not possible. They think that that's like the implication of that is itself an attack on their worldview, which is that things work basically as they're stated to work, and that a violation of that would get called out because the incentives of the media to get scoops. It's like, well, oftentimes the media have other incentives that prevent them from publishing. The idea that lawyers would have a careerist goal that says, oh, I gotta reveal this. Well, oftentimes their careers are helped by covering things up more than they are by revealing things. The idea that politicians for their own career would expose opponents, but if they're guilty of the same stuff, why would they expose their opponents, right? So there's all these complicating factors to these kind of unspoken beliefs that people have that make it very difficult for people to notice, particularly elite criminality and particularly conspiracy. I think.
You think? Well, okay, I'll
I
go for that.
I mean, that is what I think. I could. There's a great paper by this or book by this professor at George Washington University. So George Washington University is like
I know that
a
guy.
couple blocks away.
Sounds
Right?
familiar.
Yeah, that guy's a great guy, very authoritative, right? No, it's a couple blocks away from Capitol Hill, and a lot of people go there to get master's degrees or extra degrees to get higher up in government, to get higher up in the civil service. And this professor of political science and journalism wrote a book called Presidential Secrecy and Scandal. And this is exactly what he said. He said that the more powerful the people involved, the less likely things are to be revealed. The more trivial the issue, the more likely media is to cover it because there aren't as many forces allied against them discussing this issue. But a lot of this, again, challenges this just world hypothesis that people have. I'll kind of link stuff on that too. Why is it not copying this?
I don't know. You tell me.
It's me being stupid.
Just world fallacy.
I'm just world fallacy of myself.
Hmm.
Could be my mistake.
Is that a debate fallacy?
By the way, Niraj, you never sent me that document.
Oh, I did. I did also.
JC?
Yeah.
No, Stealth already sent it, Niraj. Too late.
Oh, did you read it?
No, I haven't read through it.
How long is it? 13 pages?
It's like 3 pages, 3-4 pages.
Oh,
It was
okay.
longer in a book
It's
that
more than 4 pages.
yeah,
It's like
it's in an editor I previously had. It was longer, but in the Word that I open it up, it's shorter.
I just haven't read it yet because I'm on my phone right now. I can't open RTF files. You fucking Mac user.
Yeah, JC. I mean, that's a big cross against JC, right? Mac user, fucking idiot.
Well, I
Mac
can't open
user.
RTF on my phone. On my iPhone, by the way. I hope you know.
No, just open it when you get home. Have some patience.
I just haven't read through it yet, but I will read through it. I promise.
I'll read through too.
People get what they deserve. I'm just reading the first line here. Assumes that people get what they deserve. Yeah, this is not true. So this is I guess I sort of condescendingly said, oh, do people believe this? But I was thinking of it way more literally.
Yeah.
But with the aid of, let's say, karma, I don't know, part of what religious philosophy that's a part of, Buddhism, Hinduism, I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
But that's actually a way where people people actually believe it. I didn't even compute this. A lot of it I just don't take that too seriously, that people believe these things just because it's not I just don't live in a religious place. I don't really ever really speak to people that are religious. And so actually, yeah, no, actually, that actually makes a lot of sense. That people actually do believe that.
Another example is and dank, I don't care what you think about Greta Thunberg, but Greta Thunberg said that when she learned about climate change, she's like, no way that's true, because if that was true, if there was seriously but if there was seriously a like plot by oil companies to destroy science, to prevent legislation from passing that harms our world, politicians, lawyers, journalists, they'd be stepping up and they'd be dealing with this problem. This wouldn't just be allowed to happen, right? The destruction of our planet and world resources couldn't just be allowed to happen in this world, right? Where institutions function properly. So there's also this connection, like the institutions work as they say they do. And that's very much connected to a just world fallacy, where you believe the self-narratives of institutions that, that courts hold bad people to account, that journalists expose power, corruption, and malfeasance wherever they find it, that lawyers are career incentives to pursue outcomes that are harsh and strong, and that government actors are so self-interested that they're willing to screw over oil companies for their own political benefit, and none of that ends up happening. So this idea of like institutions functioning properly, this is part of, I think, the just world belief. It's this faith that things are as they kind of are claimed to be, but then that gets challenged and people just kind of dismiss that. They're like, no, there's no way that's true. And yeah, what Greta Thunberg realized is no one's dealing with this problem, and so she quit school and stuff. So
I didn't even know a
Quit
storyline.
school and then got a Rothschild handler to like take care of her career,
all sorts of stuff like that.
essentially.
But yeah, the big picture is that people are motivated to change their perception of the world when they come into conflict with this idea of the just world. Or like people often, they're like, their kids will die and they'll be like, how could a just and caring God harm such a good person? Like that's a just world kind of conflict where they're like, oh, the world isn't as just and isn't as I expected it to be based on my preconception. So it like changes how they see the world. But
Yeah,
so
my 4-year-old got cancer. It's tough.
Yeah. Still clearly a loving God. Still clearly there's a loving God that cares for all of its beings, and probably my 4-year-old just sucked, and so they deserve cancer, right? It's like that doesn't really work.
That's why I think the question of Tricky's would you call it, why does evil exist? Um, I actually thought that was a pretty good question. Just specifically, that's a specific example I think of. So, you know, all these
Okay,
natural
well, I can tell you why
disasters
evil
happening.
exists. I can tell you why evil exists.
Didn't you already answer the question when he asked you,
No, well,
or was that somebody else? I think it might have been
I'm just
stealth or
saying.
whatever.
Stealth answered it. I answered it. I mean, I don't know. So, if you want the answer, I can give it to you though.
You're a bit.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know. He keeps asking that question over and over again, though. Like, so.
Maybe he wasn't satisfied with your answer.
Well, I mean, all right. That's what I. Well, I guess that goes back to the point I was saying earlier. Like, the answers are in front of people, but they just, whether they choose to accept them or reject them is completely up to them.
How come China has such a low statistic for Christians, but America has such a high statistic for Christians? That they just maybe it's their eyes. What's going on?
No. For one, religion is very frowned upon in China. I know that for a fact. That to be like a CCP member, you can't be religious.
But not everyone's a CCP member.
Well, yeah, I know. I'm very well aware. Not everybody's a CCP member, but on top of that, religious communities are not looked upon kindly. I mean, like, look what's happening to Uyghur Muslims in China.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't tolerate religion there. United States was founded on Christianity.
Was it?
People left,
No,
people left Britain. No, definitely.
Christianity.
I thought it was specifically
it has a lot of basic
specifically made
not necessarily
secular.
I thought it was also Protestantism and all sorts of other stuff. I didn't think it was
Okay, but
Christianity.
those are Christian denominations, and while I mean
That is true.
they're not exactly Christian, but they have a lot of like fundamentals in Christian faith. But a lot of the relates back to the Bible. Okay, right? So a lot of people came from the UK, and a lot of them were Protestant, Catholic,
How about the
Methodist,
Germans?
Lutheran, whatever. Germans were Christian too.
Yeah, I know. Just a different domination.
Yeah,
Germans and British
Europe
were
in general,
usually
Europe in general. All the immigrants that came over here were Christian. So
Mhm.
a lot of the foundation of this country were based on their beliefs, and then on top of that, they obviously spread their religion to their offspring when they reproduced. So that's why the United States statistically is higher, and has a higher amount of Christian households than China, for example.
It's weird that the social factor is able to overcome the word of the God. I mean,
Yeah.
usually so persuasive that it's kind of weird for you to be like, oh well, it's the social nature of the spread of religion in a country that dictates its adoption. I personally believe it's because Christianity is so correct and so truthful that people immediately recognize its value, and so clearly these idiots in China don't have the same relationship with this fundamental nature of truth. I think they're
I disagree.
liars. I think they're idiots. I think they're frauds.
I think a lot of
that
people in China
anyone can
haven't
recognize the nature of God as true and correct. I think they're just misguided, really, and sinners.
No, a lot of people in China have not heard, the gospel. Like, there are a lot of people ignorant to the gospel in China. Christianity is not a big thing there, and like I said, a lot of, I mean, it's very regulated. The internet there is regulated, things like that. It's very hard to get information on the outside world in China. So like, I think it's a little bit dishonest to say something like that.
Well, when you say the outside world, day-to-day goings, yeah, sure. In terms of cultural backgrounds of the most dominant social culture, which is the West, I'm pretty sure they all know what Christianity is. I'd be really surprised if they didn't.
Well, get ready to be surprised because a lot of them don't.
If we're talking about, the rural southerners living in mountainous provinces, speaking Yue dialects, that's not even Puntonghua Mandarin. Sure, but if we're talking about the day-to-day citizen, yeah, they obviously know what Christianity is.
How
They
do
seem
you
to
know?
be able to accept
How do they
Buddhism
know?
and
Because the
Taoism and
cult.
stuff.
Wait, would you say?
They seem to be able to accept Buddhism and Taoism and stuff and other religions, so it's kind of crazy that those ones came in and succeeded where
I don't
Christianity
even think Buddhism is that large in China though, and
Oh,
Taoism.
it's a third.
Yeah, don't know the source on this, but I don't think any of us have dug too deeply on it.
I mean,
so I'm
I
not
mean
trying to-
Islam has still survived. You just
Yeah, right. I mean, that's a really good point too. Kind of against the pretty aggressive surveillance state crackdown too. So.
or look at the post. What is this state called? Soviet Russia. Poland is still religious. Slovakia is still religious. No, part past
And
the
even
Iron Curtain.
Russia's making a bit of a comeback for like Russian Orthodox churches, right? Like, that's like kind of the.
Don't really buy it.
Well, I don't know. I'm about to fall asleep. Leave this VC because my head's like kind of hurting right now. I don't even know if I can like.
Get some rest.
do
Well,
much.
you must have been driving a lot.
Oh, were
No,
you?
I haven't even left yet.
Oh, what the
Oh, really?
fuck are you
No, I leave
doing then?
tomorrow. I leave tomorrow. It's only 10:30, so but I leave tomorrow. So
I thought that's why you weren't in VC because you were driving up and down.
no, I got a bunch of stuff done tonight.
Okay.
I had to get ready to go tomorrow, essentially.
So
So yes, because it's like very short notice. I have an interview not tomorrow, but like the day after. But I'm gonna spend like all day tomorrow driving because it's a 9-hour drive.
ew. Indiana.
Yeah, Southern Indiana.
I'm gonna go and take a piss. Be over.
Yeah, I'm gonna go do some laundry one second.
Oh, have fun. Ciao, Crash.
I'm back.
Oh, well, sorry about that.
I don't see the point of putting a Barrett in here if it's not going to be like a Barrett.
Jeez, hold on. He part of the school troop. My writing was good, Austin, but you had literally nothing else.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Buddha's laughing at him, dude. The fucking Buddha figured this shit out. Cracked the code.
Yeah, he cracked the code to the Chinese population. World's
Wow.
most populous country. Well, I guess I'm not anymore, but
Western minds couldn't comprehend the power of the Buddha.
Yeah, true. On their
Everyone wants to be.
hierarchy.
I mean, really, and it's crazy because you look at how fat Americans are, and you're like, you'd think that the boot now.
Um,
No, I know where I'm losing.
I like how I like how just to rag on the stereotype point. It's sort of the West in general, not just America. That's getting fat.
Yeah, it is.
That's another mechanic that we just had.
Right.
Just the
Processed
obsession.
foods, right?
It's not even only that. We're talking about car propaganda. You got the car carpets. That's car propaganda. Yeah, that's the paradigm to see the world is in. You notice that when I'm not in a car for a long time, I do start to see where it's like, oh, my height, like the way you see the roads is like from the viewpoint of a car, it's like really different. That you sometimes you see the car, like the road is in as like a vein that you travel, which you don't. You travel through a medium, which is a car, right? And when you look at, let's say you're a driver and you see, let's say like a path, small bridge or whatever, basically you can't go as a car. That's on a vein, that's on a medium you can travel on, and you start to see just the roads that cars can go on as the medium for travel and existence. And yeah, I mean, I guess it's way worse in North America where you live, but you live in the city, so I guess it's kind of better. But seeing
not really. I mean,
no.
Sorry. I know I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. Keep going.
Seeing the drivers are incredibly privileged. Seeing the privilege of drivers. Oh, there's a war on cars. Are you fucking serious right now? There's a war on everything to do with living a healthy human life.
Oh, absolutely.
Where cars are veins that are stretching everywhere. We actually need to apply heroin to these veins, and they need to start disappearing because this is wild. Once you start seeing in that paradigm, going through, I was going through North London and seeing how neighborhoods have just been cut in half. With massive dual carriageways, ring roads. It's super whack, and that because we're very in terms of the way we interact with material technology is a lot of just being sedentary and traveling to the places that we interact with that technology is also sedentary. And even if you're not commuting, which is very sedentary, you're also just staying at home, which is also another sedentary. It could actually be even worse because there's also other paradigms in which to exist in when it comes to commuting to work. Now you're just you wake up and then you just go and let's say work in a software job where you get 3 days at home or something. Oh fuck me now. Now you're being super sedentary. So we've created material technology where we've not even considered the societal technology in which we interact with the material technology. Oh, can we just sit on our ass all day? And there's no sort of there's a mechanic of making fun of fat people, but
yeah, or no, I mean, but that's a lot of what I think TV is as a cope is like the TV shows like My 600 Pound Life. They go there and it's this people that are hoarders and they're eating so much, and it's like, how could this person have done this? Or like the shows like Biggest Loser, where it's like, okay, who is the most able to lose all this weight, right? And it ends up them taking like extremely radical eating disorder style measures to like lose weight in super unhealthy ways, and they just gain it back when they're done. But like this idea of like, oh, look at this really extreme example. I think that's the way people hide from themselves the reality that they're in, which is like most people are getting fatter. Most people are being, living a sedentary lifestyle. But then you compare it to a 600-pound diabetes Coca-Cola addict.
at least I'm
and
not
you're
that.
like, at least I'm not that, right? So I think that's part of the way this is hidden, right? Because it's like this kind of comparison of like, well, you should see this person, yeah, I think that's pretty common. What's up, Demons?
Hey, Demons.
Hello.
That's
I'm very hungover today, so I ended up not reading that paper.
That's fine. We'll talk about it. Let's talk about it on the weekend because I'm like super free then.
Yeah, sure, 100%.
Awesome. Yeah. said he would fucking read something and didn't.
Oh,
Just no discipline.
When was I even saying? I completely forgot. Blanked.
Sorry, we're talking about like car propaganda and sedentary lifestyles and.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah. How did you even get onto that? Way too
Kind
times.
of technologies and progress, like people go to
Oh
these
yeah,
countries.
the interaction of only seeing only seeing technological progress through the mechanical or the material instead of the social, yeah, basically social technology. I might have fallen asleep in the conversation.
No, it's totally fine.
Yeah, that's super. Yeah, just final thoughts. Yeah. Car propaganda. I say propaganda. It's also such a whack way to put it. It is car propaganda, but it's just such a whack way to put it. Sort of the car lens of the world. When you say car propaganda to somebody, it's not going to be receptive. It's like, what do you mean the cars are propaganda, or we've been propagandized to
ideology or something? I don't know. It's like
it's
way
way
to receive that, even though it's true.
Yeah, you have to put it in the more your words with these people.
Like if you think about people going to these other countries, and they'll be like, dude, the roads aren't even paved, like they're dirt roads, and people are like, wow, they're so underdeveloped. And then you're like, also these people live longer and they have less depression and their relationships are more stable, and if you're poor, you don't automatically get divorced because of financial stress, and concepts of poverty are a lot less significant. And like, oh well, they're more advanced than us, right? Like but if you just look at it as like, oh, roads equal advancement, then yeah, these are fucking primitive people. Like,
yeah, it's such a material technology indexes need to at least be reformed heavily, because that is insane how you could call that society less developed. That is there's not even remotely close to because that's a lot of the first things that you think of when you go to you go to these, hearing stories about people going to these like rural places in the Middle East and seeing, and usually you need to go into these societies to see how your society is completely different, because you are obviously internalize a lot of the things that happen in your society as normal, because that's your only frame of reference. You go to when these people go to these societies, and these rural, not even the ones that are super, a lot of things are, I guess, quote unquote westernized, but when you go to these rural places, barely any contact, and the way their social fabric is just completely different in terms of the way they treat their guests. That, to me, that's one of the things where it's like, you can't go, when you look at a map, when you look at all these different measures, it never measures for the way they treat their guests, and the sort of culture that exists, this sort of like guest right culture, where they have such profound respect for someone coming down there, especially they don't even know where the fuck you come from or anything like that, but this profound respect that they show, that is, you won't get that anywhere around there. I remember when I fell off my bike in near the town center, and my bike fell to pieces, trying to go up on this curve, scraped a bunch of my skin off, and this woman just walked past me, and I'm just like, we live in a society. Dyed my hair green after that. Yeah,
together, right?
Yeah, absolutely not. There is not this string tying us together, at least me and this woman specifically. That's fucking whack. And I'm in this Arabian town, and I'm getting everyone, the fucking cats are coming, the stray cats are coming to help me up. Those cats are going to heaven for sure.
Oh, definitely going. Yeah, they're definitely going to heaven for sure. The Turkish cats, 100%.
Yeah, damn. Whack way to. That's. I think that's too. That's why I say, because all these concepts exist. We all know these concepts once I say it to you, but it's not. It's not. Because it's not in the paradigm of technology, which I view all of this as technology. This, like, language is a technology in terms of the way we treat guests. That is the technology, because you want to ingratiate the guest. You want them to be, in some way a part of, your society. That makes your society look better. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Obviously, all the mechanics that come
integration, like integrating people into your social fabric, right? Like that's what that is.
This is all technology, and because when we look at these societies, one of the first things that you think of is that, oh yeah, this is like a poor society. What the fuck you mean poor? Poor materially? Yeah, that's crazy to me, because man, maybe I need to drop ship EXE into Iran or somewhere in the mountains, and not even a monk. I don't even know what it's. So that's one of the first things that people think of. Yeah, you need to become a monk. No, man, just go on the streets. Oh, you don't speak a word of language? Fucking learn. My mom came here. She didn't speak English. She learned the language, by ear. Actually, I don't even. When I moved back here, I'm born here, and then for 2-3 years my mom's in uni, so I came back when I was 5 and I had to learn a lot of the language because I didn't speak a lot of it. And, yeah, I had to learn that too, but that's the mechanic. You move in, you learn the language, and then now you have to, and that's the technology too. That's the technology that we just have in our head, that we can acquire, and then you just start interacting with these people. Fuck knows, man. That might just be a better society for you to live in. A siesta, just the that concept, which is I think it's called a siesta, where you midday naps in these warmer climates. Oh fuck, that is.
Like in Spain, they do that. I love that so much.
That is so sick. Yeah, that. Yeah.
And they also stay out later too. They also will have dinners will last from 7 to 10. People are just around the table.
Oh yeah.
There's no pressure to leave. I've been there. It's fucking fantastic. In that sense, and and it's not people are eating more. They're not gorging themselves. It's just there's so much conversation to be had that you have to stay late. It's just something you have to do, and they don't pressure you to leave either. So.
Jumpy would always think me queer for eating dinner at 6 o'clock when he's eating at 8, and I'm thinking, man, the sun's already gone down at this point. I don't know how the fuck you're eating dinner so late. But I actually thought of something crazy. It was relating to the previous conversation. My brain was working really slowly, but the noise pollution of vehicles and the beeping. Why the fuck is that allowed? I actually thought that, where people are revving their engine like crazy, and I actually have to hear that.
I was downtown with some friends last night, and we were on the roof of their apartment building, the rooftop, because there's comfy seats and stuff, overlooking the downtown skyline and stuff. The whole time we were up there, it was just fucking retards. Fucking revving their
cars
yeah, as they're driving downtown. Agree. And at one point it got really fucking loud, and then we ended up leaving, and we noticed that there were 9 cars in an alley between between the apartment complex and the building next to it. Which, by the way, note for Niraj, the next door building was an AT&T building, and it had no windows, so I think it was just a big fucking server place. But anyway.
Oh, I was thinking more of a Jeffrey Epstein, but carry
on. But we went but we ended up going to a bar down the street, and we passed that alley, and it was just a whole bunch of high school kids with BMWs and Mercedes, and
what?
There was and I was like, why are they and they were all looking at each other's cars or whatever, and I was like, what are they showing off here? I was like, what are you showing off here? This isn't, you're yo, check out my dad's awesome car. It's dude, yeah, they're oh my god, my dad has such good taste. It's I don't
what? Yeah, the semen of his cock tastes really nice. Slopping it up.
I mean, I understand car culture. Cars are
I don't.
cool. Okay, I'm
They're
not
not.
fighting that.
I am.
But
I'm actually at war with them
just
apparently.
the it was a weird dynamic where they were obvious. They look like fucking high school kids. And they have these fancy ass cars.
That's so lame.
I mean, isn't
And
that
they were just revving their car for like 10 minutes while we were on the roof. We like
Seem-
couldn't really talk because their shit was straight piped, probably.
that seems like a really typical mechanic of kids. I just wouldn't expect a high school kid to also exist. And not be self-aware of that, because when you're 7 and you're saying my dad can beat up your dad, yeah, that exists. But when you're, well, I guess your high school goes until 18, you're 17, 18, and you're also doing, my dad's Mercedes. it's pretty funny. It's just an extension of that.
Well, that's not what they're like. They're not like, they're obviously not saying that, right? But
it's implicit. It's implicit.
Yeah, like it's implied.
It's actually
that, like,
even dumber if you think about it that way.
Yeah. It's literally just peacocking, right? It's like literally peacocking.
Yeah.
Passing someone to the peacocks, at least they're getting laid.
Oh, they're fucking fun. The peacocks also look really cool too. Like these guys just look like lame, like to me at least.
Which speaking
cool dad though, cool dad.
Which also speaking more about last night, we got very drunk. Everybody else, dude. Everybody else like threw up.
Wow, everybody sounds so drunk.
Fucking dude. Fucking Veronica threw up in her laundry basket.
Oh.
And Chuck Chuck made it to the toilet, and he slept like on the bathroom floor, like wrapped around the toilet, like essentially hugging the base of the toilet.
Okay, how accurate are you guys with peeing on the toilet, in the toilet? I mean, I'm missing a little bit sometimes, and I'm not like
puppies of my own.
Well, my dick is just really long, so it's not very far.
Yeah, no, for you it's like just droops down
perfectly. It's actually.
Are we talking about touching the water far?
I'm talking about like touching, like it getting kind of like drops outside the rim of the toilet, like not on the toilet rim, but like to the outside on the floor. Like it's.
No, I'm saying, is your tip touching the water?
Yeah. So
no, standing.
It is. It's like it's a really weird feeling, but it's good because if I'm ever thirsty after I finish peeing, I can just use it like a straw and just get more water.
You an elephant.
You are nasty.
Yeah, it was a crazy fucking night, and then I left my butterfly knife and my portable charger there.
Are we talking?
And then Veronica blocked me, and then John too, but for some reason was still cool with Chuck. So I didn't know if I was gonna get my shit back. I was about ready to pull up and like call the cops and stuff.
Am I in the second season of a show or something? Chuck, Veronica, who's next?
It sounds like
yes,
like a 90s sitcom.
Yes. Yeah, she fucking. If I don't get my portable charger back, then she definitely is stealing it, because she did notice that the butterfly knife was on her bed, so she brought that over to Chuck's house. So I'm gonna pick that up probably tomorrow.
Nice.
Don't do that. How many cases did you open to get that?
Huh?
That's a question.
I said, how many cases did you open to get that?
Oh, 3 billion.
For the Crambit, did you get a Crambit?
It's a butterfly knife.
It's a Stat Track butterfly knife.
Stat Track, yeah. Factory new, yeah. That's definitely one of the shitty. CS:GOs just shouldn't have skins, in my opinion.
Yeah. I think gambling is great.
What'd you say?
I think gambling's great. I think introducing kids to gambling early and calling it something.
I think that is a really good idea.
And then expanding gambling so it's super easy to do is great. And then I think you gotta love being a gambling addict, like a reformed one, where you watch any sports channel and you have to like fucking turn off the TV during commercials because it's all about gambling.
Imagine being an alcoholic too.
Yeah, that's got to be tough. Imagine that. Imagine how hard it would be. You have to like play zombies or something to distract yourself.
After
No, I don't drink. I don't drink.
after coming home from Vegas, I thought I there's literature like through casinos for like gambling addiction stuff. Obviously like you have to kind of look for it because it's not just like everywhere, but um when I got back I thought it'd be really funny to prank call a gambling hotline. So dude, I gave a whole fucking story. I was on that shit for like 5 minutes.
That's
No,
so
no, not five. Like 20 minutes. Let's be clear here.
Okay.
Because I gave the background of like, so my bitch wife thinks I'm on I'm on a business trip right now, but really there is no business. There is no business trip. It's just I'm just embezzling money from my company
Right.
and putting it all in black.
You should have said
And
girlfriend because that voice is not cutting it.
The mistress. No, yeah, like I'm 60 years old. I'm 60 years old.
Okay, he doesn't sound that young. Come now.
So I hit him. So I hit him with like all of that. I was like, "There's no money.
Right.
Tracy is not going to college anymore." I said I can't even buy myself another drink because I'm so in the red right now. Like I don't even know what to do. And while this is all happening, my buddy who's there with me, who as this is happening, his face is changing. He's like concerned about my ability to do this so effectively.
Right. He's like, "Wait, this guy lying to me about stuff." Like,
but he's holding his phone like in the air, kind of playing a slot machine and casino sounds.
Oh, let's go.
and so eventually I start like crying. I make myself cry. And I'm like, fuck. I don't even... And then I eventually like start like quote like calming down, sort of.
Okay.
And then I ask, then, well, okay. So before I start crying, like what spurs it is I'm like, fuck. I don't even know. Just give me a number. I'll do whatever. I don't care. And she's like, no, sorry. Like I can't be party to your gambling. It's our policy here.
What did you just link?
Zombies.
And
of course.
And so then I start doing like the whole like crying shit. And when I start wrapping it up, I'm like being on the come down, I'm like, wow, you're pretty good at this. How long have you been doing this for? And she's like 3 years. I'm like, three, that's the number. Then I was like, oh, and then I had like all my friends be like, oh my god, in the background, and I was like, oh my god, I fucking hit, I love you. And then I was yeah, and then I was like, I buy drinks for everybody, I'm the hero of the night, and then I hung up.
That's so good. That's so good. No, I had the same idea, except I went in there and asked them if it was gambling, if it was like a sure thing. Like I called them up during a commercial break during UFC. I'm like, well, I got inside information. I'm like, people are telling me I got a gambling addiction, but I like know this is gonna be 100%. Like this isn't even gambling. Like, normally I wouldn't gamble. I made a promise to my wife and other people that I'm not supposed
to never do it again
anymore.
Yeah.
But is it even really gambling if I know I'm gonna get like 100%? I'm like, I got an inside track on a high school football game. I was saying that like the star player is definitely injured. He's got like an ACL tear. Like they're trying to make him play, but he's not gonna play. And like without him, they're cooked. Like I got great odds.
Is that illegal?
I'm betting against. Well, again, like it doesn't matter because I'm just lying, right? But
yeah, I know, but I'm actually curious.
Maybe,
is that illegal?
Actually, I don't know. But maybe. I mean, honestly.
Yeah,
but
I
yeah,
got curious about that too.
And that's all that I did basically. Is I was just like, is it really gambling if I know this high school football player can't play? Like, is that
the underrated part of that? The underrated part about that is that it's like a high school. It's like a high school.
Exactly. Game. That's what I was trying to get at. I was like, no, yeah, I'm gambling super hard on a high school game. I got like crazy action. I'm like,
dude,
I don't want to say the number, but let's get above 6 digits. Okay, it's above 6 digits. Like
my son's t-ball league. I'm telling you, Bryce definitely has ADHD.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was trying to go over. Like,
I heard that last game he was just sitting in left field.
fucking picking dandelions, dude. Didn't do
Yeah.
shit. Yeah, this
Yeah.
guy.
What does that mean? Picking dandelions?
It just means like you're zoning out, just like picking like weeds or flowers out of the ground, like
Okay.
playing with them. You're just like, yeah.
What does pushing daisies mean?
I don't know. I've heard that before though.
I know. It sounds like some sort of drug dealer talk for like Snapchat.
I can see that too.
Could be that. No, these were the calling cards in Modern Warfare. And I remember there was this one of them is like a picture of a bunch of dandelions. That's why I thought of it.
Ooh, pushing down. Oh, I get it. So it's like, okay, so you get buried in a field, and your body pushes up dandelions, like or the daisies. The daisies are above you,
Like
and
swimming
so
in the fishes.
A bump, and so it's like, okay, now, so it's about being dead. That's
yeah. Okay. Wow, that's really,
really dark.
yeah. I actually really like that.
Never realized that. That's dark as fuck.
Yeah. Don't be pushing daisies on me.
But I've always thought it was great. Like, part of why I did that, and probably why you did it too, Demons, is like, who the fuck is calling the gambling hotline? Like, it's like, oh, if you have a problem with addiction, please call. And it's like, who's actually calling this? Like, no one. No one's called. Like, I would be very surprised if unless you're really at rock bottom and you really don't know who else to call. Like, if it's
I don't know.
really...
And I'd imagine.
I mean, who calls the Ghostbusters?
Like... True. Maybe they could bust. Well, unless you're being haunted by a ghost of like, yeah, some sort of gambling guy. Like, I don't know. Maybe alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
What are you taking pictures of? Curious. Because I just heard that.
Eating the phone sound.
Yeah.
What are we taking pictures of?
I don't know. It sounded like a camera going beep beep.
Oh, that was one of my watches.
One of your watches?
Oh, he is.
Yeah, I have 9. I have 9.
Okay. I'm not even going to inquire. But Niraj, wait, what did you send me? What is this Mr. T Lexify stream? Because
I'm just looking at what zombies is like right now, like what he is.
No, but look at his stream. Where's the round number?
It's 98. I'm seeing it.
Yeah, but look where it is.
Oh yeah, what the fuck? Wait a minute. It's normally up.
That's why I thought you sent it to me. Did you change this?
I didn't notice
that.
Oh
my god.
Good eye, dude. I literally didn't notice that.
And do you see how the 9 and 8 are like slightly more separated than they normally are?
Yeah, I think maybe he's doing that on purpose. Maybe he's like covering up. Maybe that's why his camera placement's up there, right? And then he's like,
no, it's in the top right. No, this is legitimate because the health bars and points have also moved too, and I'm pretty sure the bugs have too.
No, right? What the fuck? How did he do that? I wonder how he did that. He can edit the HUD like that.
That's pretty insane. Wow. Oh, that's why he sent it to me.
No.
The fact that this game has been out for like, I don't even know how long, and retards like Mr. T Lexify are on round 98.
Oh, it rounds me nothing anymore. Yeah.
It's what a joke.
What are your thoughts on this? Is this looking like zombies to you? Do you guys?
Let me see this. iMac.
What?
Insert something about Dank saying something about Max.
Fucking retard.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
What am I looking at?
What is this?
Greg FPS. Otherwise, you would have seen the guy. Now I'll just throw it out there. Some fake fans.
Liberty Falls Easter egg speedrun attempts.
Some fake.
If this is an Easter egg attempt, I don't even want to see any. And at the high round attempt, this is a travesty.
This is the Greg FPS.
Turn
into Etherella. Basically go around.
Aetherella.
Almost in God mode, and just have what Cyclops, whatever that power is, the Cyclops. Power.
Yeah. X-Men is so. Well, I just saw something. Wait. Say what you're gonna say. I just saw something deranged.
This is what zombies would be.
What is happening?
I wouldn't believe myself if I told myself this is what zombies would be. No,
I thought I'd be trolling myself.
Yeah, so basically you're basically gonna be in God mode. You're gonna be shooting lasers out of
Yeah,
your
but
eyes.
no. Hold on. When you
In
say
third
God
person, is
mode,
it crazy?
when you say God mode, we already had ice staffs that you shoot on the floor and just sit there doing nothing. We already had infinite QRs. We already had a bunch of nonsense.
I mean, it doesn't look. I mean, it doesn't look like they were taking any damage when they were getting hit.
Yeah, same when you pop.
Don't make any sense.
Yeah, the hits don't look like they make any sense. So I guess in BO3 or BO2, whatever, at least you had to not get hit. And I guess that's some silver lining on. Yeah. At least you have to do that. It's so different.
It's very minor. I know.
Yeah,
it's minor,
to me it's bullshit. To me, and then in BO3 where you effectively have infinite manual QRs with anywhere but here, and then IPS. And when IPS, no, not IPS. Is it IPS? In plain sight. Yeah. On launch, you actually had to time it like a monkey bomb because you would get hit when using it. Now it's just you just fucking pop it, you take 1,000,000 hits, but the hits are phantom. They're not actually real. What? This has always existed, and people just sort of rewrote history on how bullshit this video. I mean, just remember the Magra gun exists and Rev doing one window strats while you press electric on the ground.
No, dude. I was thinking, dude, literally, that was my thought in BO3 when fucking Shadows came out. I'm like, what a good map this is. But my strategy was literally just sitting by Jug, shooting the fucking the papped Margwa gun every few seconds, and I just felt so bored, and I hated everything. I quit out on 70. I'm like, I'd rather die than like this is actually so shit. Like, so yeah, I totally agree with you, but this to me is like genuinely like it's the same but more, but like every bad part of it more. You know what I mean? It's like
to me, this is just Game of Thrones. Right now you're on season 8, and I'm thinking, man, this has been bad since BO2. Yes, BO2, it's been bad since BO2.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't like how you.
I was on Buried at the time. Absolutely.
I don't like how reluctant it was. The games have been really bad since BL2, quite frankly. And it's inexcusable how the rewriting of history, but no, you're thinking about, you're sitting in the, on Buried, you got the brown subsurface, subwoofer, whatever.
The fucking, the guns,
AN,
in the fridge. That was to me the game killer, because you could open up every fucking every
round one,
insane, and you could get really any gun you wanted in the. And then also the fact that there was perma perks like PhD, where you didn't even have to sacrifice a perk slot, and you could have no explosive damage. Like, I was shitting on that at the time. Just to be clear, like, I saw that in the moment, but I agree. The community collectively has rewritten history in a way where it only got bad at BO4. Like, I completely agree on that.
Yes. Utter bullshit. I just think about how the game didn't even function. No offline mode. You didn't have all the same. Round 150, you actually have to mod the game to make the game function past round 158. Are we serious? On round 159, the game just completely breaks in terms of the traps just no longer work, but it's only on one version of the game. It's only on PC. People rewrote. People, BO3 players, BO2 players have rewritten how good these games were. Quite frankly, BO1 is the only legitimate game that you load the game from base. And by the way, don't actually load the game up on base. Actually, I think you should permanently play on B-Gamer, because you actually have to connect to online servers and people can fuck with you. You can just load BO1, just play the fucking game. As like at the most competitive level, just loading the game. That's it. That's all you have to do. In all these other games, you have to do mystical wizard shit. You have to get Fit Goal repack on BO3. You have to do all this shit. No, I'm sorry. BO1 is the only game that is even legitimate in my eyes. Wow. So when you see this game, I'm a little bit offended when you go, wow, this game is really bad now. Fuck, really?
Well, but just be clear, you're talking to me, right? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that this is a parody of a parody of a parody, to the point where I wouldn't believe myself if this is what I said was happening in the past.
I would.
I would.
I can go back to old videos of myself talking.
You would say that in BO4, you think that you could go God mode and have a
I said they're gonna remove the rounds. I said,
Yeah,
look
sure.
at how insignificant the round counter is, because it's schizophrenic. It's, you know, it was in the canon location, you know, bottom left. Now it's top left, and now it's the top right. Well, okay, well, this is disappearing. I was right. Modern Warfare 3 Zombies removed it. I had really low hopes for this. BO3 is the only game that I actually had high hopes for. I was, and everyone was just acting all sanguine. Are we serious? Why are we sanguine when it's bleak right now? Quite frankly, this is, well, we're in World War III right now, and the nuke just fucking dropped on your house, and you're somehow still fucking alive with your legs chopped off. That's unacceptable.
If you look at this video, this is like where I first started being like, oh yeah, BO3 is shit.
Bye BO3.
And this like 8 years ago, everyone was like, this is actually dog shit. Like, this is, because basically the whole thing was they changed the running speed because people were complaining that it was too hard. And so it made it totally different. You could camp like as far as you wanted with no risk.
What?
Yeah, but whereas previously the zombies ran at round 10, right? Round 10 is where they usually run every game.
Sprint.
Yeah, sprint.
Yeah, that's how it's like on BO1.
Yeah, well, and BO3 too as well. BO2 they start running a BO on round 10. So this is the first game they took that out of. I was convinced that from this point on that they had kind of lost sight of what zombies was if they're removing such a fundamental rule, which is on round 10 the zombie speed completely changes. Like that's a big part of what the game was. That's gone. Zombie hordes don't they were way harder because they didn't go into each other, so it made the first room so significantly difficult. But if they're not running, you're fine. It's so easy. You can just do horde ups every time. There's no risk. And there was also a ray gun in this first room where if you wanted to, if you camped, you could basically get a ray gun out of the pod, and I knew that at the time. That's being used now, and I think that's fine. People are just speedrunning it now. But back then, I was like really pissed about that because I'm like, well, if you can camp and the zombies run like this, it's super easy. Then what's the point of playing this? That you just get the ray gun. It's super easy. You just camp.
That removing
terrifying. And yeah, so this is where I started being down on BO3, and this is when Just Shadows was out. So I'm with you. I'm not,
okay, good.
I'm with you on this. Yeah, we're on the same page with this. I'm just saying, even in that context, even knowing that history of me, I'm still stunned by what I'm seeing. I'm still like, this is so fucking crazy different. This is like a different game I'm looking at. It doesn't even look like the same game to me. It's so different.
I'm so numb to it. I'm already at the acceptance phase where it's like, oh wow, that's really cool that you can turn into a superhero. That's
so cool. You can turn into Etherella. Yeah,
that's
that's so cool.
Wow, that's really interesting. Okay, now I'm gonna go back to playing zombies. Yeah, yeah. And honestly, for me, when I freaked out too, because actually, my expectations were quite really low, and this Cinderella transformation, this is not surprising me. What made me go? I was incandescent with rage when I saw this. The round based, I lost my mind. Oh my, what you call this round based when the game that's the game?
Yeah,
you know,
that is everything.
Oxygen based along.
Yeah,
what are you talking about? Diesel petrol based car. What the fuck are you? Zombie based zombie. What is happening? H2O based water. What is happening right now? Because when you say that, I know your goals are completely misaligned from.
You're gone.
Yeah, you're
on the same planet I am.
You know, the same planet. You're in the same dimension. You can't even.
Totally. It's completely different. Yeah. How psycho is it that they made rounds this easy to go through, and then they also capped it at 255, like 256? Like, isn't that psychotic? Like, they literally like neutered any long-term playability in their own game for no reason, and like. Or the fact that the mutant is an infinitely viable and also droppable, like injectable asset that basically means that every map go from here on out to the rest of the game is mutant strat next to a table at the 2 spawn. Like that's every strat. There's not even a chance that the future, like, oh well, maybe they have a new wonder weapon, maybe they have a new whatever. It's like, no, it's mutant strat always. That's it.
They had it's so funny because it's we're like the we're like the Arabs that exist in these rural societies where we have this fluorescent culture that is completely imperceptible to these morons working at these game studios where we have these trade strat. Just imagine comprehending trade strat to one of these guys where I introduced them to like Nocturne Tone. Okay, this is what they do in Nocturne Tone. By the time you get to trade strat, this is what people are doing for high rounds. It's this cerebral, execution heavy strat that is using every facet of the map to trade at once simultaneously. That's a high watermark of what we've ever seen out of a zombie strategy.
It's accidental. That's the
accidental.
Issue of all this.
Think about Mule Kick.
Accidental.
Think about Mule Kick.
Yeah.
Mule Kick didn't even exist.
Pissed about it. If they didn't have Mule Kick, if they didn't retroactively add it to all the maps, like it would be actually really shit. Like that would be so difficult. Like
but how would you even maintain an economy? How would you even camp? It's like Raygun on Sally's. Oh my word. Mule Kick actually, whew, I mean, we got so lucky with all of this.
Yeah, we really did. And then now we're just kidding. It's like RNG evens out. Like nothing this good was meant to last. Like, like of course they're just gonna fuck us and just throw us in the mud and spit on us too. Like it's actually insane. And yeah, I think it's also a problem if they don't retain talent. Like everybody who's on these teams are trying to work their way up, so there isn't any like purpose in being there to kind of add on to the legacy. It's more a matter of a resume issue, and when it's a resume issue, you just go with what the bosses say, and the bosses don't usually know what they're talking about. So this is a big problem with this kind of game design. Is like there's no direction for the new people that come on. They don't know the game. They don't know.
It's again a messenger that interpreting what the last product was, and the last product was a bastardization of whatever the last. And also, that's not even the only thing. It's also the retaining talent is one thing. I think that's like later on. The creators, the people that actually knew what zombies was, to some extent, to a much larger extent as these new guys, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Just think about this. Jimmy Z went insane, and so did Jason Blundell. They both went insane. BO2 and BO4, the even numbered games. Look how Jimmy Z completely destroyed any integrity that he had by making buildables and fucking buried alley, and then BO4. That completely did. I mean, BO3 actually no, BO3. You have to power vacuum plus round robin microtransaction in zombies. I'm about to tear my hair out. That's insane. Liquid Divinium.
They created a backstory of what was the guy who made
Dr. Monty.
Dr. Monty. They had him be like an integral part of the story and like added a whole backstory to justify his existence, but it was just clearly microtransactions.
Oh,
and, like all of these retarded YouTubers were like, "Oh my god, look at the Dr. Monty lore!" Like, it's like so crazy how little they care about their own story. Really,
so there was a YouTube video where Glitching Queen was like promoting like an interview that she did with
Jason,
some of the ex devs, some of the head ex lead devs who are no longer with on the team anymore or with the company anymore even.
Yeah.
And she was asking about like this very particular picture of the I think the BO3 equivalent of like the AK pretty much.
Oh, the KN-94.
Yeah, the KN-94, yeah. Yes, that's what it was. Yeah, the KN-94 it was. And they got some of these pictures or whatever, and it was like they all thought it was like a really deep, like super Easter egg that would like explain everything. But then she sent messages to one of the people she was going to interview, and she just asked, and they were like, "Lol, we just kind of did that to fuck with you guys."
Let's go! I knew it. That's so good. Let's go.
Let me see if I can find it.
You guys find out. That's so funny.
Psychotic fans, you guys will see a pixel off center, and you go insane.
Oh, a pixel off center. We gotta fucking put it in a matrix and decode that.
These people with their range.
Did you see? Because I mean, you guys know I've had this like idea in my head to make a Mr. Raffles parody where it's like an actually schizophrenic man trying to decode nothing. But he did of this, where when he was doing promotions for Black Ops 6, he literally did promotional content for BO6.
Wait,
He had
what
a
the
skit
fuck?
series. He did a skit series where he pretended he had been like either abducted or the power went out or there was someone targeting him and he needed to like create like a cipher on the roof.
I got my
figure out
phone.
who was
I'll play on there.
and then he went to like a bike shop and they gave him like cryptic clues that he had to decode to like get this crate, which included BO6 and like all this. Like it was the most schizo thing
Ew.
I'd ever seen. He did a real version of the kind of parody I'd been imagining created of like of this like actually mentally ill person trying to decode pixels. Like
Also,
it was
you said something earlier, and I just only identified this now in this specific context, that the talent, I say talent very loosely here, because, yeah, that exists in this zombies industry, let's just say, is so vapid that their interaction with BO3 wasn't to shun the microtransactions and how they've sort of incorporated microtransactions by adding this lore bullshit, and it's sort of a Trojan horse to incorporate the most toxic nonsense that's also antithetical to zombies. It's not even microtransactions that exist within the paradigm of what zombies is, which is you're this underpowered guy spawning in with a shitty pistol, and the game exists exactly the same no matter when you load it up. Obviously, the patches, change the game. Apart from that, the game's meant to be exactly the same. Nothing is meant to do. There is no leveling up system. There's no any of that. You just spawn in the same guy.
I found it. It was screen share.
Yeah, they could just throw that shit away, right? Because they don't have any connection to the game. There's no sense in which they have an interest in preserving any aspect of the game.
Yeah, it's so disgusting. Okay, drop it.
I'm in.
Is there any significance to this image or Easter
Speed
egg
up.
cipher related to the KN-44?
It's like a 40-second clip. You'll
The
live.
developer responded with
speed
some
up.
personal stuff, so I blurted out. But they responded saying, but I don't think there was any real meaning behind it. More of a gag because people latched onto it. I replied, I'm not understanding the gag part, but I might have missed something that the community was talking about. They responded, I mean, people were wondering what the KN-44 meant. So we kept using it in Easter eggs with no real meaning. More like a developer in-joke than a public-facing
She
one.
doesn't seem very happy about that.
She seems so mad. She seems so mad.
So much. That's so funny though. Like that's exactly the kind of shit I wanted, was them putting in shit that just was meant to intentionally mislead people and be like, these idiots.
That was like
It's like what I imagine them doing.
that was like the first video I watched about zombies since like the Phoenix cheating video came out. And God, dude, I laughed for like a minute after that shit came on. I was like, dude, especially when Niraj did all of us talking about like Chronicles is like the only reason BO3 was so good. Like all that stuff. Like they could, yeah, like all that stuff.
Wait, is that
And-
what you said?
Well, no, that's why it's so popular. That's why it's so popular.
Yeah, like
It wouldn't-
Niraj had like a really good like understanding of like BO3's successes, I think, at one point.
You think Chronicles was the X factor for this game?
So I'm saying, I'm not saying in terms of an objective sense, in terms of how we view things, but I'm saying in terms of how the BO3 community maintained its sense that this was a really good
Yeah,
game.
right.
They Chronicles is one of the highest selling DLCs in history across any
Mhm.
platform, across any game. So I'm saying it was overwhelmingly successful in a way that indicated to Treyarch, we want remakes, we want nostalgia, we want like it was this kind of, it was many things.
Yeah,
It
but
was
that
this
already
way-
existed. Resurrection
No, I
was
know, but I'm
already the
saying
most selling DLC, and it was just. Well, the Resurrection was the OG confirmation that this is already really successful. This is what you should do. I'm actually really surprised they didn't do it in BO2 because that was
But they
the
didn't- that's what I'm
previous
saying.
most selling
didn't do BO2.
DLC, which was banking on nostalgia.
But they didn't do it on BO2. And I don't mean most selling DLC in COD. I mean across like Activision.
Mhm.
Like it's like a bigger scale than just like it was successful for its time, successful for the game. It was a scale of like it generated billions on its own. It was in the stockholder reports of Activision as like this was one of the most successful things we've ever done. So like I mean that in terms of like how the community sees what Revelations was, but also what was it? Revelations? Like that
No.
map, that shitty map.
Oh, that map.
Oh
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
that map
Yeah, yeah.
sucks.
If that was the final map, people would have fucking been so pissed. I think.
Really?
I think if that was it, yeah, if that was it, if there wasn't any like other extra stuff, I don't think people would. It would have the same long lasting, kind of view.
For sure.
That's really interesting. I
I
thought
think they
people
kind of
were
made their
very
own
fun.
legacy. Like for like not for me. I don't play that shit. I'm not saying like I you know, or I'm not saying, but I'm saying in terms of like how the community sees it.
I
and
didn't
yeah,
know I didn't know they saw it in that paradigm. That what the fuck is it called? Revelations is bad from their paradigm that they're coming from.
from
That's
the community's
bad.
perspective, yeah, people. I don't think people really respect Revelations. As
No, yeah, no,
kind of,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
People who have like any like people who even like think that they're good, like casuals who like think getting around 40 is good, they don't even really like Revelations.
Okay.
And I know this because when I was on before I was on PlayStation, before I started playing Black Ops 3 on PC, I would like be in like the PlayStation Network like communities and stuff, trying to get people to fucking like co-op with me. And like just no one ever wanted to play Rev ever.
I never even downloaded it. I had the season pass for Black Ops 3 because I bought it when the game first came out. Thinking it was gonna be cheaper than it was, and I got trolled. So
yeah, that was the first time I really thought BL3 might be a return to form. After BL2, I was horribly. Actually, I really like BL3 on launch and actually really enjoyed my time playing that game. So actually, I got my money's worth, at least on the first 2 DLCs. But man, Revelations, I played that thing once, and I was just not impressed with anything that I was seeing. And I played it on PC, so it was it was after I saw Frenzy getting the world record and then crashing. That was insane. How unstable that map was, the Easter egg hunts that people would do, and it would just, and for a while you can even complete the Easter egg, so it would just be a bunch of streamers in a room trying to solve or I guess in a lobby trying to solve the Easter egg, and then they'll basically be standing there talking to their own chats because they can't find shit, and they're all just standing there in game just being incredibly antisocial. It was actually it was a sight to behold. Just that's what zombies became. It's not this rape training of really tight hordes trying to, I mean, and zombies even became quite different in terms of a high round perspective, but the essence sort of a lot of the essence still remained in terms of, well, to play really fast, you actually are making these crazy risks. So the essence, luckily, there is a reset, because that is actually the saving grace of high rounds. Because imagine if you could just play as slow as possible and blah blah blah, that would be pathetic. The fact that you actually have to have a lot of zombie interaction, sure, making these tight escapes, exits, blah blah blah, to play as fast as possible. Oh wow, now we're talking about a video game that's actually worth talking about here.
Yeah, I generally see it as a monstrosity, like Revelation specifically. But you're so right. Like, it's those aspects of like, you still could die, you still need to take risks to play fast, you still need to like create innovative strategies. But yeah, like the way you saw BO3 collapsing is the fact that you had to purposely limit yourself from functions in the game. Like, what made Black Ops 1 so awesome is that basically most things were on the table as long as they made you play fast. Like, it's that in BO3, like, you literally had to not do vacuum, whatever. Like, you had to not do certain things to make the game fun, even though there were like mechanics in the game that were put there that like
existed,
no
and
legitimate. They existed.
casuals. For me getting on Darius 246 or whatever, is a casual can never touch that unless they modify the game in some certain way or get into a mod menu lobby. Gamer O'Neill in a 4P lobby getting to 255 because he's got these mega gobble gums. And you have to think about it, and you have to now take yourself into a casual's point of view. They look at the game not as we look at the game, where we limit rule set or whatever. At least that's how BO3 players view the game. these casuals view the game as in, oh, these got 255 and this other guy got 255. That's kind of the same thing. There is no distinction being made, because the game isn't even, the game's never promoted in this sort of way where, oh yeah, this is the hardcore side of the game, this is how the game is truly meant to be played. It's never promoted like that. That's not who the talent or YouTubers or whatever you want to call them, that's not what they make their videos about and what people watch them for. And so it's this art form that is buried under nonsense and garbage content, and garbage content creators that allowed this liquid divinium nonsense, Dr. Monty nonsense, dressed up microtransactions to even invade our game, all these nonsense mechanics that basically made it so easy to get to 255, because if you paid money to these Treyarch, Activision, whatever, and they let that happen. They let that happen to our game because those are the advocates.
Very little criticism. Yes. Well, dude, I'm very convinced of this. That's because they got early access to the game and early access to info.
Obviously, the incentive structure, yeah.
Right. The incentive structure is so key to this, and no one talks about this. But one thing to take a step back and kind of make a joke is that I don't care about the Lex stuff very much, but the fact that a lot of this money that was generated from abusing the shit out of the community and directing it in a false direction went to Mr. Raffle's losing money in cryptocurrency scams, and Mr. TLXified spending money on OnlyFans wars. So that's, at least we know, went to a good cause, right? The money that was generated from all this.
I don't know about that second one, or even the first one.
Well, he was spending a lot of money on like $20,000 a month or something. On OnlyFans girls.
But would you say ex-girlfriend? You said that a little bit too quickly.
Yeah, Mr. T-Lexified, his ex-girlfriend, and him had like a big falling out publicly. I didn't follow it super closely, but based on Wonderful server that I would see, he spent like 20 grand a month on OnlyFans girls. Lexified did. And then Raffles pretty publicly and famously lost a lot of money in Luna, a cryptocurrency that went belly up in 2021, 2022.
I didn't know about this.
Lots of money as it went to zero. He was a big advocate of Luna. So yeah, so the money that was generated went to a good cause, is kind of my point. It went to OnlyFans and to cryptocurrency.
Trickle down economics.
Trickle down economics, where it goes and provides surplus for the public. It goes to
hey, donating to you.
Goes to fat ass OnlyFans whores.
Dude, they're so hot though.
Dude, they probably have nice tits. Dude, I'm gonna come.
Dude, oh my god, it was so worth it. So worth it.
I feel so bad for the people donating to him. Oh my god.
Crazy. I know where that money's going. Crazy.
Jeez.
But also, like, I've had people be like, "Oh, yo, have you heard about this guy? Like, he got a 255 on Ascension, like, recently." And I'm like, "Oh, that's crazy," because this guy, Legacy, Limitless Legacy, or I'm Overcharged. He got 255 no jug almost immediately when the map came out, or at least a couple years later. So it's like it's like part of the problem with BO3 is that it's tough to even know what's impressive to some extent.
Oh yeah, this was the first 255 on the map.
Yeah,
no jug,
no jug. And this is him kind of proving a point to some extent, from what I understand. That this
well, he did prove
I mean,
a
this
point.
is a first-gen player for the most part. So
that's a utter disaster.
Yeah.
And it just stops at 255. Can't even go on.
Okay, that's it.
Ciao, Crash.
So sad.
No, it's a good thing, because that game's a joke. And anyone that I remember having a argument with Yazzie, because he was just shitting on BO2, and I'm just thinking, you played BO3. To me, you are a subhuman piece of shit. If you, so it's way too much moralizing language, but you are, maybe your brain's just not okay if you're critiquing BO2 when you come from BO3 round cap, when that actually matters for your game. That way more than it does on BO2. Yeah, it matters on Buried Irrevocable Love. BO3, you have all these mega gobblegums. You have to play on Fit Goal Repack if you actually want to play the game properly. You fucking serious right now? This game and all those world records that were achieved early on, they're irrelevant, not based on the community getting better. They're just irrelevant based on the game majorly changing between patches because there isn't any sort of fundamental understanding of keeping mechanics the same, the reset the same. It's such a stupid game. It's a clown game. You're critiquing BL2. What the fuck? Where's your self-awareness? Ridiculous. BL1 is the only game where you can actually talk shit on the other games. So it's like, okay, well, clearly our game is just mathematically better, just on the face of it. Just buy it on Steam and you can just actually just play the game. That's actually wild to me. The standards are that low for these other games.
Crazy. Yeah, in BO3, you literally have to use the Ficker or whatever.
BO2, you actually have to mod the zombies.
Or whatever.
You have to mod the health of the zombies, otherwise your traps stop working.
Crazy.
That's insane.
Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely nuts. Or like, yeah, no, it's actually insane.
That should be an avenue for suing the Treyarch devs or whatever, Activision, whatever the fuck you would sue.
I won't be against making lists of them and just kind of talking about their names and like just kind of talking about their houses and stuff, or like where their kids go to school.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of true, yeah, I wouldn't be against that too. It's like, oh, hey, did you know that your father made a shit game that I actually paid for all the DLCs for, and then I can't actually play properly because he did a shit job coding the game, even though it's probably not something I had super big control over, but I'm still going to punish you because I feel really strongly about BL2.
Like, why are you in this 6th grade classroom and why do you have a baseball bat? And I'm like, well, you're about to find out. Like, no, I think YouTubers should be getting more shit though. Genuinely, I think that they played a pretty big role in legitimizing the changes that were made, as like, you know, this coherent push towards an Easter egg direction, which was a complete lie.
Evil.
It wasn't. It was evil. And again, went to nothing.
And the Easter eggs sort of dressing up microtransactions, that was really sad. Oh, Dr. Monty, where does he come from? Dr. Monty actually comes from Activision Studios, where they tried to dress up evil mechanics. That's actually where it came from, man. Why didn't you talk about that?
Their shareholders.
Oh wait, you're not talking about that? You're talking, okay, go fuck yourself then. Seriously, go fuck yourself. This is a beast of your own creation. You let these guys get fat, and once they got fat, their belly got a little bit too big to see small little you down there. Oh, well, you hate BO4. Oh, you don't like BO4 now. Oh, well, maybe you should have said something. Maybe you should have used your leverage. Whatever.
No, you had.
Even if it's some, I mean. You had Jason Blundell come to your house. Was it JC Backfire? He came to your house.
Yep.
So you had a lot of leverage there, and you let that happen. You let this destruction happen. And your name should be plastered on every door in Discord or whatever that you made this happen. You let this happen. You are responsible.
And I think we need to call it the raping of the community. I think we need to use metaphors like rape or like genocide or other stuff like that, kind of really to emphasize how
they rape trained us. They rape trained the community.
They fucking ran a train on a community, absolutely.
Yeah, but
they genocided Zombie High Round. They genocide Zombie High
But
Round.
if you think about rape train, the fans were just basically zombies chasing after these guys. Like they were actually getting rape trained around. That's why I say that.
They're being led around, yes. Promises of Easter eggs and story fulfillment and good gameplay and nostalgia.
And then the story turned into, okay, who are these characters? And the universe is, we'll spit out more Richtophens, and there's actually 500.
8th dimensional plan, actually. It's actually his the second part of Richthofen and Maxis's infinite battle against each other, and it's actually the 3rd dimension.
How boring.
Yeah.
Should have just kept it how it was before.
Where there really wasn't a story, which is good. I think that was good. I think
it's a zombies game mode. It's not that serious.
The closest we need to get to a story was the 5 JFK stuff, like historical figures. You know, like let's do that.
Yeah, that was cool. Way cooler than whatever the fuck. Oh, alien monsters and 50 Richtophens and another Richthofen killing a Richthofen and Actually, the Apothicons were cool because it was a self-contained story if you actually mathematically
yeah.
think about it. So actually, that's actually way cooler. Same with Mob of the Dead.
Is a self-contained story on Shadows. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, same with Mob of the Dead, where it's just like, okay, they're resurrecting them, so but yeah, that's all one self-contained story. Yeah, that's cool. That's how it should be. The fuck were they thinking making this multiverse? What the fuck? Are you serious right now?
Zombie cinematic universe.
Awful, terrible, lost their minds, worst creative direction ever. God, there's
Total loss of cultural capital too. Like, almost everyone I've ever met in real life has some awareness of zombies. Like, even people that you wouldn't expect have some awareness of like the existence of the game mode and kind of liked it from when they were younger. It's still nostalgic content for zombies is still very popular on YouTube and TikTok, right? They've just like burned all of this goodwill that they had by just refusing to invest in gameplay instead of focusing on cheaper Easter egg type.
I don't even know what the game is. I look at the game, it just doesn't even resemble anything. It's meant to be some abandoned World War II buildings where it's really dark, the colors are really dreary, and you're building yourself up from weakness to strength, but still the resources are limited. You can't get into a Mangala. The resources are still limited. You can't get gobble gums that keep giving you ammo back. You're only getting them from max ammos from skip rounds or whatever. That's what it should be. That's the game. It's meant to be this attrition based game mode. That's always what it was meant to be.
Yeah.
And they've
there's ammo crates now.
I met I was grabbing a bottle of Rumpleman's liquor like two weeks ago, and the cashier that checked me out had a fucking beast mode tattoo on his right wrist from Shadows of Evil.
Yeah.
And it was cool. Like, he probably thought I was fucking lying. I was like, dude, you play fucking that, dude? I'm so like into that. Like, what's like your like talking about PBs and stuff? He's like, oh, like 45. I was like, oh, that's. I was like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Like, you know, KXG,
cool.
like you know any of these people? I was like, oh,
KXG
I mean,
actually said that to the cashier. That's respect.
I did. I said, yeah. Do you know KXG? You know Ganon? He's like, I know who Ganon Snipes is. Like, yeah, he's pretty cool. I was like,
no keg though. So who's
um,
Ganon Snipes? I actually have no idea what the fuck this guy is. I've seen the name before though.
He's like he like is a Shadows main, I think. He just like only plays Shadows of Evil. Like, that's his thing.
Oh, okay. So you've got 255.
Yeah, he's pretty fast.
Okay. And he actually knows who this guy is. I was impressed. He's more up to date than me.
And he said that he really likes Krups' videos. And I was like, do you want to talk to? I was like, do you want to talk to him?
That's based. Yeah.
And I was like, I can get you like his Discord and like you could do that. But then I kind of realized on second thought, actually, I don't know if I should be giving out his Discord.
Bro. Right, that's it. Do you want to talk to him? I'll call him right now.
Yo, grab dinner. I will talk to you guys later.
Okay, see
yeah,
ya.
you go to bed. I have work in the morning.
Oh fuck. Okay, see ya.
Bye.
Ciao.